time here rather than just rock up and only play the game. I'm currently undefeated, 7 over Teemo, so doing pretty well. I'll be honest, I'm playing Teemo, so I don't think I'll be the champion, but it'll be a fun run for day 2. I'd love to give a shout out to my cheer squad, Discord testing server, and Zakabao. And after that, my local store, Zen Collective. Best store in Melbourne. Vibes are immaculate. And also, big shout out to my other Sydney friends, Brendan Shee and Carl Aiden Keto.
Have you been feeling moody lately? Are you also tired of conquering for your points all the time? Do you not want to play a normie deck like the others? Then we got the deck just for you. Vex Gloomist appears in Unleashed, a legend that massively profits from holding battlefields. Stop your opponent from ambushing or accelerating consistently as early as turn 2 with Vex Apathetic as your chosen champion unit. Tell your opponents to back off by stunning their units when they try to conquer. Play your Shadow ready into battlefields to immediately use its ability on the opposing turn. Vex can rely on so many different defensive tools that the Calm and Chaos domain already have. Use Guardian Angel and Zonia's Hourglass to protect your units from dying. Not So Fast and Defy to counter opposing spells and deny their tempo. But also new defensive cards can be found in Unleashed, like Existential Dread or the Mutated Mouser. But in the Shadow Isles, a monster lurks supporting Vex, giving her near unlimited defensive and offensive possibilities. Enter Vilemore. The Spider God has ambush, meaning it can be played offensive and defensively. With this powerful 8 might, it jumps into a battlefield that you are attacking and crushes any unit smaller than it without taking a single hit. If your opponent doesn't manage to push it out of a battlefield, an additional draw for holding is a free bonus. With these cards in your deck, you're going to be able to keep all the others away from your battlefields. Keep holding, Riftbounders! A key component of playing League of Legends is gathering XP and leveling up. Now you can do that in Riftbound 2 with the newest additions in Unleashed. Every XP you get will add to your level as a player and will benefit you in different forms. So far, 3 legends have been released that directly benefit from XP gain. Kha'Zix's Void Reaver, Poppy, Keeper of the Hammer, and Master Yi Wuju Master. Notice that all of these have the body domain in common. Master Yi uses XP passively. With higher level, he finds stronger passive effects. At level 6, your units are permanently boosted, and at level 11, your units always enter ready. Of course, in the main deck, most Master Yis will rely on the champion unit, Master Yi Unstoppable, as a win condition. This one gets cheaper the more XP you have, and at level 16, it even becomes untargetable. Combined with Master Yi Wuju Master's ability to enter ready, he can really swing games. Kha'Zix and Poppy have the unique ability to gain XP through their own legend abilities and otherwise use it like a resource. While Poppy generates card advantage by spending XP, Kha'Zix gains utility by either buffing his units or moving exhausted units away from their battlefields back to base. Since all of these 3 legends have the body domain in common, there's a huge variety of body cards that can get you the XP you need through the Hunt keyword, for example. Hunt cards grant you an XP whenever you conquer or hold, so winning combats for those decks is of utmost importance. Cards like Gemhand Hunter, Voracious Gromp, and Master Yi Tempered can be found in all 3 decks. But XP can also be splashed into other decks. Grim Resolve, for example, is a strong combat trick that gives the unit free might on action speed. If the unit wins a combat, it grants you 2 XP. This card might find its way into other decks as well. Fiora players have already played around with the Shepherd's Heirloom, which works like a Doran's Blade but does not equip for power cost but for XP. There are plenty of ways to integrate some XP gain into your decks, so get those level in and scale into the late game, Riftbounders.
Welcome to Riftbound Basics. This time we are talking about legends, chosen champions, and signature spells. The heart of your deck is your legend. This determines which domains you are allowed to play in your deck. Let's take Kai'Sa, Daughter of the Void, as an example. With her as your legend, you can play cards from the Fury and Mind domains and consequently Fury and Mind runes. You also have the option to play a chosen champion unit, Kai'Sa Survivor or Kai'Sa Evolutionary. At the start of the game, you can take this unit from your main deck and place it in the chosen champion unit zone right next to your legend. You can play this card from this zone at any time as if it were a normal card from your hand. If it dies, it does not return to the zone but goes to the trash. Another important factor in deciding which legend to play is the signature card. Even if the domains match, you can only play this card in the main deck of the corresponding legend. For Kaiser, this would be Acathian Rain, which you couldn't play in a Rumble deck even though it's also Fury and Mind. Which legend do you like best, and is there one you only play because their signature spell is so good? Let us know in the comments.
We're here at the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers in Sydney 2026, and we're going to take you for a tour of the showgrounds. Let's go! So the first step on our journey to the Sydney Showgrounds is here. This is the Badge Collection, where you will start your Riftbound journey in Sydney 2026. Make sure you get all of your promo cards and your playmats. And after you've got your badges, don't forget to get your merch. Here we have a full merch wall, as well as statues, playmats, and more for your Riftbound enjoyment. So you've got your badge, you've found your way past the merch wall, and you are inside the showgrounds now. Don't forget to come to registration, where the friendly and helpful staff will make sure you are signed up for all of the events that you want to play. So now that you've registered, you'll be wanting to earn tickets for the prize wall. Don't forget, there are some unique prizes you can earn here, which include the metal prize wall tickets, but we also have some oversized battlefields, as well as the Riftbound Regional Qualifier Sydney pin. But it's not all about competitive events here at the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers in Sydney. We also have some free play areas where you and some friends can just get together and play some games. We also have cosplayers roaming the halls to bring the magic of League of Legends and Riftbound to life here today. And we also have some creator activations where you'll find some content creators putting forward their best content for you to enjoy. Your competitive viewing pleasure, if you're knocked out early or side events were your jam, we also have a schedule where you can come and enjoy the competitive scene here with the big screen and the chairs behind me as well. It's a viewing platform for everyone to enjoy. And if you've forgotten any cards you need for your decks at the regional Riftbound Qualifiers in Sydney, the vendors have you sorted. With more than 6 different vendors, they'll have you covered, including signed overnumbers. A new addition at the Riftbound Regional Qualifier Sydney is the Signature Wall. Don't forget to get down here and check it out and maybe sign it, just like I have. At the Riftbound Regional Qualifier Sydney 2026, you'll also find side events. We have a little something for everyone, from 2v2s, trios, sealed, and pre-constructed fights. You'll find it all here in the side event area. Here at the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers in Sydney, we even have the featured tables. This is where we will see the best of the best Riftbound players in the world come together to fight it out for the regional championship and on to Worlds. And here we find ourselves at the main event. This is where all of the action happens. These players will be fighting for best of cards. They'll be vying for the second day gameplay and to hit those featured tables. But more importantly, they've come here to win it all. And for all of you hungry gamers, do not forget, we also have 3 food trucks parked out the back, including some of our personal favorites, the pizza. Make sure you check that out on your breaks between games. So that's the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers for Sydney 2026. You've seen it all, you've got the tour. If you're not here, then where the bloody hell are you?
We are here at the RQ in Sydney. I am joined by Prismat, fresh off a win in Atlanta. How are you feeling about Sydney?
I really enjoy it here. The weather's been really nice. I like the wildlife. And so far it's been going all right. I think maybe a bit jet lagged. I think I'm not playing amazingly, 3-1 so far in the pre-RQ, but it's all right. Got to get the losses out of the way today and then do well in the main event.
as long as you get them over and done with now, and you do still have the jet lag to contend with. So how recently did you get in?
I got in yesterday morning, so Thursday morning. Today's Friday, and it hasn't been. I haven't felt bad, but gameplay has felt bad. So.
Well, there's a whole weekend ahead, and there's plenty to see how it's going. How are you feeling with everybody here?
Oh, it's nice. Yeah, everyone traveling out from different parts of the world. Alan coming from Europe. Randy, I mean, he's kind of living in China at this point, so it's a bit easier of a trip for him. But yeah, seeing everyone again, and then we'll see each other all in Vancouver as well.
And obviously, we've just had Unleashed release. How does that change how you're approaching Sydney compared to how your decks have been in the past?
Honestly, it feels, for me, similar to Lille, where I settled on Annie. I feel like the deck is good. I know that I'm not going to have any really bad matchups, so I can always play my way out of any match to be able to win. But it's not like I'm super confident. I think when I was going into Atlanta, I was thinking, okay, my deck's the best deck. And Alan's saying, yeah, your deck's still the best deck. And maybe starting to believe him over time. I think Diana's also really strong. But it is really interesting because there's a limit to how much you can prepare for each matchup. Like you can say, okay, we expect these decks to be the top percentage, top meta decks coming in, like Aurora's a big one. I think today there's a lot of Master Yi and Aurelia, which is a bit surprising because they don't have very good Aurora matchups. But you know, prepare against the expected matchups, and then the rest of them you just have to go on the fly.
Well, we will see what happens. We'll see whether it comes down to Annie and Diana. Who knows? Maybe. We'll see how it goes. We've got a whole weekend ahead of us. Thank you so much, and good luck.
I'm here at the Sydney Riftbound Regional Qualifier. Right before the weekend kicks off, I have the one and only Alan TQ. Alan, how are you doing in the pre-queue?
Wonderful. Lack of sleep doesn't stop me from just winning back-to-back so far the runs, and hopefully it follows up until tomorrow.
So how are you feeling about your deck? You have changed Legends but not domains, and we kind of knew this was coming. How's Diana treating you?
Very good deck. He's so good. I think he's like the second best deck in the format right now.
What's the best deck then?
Annie.
I know a Nanny player on your team maybe that we'll be seeing around.
Most certainly you will. He will swap eventually to the same domains in different champion, but for this event there was a bit short of time for the practice because we just finished Atlanta and then we had to travel, and we had literally 1 week to practice, and we just stick to what we know. But for the next events we'll definitely be mixing up.
How have you been feeling about Unleashed and obviously set very close to release kind of with this event? How have you been feeling about the shifts as Set 3 joins Riftbound?
Oh, it's amazing. There is such a widespread meta. You get to play around so many things, against so many things, and like it just so many different playstyles. It makes hard with the current sideboard side to make a deck that's gonna be all around decent into everything. You have to sacrifice some matchups because how like low on the cards you have in just the sideboard slots.
Of course, expecting a pretty diverse metagame over the weekend. There are 40 Legends now, and obviously you're chasing Diana. You went pretty well on the Ezreal hunt. How's Diana going to go in this season?
I like the deck to the extent where I think I could go for 4 out of 4 on Diana. We'll see how it goes on the event. I might get humbled, and the deck might actually fall apart, and like it might run out of just the value in general, maybe too much tempo. We'll see. But Ezreal is solid this set as well, so worst case, it's a fallback.
Oh, best of luck. Have a great tournament.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to Riftbound Basics, featuring the ground rules. Riftbound is a trading card game based on the League of Legends universe, in which the aim is to score 8 victory points across 2 different battlefields. Points are scored by moving your own units onto one of the battlefields and conquering it, or by holding it for more than one turn. The different card types in Riftbound are units, gears, and spells. To play these, you must pay an energy cost, which is shown in the top left corner of the card, as well as a power cost. Energy is obtained by exhausting roots. These come from the 12-card rune deck, from which the top 2 cards are played for free at the beginning of each turn. If you exhaust your runes to pay energy, you must also pay a power cost for some cards. To do this, you simply place one of your runes bearing the symbol shown on the card under your rune deck. You can also use runes that are already exhausted for this. The domains of the runes and the cards you play in your main and side deck are determined by your legend. Units that you play enter the board exhausted. This means they cannot move until they are readied at the start of the next turn, just like all other exhausted cards on your side. You initially play your units and gears into your base. There they are protected from combat. Gears can't get into combat. If you already control a battlefield, you also have the option to play your units directly from your hand onto it. This is where your units' might comes into play. This is the number shown on the top right-hand corner of the units. Might represents both the attack power and the defensive stat of your units. If a player moves units into an already occupied battlefield, combat starts. Here, spells with action and reaction speed can be activated to deal damage or modify might. When combat occurs and no player wishes to activate any more spells or abilities, the total might of all units is added together and distributed amongst the opposing units. Players may decide for themselves which opposing unit they wish to damage. Once combat is over, any damage is healed by units that were involved and did not die. The game ends when a player reaches 8 victory points, though this is not quite so easy to achieve. Whilst every other point simply requires conquering a battlefield to earn the 8th point, you must either have held a battlefield for 1 round, or you score 2 points in the same round. Now you've got all the information you need to know to start enjoying a game of Riftbound.
My name is Josh and I'm from Ballarat, Victoria. What got me into Riftbound was the mana system, because in Magic, I've come from a Magic gathering background. That is a bit different to this, obviously, but I really enjoyed Riftbound. The rune system was probably the best thing I've known about it, and the player base is fantastic in Ballarat. Champion deck I'm running is Azir. He's really good because he's very consistent, low to the ground, gets on the points real quick. It's very fun. The deck is definitely suited to my playstyle. I'm a very aggressive person, but it also has a few things that tricks up its sleeve. I do have experience playing other TCGs like Magic the Gathering, as well as a little bit of like Hearthstone Online. Sydney RQ was probably my first major event for I think about 15 years, so it's good. Family trip up here with the kids and the wife, so I was lucky to come here, so it was really fun. And my wife is pretty happy that I'm competing, doing something fun. But yeah, she's not really into it per se. But my tournament run's really good. I'm 4-1 at the moment on Azir, and we're about to start the next round, so it's gonna be good fun. Definitely will see me at the next Riftbound event in Australia. I'd like to shout out Guff Ballarat for supporting us while we're here, and Good Games Ballarat as well.
Welcome to Riftbound Basics featuring runes. In the Riftbound TCG, your energy to play cards comes automatically. Each player brings their own rune deck consisting of 12 cards. This consists of runes in the domains of your legend. A Draven deck, for example, can play Chaos and Fury runes. At the start of your turn, immediately after you have readied all your cards and received points for holding a battlefield, you may play the top 2 cards from your rune deck. You need runes to pay the energy and power costs on your cards. For example, for Victor Leader, you must pay 4 energy, which means exhausting 4 runes of any color and then pay a power cost. You do this by placing a rune of the color shown under the energy cost at the bottom of your rune deck. This process is also called recycling. Some cards, such as Seal of Insight, have no energy cost but do have a power cost. However, to ensure your energy isn't lost, you may float the energy. That is, exhaust your runes, place them under your rune deck, and later use the energy gained to play another card. Consequently, power costs have no effect on the current turn in which you play the cards, but can have a significant impact on subsequent turns as you are constantly playing with fewer runes. How do you like your runes best in Riftbound? Do you prefer them furious and chaotic, or rather calm and orderly?
Bracewell, and I am from New Zealand, but I live in Melbourne. I'm a very competitive person, and I love sport. My fiance played Yu-Gi-Oh! And I said I would never play that game because I hate being bad at things. And then when Riftbound came out, everyone was bad at it because it was new to everyone, and that's how he got me in. The element about Riftbound I like the most is I'm a League of Legends player as well, and so I like that a lot of the cards match their champions in the game. Like, it makes sense. The deck I'm running is Lilia. I think she's fun. I have ADHD, and so I like doing things. I like being busy, and an aggro deck suits me because you're always doing things. You're not just waiting to ramp, you're playing the game. I run Lilia because it suits me because I can just swing in things and they die, and that's fine. My last decks, I would always leave 2 drops on the battlefield, and my boyfriend was like, that's kind of bad. And I was like, well, what if they just die anyway, and that's good. I don't have a ton of experience in any other TCGs. This is my first TCG for the reasons I specified, which is just I don't like being bad. And games that have been around for a long time, I couldn't stand the idea of playing the game and everyone's like, that's not how you do it, and everyone knows that you're wrong. I think this is nice that everyone's kind of learning together. I've gone 3-1-1, so 3 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. So kind of fine. I can still make it to day 2 maybe. I think I'll be going good. I've been loving this Riftbound regional qualifier. It's been awesome. I've never been to anything like it before. I think the closest I could think is like going to PAX in Melbourne, which is more of like a convention, and there's a competitive element, but the competition isn't the main thing. The main thing is just hanging out with people. I quite like that this is all competitive, and you go see your friends and you're like, how are you doing? And some of them are happy and some of them are depressed. It swings and balances, I will absolutely be at the next Riftbound event for sure. I'd love to shout out Rengar Bot. He's a friend of ours, and he was on the exhibition match before playing the most diabolical Rengar that anyone has ever seen, and I think people should watch that game if they get the chance.
I'm going to be asking the regional qualifier Sydney attendees who they think is a red flag or a green flag. My legend is Master Yi Bladesman. Let's see what they have to say about it. They play Master Yi Wuju Bladesman. Red flag or green flag?
Green flag.
Yeah, green.
What are your legends you play?
I play Lee Sin.
Poppy.
They play Lee Sin. Red flag or green flag?
Green flag always. Chillest dudes.
What do you play?
I play Victor.
They play Victor. Is that a red flag or a green flag?
Oh, I'm going to say a red flag. I don't like those kill spells at all.
And what do you play?
I would play Master Yi.
Which one?
Oh, OG.
They play Master Yi from Proving Grounds. Red flag or green flag?
Red flag.
Ooh, what do you play?
I play Rek'Sai.
They play Rek'Sai. Red flag or green flag?
Red flag. Definitely red flag.
What do you play?
Pike.
They play Pike. Red flag or green flag?
Or green flag post Miracle.
And what do you play?
I play LeBlanc.
They play LeBlanc. Red flag or green flag?
Ooh, yellow flag.
I'll accept. And what do you play?
I play Aurelia, but I'm building LeBlanc. But I hear Aurelia's a red flag, so...
They play Irelia. Red flag or green flag?
Green flag.
And what do you play?
Aurelio.
They play Irelia. Red flag or green flag?
Ooh, Irelia, it's a red flag, isn't it?
Okay.
One guy walking over and over to like different battlefields.
And what do you play?
I'm playing Lux right now, but usually I play Renata.
But now we know what Sydney thinks about all the legends in the game. But on the down low, I think Rek'Sai is a red flag.
So I'm here at the Sydney Riftbound Regional Qualifier. I'm trying to talk to the dealers and see what has been selling out, to see if we can't have a bit of a prediction about what people are playing in the main event. I'm here with Paul of Beskar Forge. What's been selling out?
What's been selling out? The Ruination. Last Rites, I reckon we got asked like 40 times in the last couple of hours last night, so that was, everyone's looking for that one. And All Art Runes, they have been going crazy.
Do you reckon there's a bunch of Purple Aurora players going around, do you think?
Could be a lot of Purple Aurora players and looking for a bit of an edge in the mirror to shuffle their dragons back in, I get the feeling with that one.
All right, now I'm here with Solomon from Good Games. What's been selling out?
You know what? Elder Dragons and Dazzling Auroras are going in pretty heavy quantities at the moment, so some orange decks potentially showing up. Also, all of our runes constantly.
All right, so maybe some Aurora in the main then?
Potentially, yeah.
Now I'm here with Jamie of Manor Market. What have you been selling out of today?
We have only been selling Poros. We can't get enough Poros. They come in the cabinet, they go out the cabinet. I don't know how that helps you, but I can't find blue Poros.
Plundering Poro then, maybe a lot of mind decks running around.
Maybe.
All right, I'm here with Sahar at Plenty of Games. What have you guys been selling out of?
Hey, so we've been selling a bunch of sacrifices this week, defies, disciplines, just a bunch of the commons and uncommons. That's what we decided to bring up, all the playables, so that if people had to do last minute changes, or I think the deck list submission got changed to this morning, so we noticed a bunch of people just wanting to make last minute changes probably after playing yesterday and deciding what the metagame is or seeing what the metagame is and wanting to adjust to that. So yeah, we sold a bunch of commons and uncommons, which was really, really good.
That's so funny. How busy did you get before the deck list deadline?
Yeah, both mornings, the first hour was insane. There's just a bunch of people and they're chasing $1, $2 cards, but it's good. It's good. We were able to service a bunch of people and they all seem happy, and now the tournament's running. So, yeah.
All right, and who with John from Fluke and Box? We're trying to figure out what people have been maybe playing in the main event based on what you've all been selling. What have you been doing a lot of volume of?
I don't know what anyone's playing because we had a lot of very last minute orders. We sold every overnumbered Poro, but I don't think that's a hint of anything. Elder Dragons. Elder Dragons, we had no Auroras, but Elder Dragons were probably our quickest, highest selling, so.
Hello, Riftbounders. Are you wondering how the game developed with Unleashed? Let me give you a little introduction. The Calm domain has reinvented its defensive capabilities. With powerful pump spells and counter spells, Calm decks were already good at contesting their battlefields, but with Unleashed, holding the field becomes a whole lot stronger. A standout example for this is Back Off. 3 energy, no power. This card on action speed stuns a unit and draws a card if played from hand. Incredible! But leaving 3 runes open isn't always an option. Luckily, you can also hide this card if your runes are exhausted, or you want to keep them open for another card. Fury, on the other hand, brings plenty of new ways to assert pressure onto your opponent. Emry Jungler's dream is coming true with Smite, finding a new way to remove units. It simply deals 3 damage to a unit at a battlefield for 2 energy and 1 power. While those stats are not too impressive, the unit will also be banished when it would die. This takes powerful death knell effects out of the equation and can also remove follow-up if your opponent relies on resources from their trash, like Fiora Worthy that can't be played through Spectral Matron anymore. Order has been known for its hard removal and kill spells. Now what if I told you that you can remove your opponent's hand as well? Ash Focus gives you full information about your opponent's hand and lets you banish a card of choice for 5 energy and 1 power. They will get it back as soon as they hold a battlefield, but with full information and 1 card less in the opponent's hand, it's now on you to not let that happen. Chaos has been chaotically bouncing cards left and right, pushing them front and center. And now you will also be able to reach the opponent's units in base. Starcross's reaction speed removal is revolutionary, especially when it hits the base as well. For 3 energy and 1 power, you can return a friendly and an opposing unit back to the owner's hand. While this can give you an incredible advantage with play effects, it also disturbs your opponent. It slows them down massively and can sometimes deny powerful effects, like Elder Dragon's passive kill ability. While this domain has already been good at controlling the opponent's units, the mind is now finally greater than the sword. The mind domain receives a fantastic gear removal card. Turn to Dust will turn any gear into a temporary problem for 2 energy and no power cost. While it does not immediately help you remove units that are boosted by equipment gear, you can easily take care of seals, dazzling aurora, or other great gear that stands in your way. Now what's scarier than body units that are standing on your opponent's side of the field just waiting to overwhelm you with their physical prowess? The ones you didn't see coming! Rengar Trophy Hunter has to be on your opponent's mind at all times. Every time your opponent feels secure about the board states, the Apex Predator could be played on a battlefield where they have units for 5 energy and 1 power, either as an ambush or reaction speed to support your other attacking or defending units, or as a lonely attacker straight from hand with its powerful 6 might. What cards do you think are going to see the most play, and which domain do you like the most after Unleashed? Show us at your next tournament. Welcome to Riftbound Basics, featuring actions and reactions. There are 3 different types of spells in Riftbounds. Normal spells, which you can use to start a chain during your own turn from a neutral game state. Actions, which can be used in exactly the same way, but can also be used in combat to start a chain. And reactions, which have all the advantages of the other 2, but can also be used to react to triggered abilities or spells. Reactions are super fast and can lead to lots of exciting interactions, as they resolve before all other spells. For example, if you have a Stupefy in your hand and your opponent activates a spell that really bothers you, you can use Stupefy as a reaction and draw a card before your opponent's spell is resolved. This might allow you to draw another reaction that saves you from the situation, like a Defy. Another exciting example is dealing damage to a unit with a spell before combat. If you go into combat with a unit that's already damaged, you should make sure you win the fight, otherwise the units will heal after the combat. Let's say you have dealt 6 damage to your opponent's Mind Splitter with Falling Star, and you go into combat against it with your Watchful Sentry. Your opponent might want to activate an action in response, such as Grim Resolve to generate extra might and win the combat. You can still respond to that with a Stupefy. You reduce the Mind Splitter's might to 6, and because it still has 6 damage counters on it, it will die before the Grim Resolve can save it. Which one is your favorite reaction card in Riftbound? Let us know.
We are down here at the Sydney RQ. I am joined by the incomparable Dave Guskin. How has it been being in Sydney so far?
Good. I arrived yesterday morning. It was very long flights, and then I had to work all day, but it's been really great. All the people are really friendly. Got to go to a game store last night. It was really fun.
Awesome. And how has the reception been like in Sydney? Obviously, this is a huge event. So many people here.
Yeah, I heard there's maybe 1,600-ish people in the main event. Very exciting. Yeah, everyone seems really excited. A lot of high energy around Riftbound and around Unleashed, so really cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And are you going to do a little bit of exploring around Sydney while you are here?
I don't know if I have time this trip. It's kind of a quick turnaround. I'm here at the event most of the time, but I want to come back. So hopefully we'll do more events in the future here, and I'll be able to come back. So yeah.
And obviously, we are so close to just having Unleashed release.
Yep.
How has that changed the game for you guys at the moment?
Yeah, so Unleashed has been really, really good reception. I think set over set, there's like more players, there's more people buying product. It's really great. I think Unleashed is a little bit of a shake-up. You know, there's a lot of new mechanics. We'll see if it kind of like disrupts the metagame in significant ways. Obviously, a lot of power to the Aurora decks. Some interesting kind of new builds with XP. So we'll see. Yeah, it's kind of exciting to see.
So with the main event coming tomorrow, do you have a gut instinct on what we're likely to see a lot of given the release?
I would guess the most prevalent deck are Dazzling Aurora decks. Elder Dragon's really, really strong. I think that there's a lot of interesting kind of like purple X builds. I think a lot of interesting LeBlanc builds. So I'd probably expect those to be lots of people playing them. What will win, I don't know, but that's kind of what I think the field's going to look like.
Awesome. Well, at this point, it is still anyone's game. We'll see how it goes. But thank you so much, and we'll see what happens.
Sydney, the moment is here. We officially have our top 8 here at the Regional Qualifier Sydney. I'm Profound Rice, joined by the wonderful Logan. We are so excited to start breaking down the top 8.
That's so right, Ricey. We are in the quarterfinals. We've made that top cut of 8 here at the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers Sydney 2026. And oh boy, we got some good games in store.
I have seen our bracket. I have seen those top 8, and let me tell you, Chad, we have a show for you guys.
Yeah, look, it's also a show, but we have a great show here. It's part of what we're presenting to you, the amazing community, the crowd that loves a little bit of Riftbound. And boy, do we have a diverse top 8. I love how many legends we are seeing. There's only 1 or 2 repeats as we get a peek here, Icy. Take us through it.
We have Siva with Sold Out in that first seed spot, with RNZQ also on that Diana.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be a heck of a matchup. That's Siva Aurora into Diana there. That was my prediction as well as Steph's. But next we have Ghost Driver on that Aurelia Blade Dancer into Eat, Bonk, Repeat. What a heckin' good name on that Vex Gloomist.
Love that name. Eat, Bonk, Repeat is actually from New Zealand, so that's a really exciting little piece of information. Our brothers across the ocean. And next we have EDG Rico and Ashen OCE, Irelia and a Teemo.
Yeah, Teemo represent Ashen Osh, one of the Aussies here, much beloved with the Riftbound community, has a lot of the locals barracking for Ashen Osh to get up here, but that will be a banger of a match in Aurelia versus Teemo. Not something you see all too often.
Yeah.
And in that fourth slot down the bottom there, we have Nice Boy on Diana, so a second Diana in this bracket against CTCG Zidane on LeBlanc Deceiver.
Yeah, there is that one LeBlanc here in that top 8, so I'm sure Pastry Time is quite happy about his prediction. Unfortunately for me, we don't see that Annie prediction, my Annie prediction coming true, but that's okay because I am very excited, as you mentioned, about this variety. We've got Siva, Diana, Irelia, Vex, Teemo, and LeBlanc. That's 6 different legends here in the top 8.
6 unique in the top 8 tells me we have such a healthy meta here in this unleashed regional qualifier. We've got some OGs, we've got some Spirit Forge, and we've got some unleashed. And I mean, we are looking at a fantastic finals run here as we take a quick look at the most played decks.
Day 2 metagame. So these are the players that made it to Day 2. Of course, Master Yi was not the most played in Day 1, but is the most played in Day 2. A massive conversion rate, total of 24 in Day 2, but key note, no Master Yi's made top cut.
Not only that, and a great call, no Yis, no Poppies, no Fioras made it into that top 8. But we do see that Aurelia, that LeBlanc, that Diana, Vex, and Siva as we covered off here. But the surprise is the Teemo. Not even in the top 8 most played decks, but in the top 8 in the finals.
I have a feeling that a lot of Teemo players are going to be looking at Ashen OCE's deck list. How on earth did this Teemo, with not much representation, make it to this top 8? What is his tech? What is his secret? And when we watched it, when we were having a look at Ashen OCEs on broadcast before, it was so full of surprises, and I think surprises for the enemy opponent as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That Teemo deck loves playing those hidden cards and got some support here in Unleashed. Enough for Ashen Osh to look at that and go, you know what? That one's for me, making the top 8 here, which is just something special. Each one of these players will remember that they've made that top cut of 8 here at the regional qualifiers in Sydney or IC, and I cannot wait to get into these games. I think I'm personally excited to see that Aurora matchup because my wife is on Siva Aurora, so I kind of have a good idea how that one plays out, and it's into Diana, which is the one I predicted, so it's like, no, am I too low? They're going to fight it out here.
Yeah, it's great to see, everybody worried about Aurora or thinking Aurora's super strong. So both sides of the boat, the argument here, have a chance to win it out. Is the Siva Aurora going to win it out here? Or is Aurora not that broken? Is it actually beatable?
Yeah, I definitely think Aurora is very, very beatable. Every single domain has multiple effective answers into that Aurora, but Sold Out has the answers. Sold Out made it as our first seed, 12-1 to secure their top 8 position here, Icy. So there's some tech that we need to see because all Aurora players are going to be eyes on Sold Out's deck list when we do finally get that reveal.
I think it's so great to see also, we have confirmed that some of these players, I mean, the Irelia and Diana, obviously we don't know just yet, but the other players, these are the best of their legend. Of course, Teemo Ashen is going to be the best of Teemo. Siva Sold Out is going to be the best of Siva as well. And I need that list again because who was the third LeBlanc?
LeBlanc is there as well. CTCG Zidane has locked that one away, but there is still competition for that Diana, still competition there for that Aurelia as well in that sort of top 8 bracket. So if Alan's able to get up on that Diana over Nice Boy, he might be able to take that best of, but Nice Boy is still very much in contention for that one too.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see who is going to be getting that best of between Diana and Irelia, because not only, of course, these players are fighting for that championship spot, or champion of the entire event, they also still are fighting out for those best ofs. So so much excitement and so much expertise and talent in these top 8.
Yeah, and that's right. So much talent here in this regional qualifier in Sydney. Some international and some local, which I'm so excited about. Obviously, we're Aussie and, we're not supposed to be biased, but I'm going to root for the home crowd here.
I mean, also, you're saying Aussie, but I would like to claim as well our New Zealander, Eep Bonk Repeat. I think he is also local. I mean, Perth to Sydney to Auckland is kind of similar distances anyway.
Same thing. But I love the play on words, right? Eat, bonk, repeat.
I love
the sleep, eat, repeat. It's and then you could put it to that rave music. It's like da-da-da-da-da. But a fantastic name nonetheless. And as you say, claiming our good friends from New Zealand, and we also have someone from Perth here too. You do love to build up that story with these players in these top 8, but so many of them have struggled against adversity here. No player undefeated in this top cut of 8.
That is a good point. So everyone has at least lost one match, and I really think that's amazing. It shows also the variety of playstyle, the variety of how skilled everybody is, and I think it also speaks to how balanced I think Riftbound is. It's kind of maybe not like a rock, paper, scissors situation.
Yeah, so of course, obviously these players, they have fantastic scores, 12 and 1s, 11s and 2s, or, that kind of thing. They've dropped a game here and there, which tells me that no one legend is unbeatable.
Exactly.
At this point of the game, it's down to pilot diff, right?
Yeah.
It's that nuanced skill of knowing when to cast something, sometimes even more importantly, knowing when not to cast something, to de-ramp or lose that tempo in the face of one of the best 8 players here in Sydney right now.
Yeah, 8 players now in this top cut. Every single one of them are here for a reason, and I am so excited to see all these 6 different types of legends as well. How are they going to play these amazing decks, because these are the masters of their craft.
Yeah, absolutely. Masters of their craft, and they've deserved it. They've earned it. They've pushed it right to the limit here as we are waiting for these players to take to the stage before we can get you some of this quality gameplay. But speaking of quality, look how many judges there are out on that main event floor. We have so many judges to make sure that these games go smoothly. We have behind-the-scene judges who are checking, rechecking, and triple-checking every one of these calls. So a big shout out to all of the judges here who have helped make this run so smoothly, as well as all of the support and event staff that have helped us get to this position and have so many happy faces out in the crowds right here.
Not sure what we're clapping for, but it looks like everyone out there is super excited, because I'm excited too. The top 8 is going to be starting very shortly. We're going to be having these quarterfinals.
Yeah, and one thing I do love about this top 8, right? Obviously, set 1 was dominated by Kaiser. Fury was insanely strong in set 1, but Fury is notably absent here in this top cut of 8. Before we, get into it, there's about 7 with Chaos in there.
Yep.
Strong representation. We have a decent amount of calm and mind, and a sneaky order and a sneaky body as well. So a nice rounding of most of those domains, but unfortunately, Fury missing from this one.
We have a show match while we are preparing the top 8 for you. Let's have a look at the return of Barrett and Pastry Time.
The rematch of the century here, I see. Barrett did take that first best of 1 between these production level champions. Pastry Time looking for redemption here with that Poppy baited hook build. He is a baited hook believer, and CTCG Zidane is proving him right.
I'm wondering if he's going to be playing Poppy once more. I think I saw Calm and Order there. So definitely want to see what Pastry Time is going to be playing, and what, of course, Barrett is going to play. We saw Jin last time in the hands of Barrett, and he did take that game in a pretty convincing fashion.
Yeah, he did stomp Pastry, if I'm going to be honest there, but this is, as you called, a body and an order matchup rather than the Jin Fury mind, as we get the respectful GGs. You'll love to see it, and we're having a little bit of a listen in here. We're actually getting some player comms as they kick this game off.
We love player comms. Of course, they're being very respectful amongst each other.
Yeah, let's
they are going to be starting to play outcomes
Irresistible
that...
Fey folk, huh?
Fae Folk once more, and it's going to be set in the hands of Barrett this time. And is that a Leona?
You can't.
Yeah, that overnumbered Leona is spectacular. One of the most gorgeous Origins overnumbers, in my opinion. A really good sort of contrast of her colors with that darker background. We see that alt art Leona champion unit there too. We see that Tritherian War Camp battlefield and that Monastery of Harana, which is such a classic for set.
It really is. I mean, are you really going to be playing set without that monastery? Because it's such a vital part of the playstyle. In goes that irresistible Fae Folk, but not going to be tempting anyone up just yet.
Yeah, obviously Pastry Time was ready for that maneuver, and Barrett there decided to decline that irresistible Fae Folk temptation. But one of your favorites cards has just been played, Soraka.
Wait, really?
Yes, Soraka has entered the battlefield with irresistible Fae Folk.
Oh my goodness, I love Soraka. It's very sad to see that Soraka isn't really played in most meta, but it is in the overnumbered Soraka, but it is a beautiful card still. Soraka, we don't see it very often, so we might have to refresh everyone. What does she actually do?
Yeah, so Soraka Wanderer is a 4 might champion unit that I must be assigned combat damage last.
Backline?
Which is, as you said, backline. If another unit you control here would die, if it has less might than me, instead heal it, exhaust it, and recall it.
So that means that Soraka here will be backline, will be taking damage last, but also we'll be able to keep that irresistible Fae Folk alive. We'll be able to return it back to base, kind of like Azonia's.
Yeah, but one thing that has hit the board on Pastry Time side is that Seal of Unity.
Yeah.
We do love a good seal. Obviously, it costs 1 recycled rune, 1 power to be able to get that out onto your side of the board. But we're ready for a listen in here, Icy. Let's go to the players.
Does it just go there, huh?
So much stuff on there.
Yeah, probably.
All right.
I'll pass.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, set. Hold to 2. Boom. Boom. All right. Nami trigger for later, maybe. Oh my goodness.
Whoa. You got this.
Yeah. Good thing, too. Backline.
Yeah, backline, and it has less power or might than this.
Yeah.
Or the same, I guess.
Oh, it's if another unit you control.
Yeah.
Hey.
Control here.
Yeah. Okay. Next thing I get gets huge. Don't know if that matters.
I'll get your buff ready.
Thank you.
Heck, I might get 2 ready for you.
Yeah, I may have to.
A billion of these are buffs.
That may be where we go. Okie dokie. Oh, the Chucky. I don't really want to trade, though. Why, Nunu, why? Why is it so big?
Bavarian.
Yeah, but... Oh, that's true. It's even worse, actually. All right.
So 5, 6,
Yeah,
5,
yeah. 5, 6, 7. Alrighty. Unsung Hero. Oh, not Unsung Hero. Wrong one. Honest Broker.
Yeah, it gets a buff.
Yeah, it gets a buff. Alright. Hiya. I'm in.
You're in.
Huh.
1, 2, 3, 4 to my 5.
This one.
All right. I'll Soraka.
Sure. I'll get a gold.
You will get a gold.
Trust, it's worth it. It's worth it.
I believe you. I believe you.
It's worth it. Hiya, stun set.
Set is
Buff my Leona.
done.
All right. My 60 or 5. That's my rune deck.
Yeah. I'll still bounce you back, but this will you backline. So
no!
You have to assign your 6 here.
That's the worst. Yeah, I do. All right.
And then I will just set.
Well, oh, right. It was. Okay, that's fine. Actually, that works.
Because it had a buff.
That works. That works. We're good. He's still stunned.
Still stunned.
This got used. We're actually so back.
You're right.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Goodbye. Harness Dragon one time. Kill the set forever. No. Oh, wait. Wait, am I good at this game? Sorry, Chief.
He is stunned.
If the unit is when you play me, choose an enemy unit. If it is stunned, kill it. Otherwise, stun it.
It was stunned.
Do we? Sure. No, I'll call it. It's fine. Go ahead. I'm not afraid. I should be, but I'm not.
holding the 3.
Yep, my sweet order runes. Bless the seal.
You have a Solari.
Oh, I forgot how many cool new cards are in this deck. I haven't played it since I updated it for Unleashed.
I mean, it's kind of fun because like the deck is doing what I designed it to do. Okay, so you have a 4 over there.
3. This is a 4. 4 and a 3. Oh yeah, Feyfolk, I guess. Yeah, this is a 4. I guess it doesn't matter retreating because of the stupid fox.
So I'm gonna play the Pit Rookie here, and I'm gonna give the buff to Soraka. And then I'm gonna move my Feyfolk in, and I'm gonna drag Nami to it.
Aha!
Yeah.
This is annoying.
So you have 4.
Yeah, you stupid backline unit.
Yeah. So you can only.
It's lost. Oh, so I can kill something else.
You have to kill this or this.
This.
You'll kill this.
Yeah.
And then I'll Soraka replace.
Boo!
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
It's fun. It's fun.
It is fun.
And then I think I'm gonna pay 2, and I'll play a monkey here.
Okay.
And I'm gonna pass.
1-up, huh? The old 1-up body player. Could be anything. Could even be alrighty. Soraka is problematic, as it was. Why are you in my territory, man? Get out of my stuff. It keeps happening.
Well, now she's a 6.
I know.
So now she can save like.
It's not like set where it only happens once. It happens every time.
Anytime something would die there.
Oh my goodness. Monko. What do I do?
It's only going well because you picked this. I just don't even care.
Oh yeah, that's true.
This one anymore. That's pretty good for me.
Yeah, look, I like my mites. My might breakpoints matter, right?
No, you're right. It does matter.
Except right now where it feels kind of bad. Literally, how do I beat the Soraka? Because I need a unit that's big enough. The Feyfolk's still there. Oh boy. All right, well then we got to make the play of the century, I guess. Not how we drew it up, but how it's gonna work. I would like to kill your Feyfolk. No. I don't think that one works.
It doesn't.
Good. All right, I guess I'll go over here because nobody wants to be there. Go.
No one wants to be. Oh, you guys, yeah. All right. I'll hold and go to 4.
Yeah.
I got like 2. That's pretty good. I will eventually win holding this battlefield.
I know. I'm trying to figure it out.
I think I'll start with a Feyfolk.
Yep. That's bad. I literally spent I played a dragon to literally kill that thing.
Yeah, you did.
It's alive again. Satch.
And I think the new hot tech is I'm gonna hide a card.
Oh no.
And we'll just pass back and forth forever.
No. Ult to 4. Monka. Oh my goodness. Oh, these units are not the units I'm looking for. What do I do? Can I find a... I can't even conquer this because I already scored it. Everything sucks. This gigantic Soraka. Just gonna get saved by Set. Alright, well, I think we gotta do it this way. Let's start by cracking this thing.
Yeah.
Look for a 5. Okay. It's 5 we expected to hit.
Nice.
Seems fine. Then we gotta just say go.
Wow.
Actually, you know what? I'm never using this one anyway. That's fine. Go ahead.
Play them all?
Play all my units.
All right.
Not doing anything else, I don't think.
I'll hold the 5.
Yep.
I'll draw.
Set Soraka, huh?
Yeah.
It's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I just think it's more fun, you know?
Yeah. I see the vision.
Yeah.
I see the vision. I'm out.
I gotta deal with that drag.
Nope.
It will eventually become something I don't want to deal with.
Nope. Just leave it there. It's chill. It's definitely not.
You're tapped out.
Oh yeah. I'm out. I got no runes and no cards.
Sure. Let's Fae Folk, and I'll bring in the dragon.
All right. Over I go.
And then
I'm ready. Let's go.
with my priority,
don't
it's your
punch me.
favorite card.
Oh.
Vi, and because I am the attacker,
Oh, that's crazy.
I will stun it.
All right, stunned.
It's 6 to 6.
Yep, that's bad.
And then I'll go to 6 points.
Well.
And with my 3 up,
Feyfolk's messed up.
I will pass.
Now I have this stuff and Soraka to deal with. I was spending so much energy on dealing with the one problem. Now I have 2 problems.
I think this is a pretty easy one, I guess.
That was an easy. Yeah. What do I do about this?
Yeah. The back line is crazy.
All right. Oh, that doesn't even work. Interesting. Oh, okay. Maybe we are cooking and hooking. Kind of need. That sucks. Okay, I think I just need this unit to. This unit's not going to do anything other than. Yeah. Okay. All right, math. 2, 3, 4. So it's 6 if I stun the Soraka. These are all the same size. Could bring 1 more. That would seem fine. All right, I'll probably leave this at home then. I think that means. I really wish I could go over here. Maybe I can. Okay, I think I should probably do it in that order then. That's fine. All right, we'll start here. Dragon your buy.
Yeah, let me think. Are we gonna stun me? Can glass get me? Nah.
Yeah. Popping glass getting Nami is the line.
I think the response I'm gonna make is just to sacrifice it to get the benefit.
Seems good.
Right? So
Yep.
yeah, I'll kill
I think
this
that makes
off,
sense.
Channel this, draw my 2.
Yep. I'm gonna walk in here.
Yeah. Tier 5.
Yep.
And then hook it. So
Yep.
if I kill this, it's a big deal.
Yeah, it's bad for me.
It's a really big deal if I kill this.
Although
that's
I
not-
do get
that's
my
not-
Nami back, I guess, regardless. So.
Yeah. It's gone.
All right.
You get your point.
Point to 5.
Yep.
No buff to spend. Sag time. All right, let's hook this thing. Goodbye, Glass Mixologist. I guess I can technically play here, so I suppose that is a thing to consider. Resolve the hook. Ooh. Spicy. From this thing. I'm gonna think about where I want to play that. Guess this can hold on here. This dies. Stun Soraka.
I'll respond with a rebuke.
Ooh.
Counter an enemy spell or ability that chooses it, and no other friendly unit.
Yikes. Big yikes.
So yeah, we're making that.
Yep, so this fizzles. Don't get the buff from Leona.
The unit was not stunned.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. These are.
So 12, yeah.
12 also? Yep. So, all right, blow it up, I guess. Yeah.
12?
Yes, 12 and 12.
3, 6. Yeah, you're right. They're all 2s. And you have 2 in hand. You have no cards.
I'm out again. Don't do it to me.
Then I'll call the orders. Which means you'll have to kill these. And they'll
Oh my god. Oh, make a goal. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll hold to 7.
Oh no! Wait, it's fine. We're not dead yet.
You are not dead yet. I'll draw for turn. That's crazy.
Set saved this, right?
What?
Set saved this, right?
No, I had backline and I gave it more.
Oh, you paid buff, that's right. Oh, you spent the buff to buff it, got it.
To give it +2 might.
Yeah. Good enough.
I have a hitting card here.
Oh yeah, true. I just hoped it wasn't good.
So
7 up here. Full face up.
7 over there.
7 over there. It's the only thing that matters. Already scored at war camp.
Tapped out. You have no cards.
Yep. Same old stuff.
Sending 4 in.
Passing and true. You passing?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll kill this guy.
All right. Goodbye.
And then I will bring Soraka home, and I will show you this show after this goes away. And there it is.
Soraka! Wild stuff. Oh, there it is.
Oh, yeah, that's good. I also, my draw 2 of Sacrifice just double shows stuff.
Oh.
What a show that Showmatch showed us with that showstopper. Logan, I absolutely loved watching, of course, Barrett and Pastry Time fight it out once more. And, I mean, it's kind of a 2-0 in favor of Barrett.
That's it. Pastry Time's got to step up his game.
Yeah.
He has been beaten by Barrett 2 different times with 2 different decks here. That baited hook tech is just not working for him.
He's so into this baited hook. He showed us Poppy. Now he's showed us a different legend. Maybe it's all about that LeBlanc. I mean, I'd love to see that LeBlanc baited hook more and more because it seems like such fun, exciting tech.
I mean, we potentially, possibly, I was trying to get the right P word out there. We could possibly see that later on through this top 8 bracket because CTCG Zidane is on that hook. LeBlanc has made it into that all-important top 8 at the end of our championship Sunday here, I see. I'm so excited. I'm so keen.
I know.
And just passionate about this right now.
Well, our top cut 8 players are nearly ready to be seated down and start playing. Of course, they have a few things to do as they are the top 8 players right now of Regional Qualifier Sydney, and it's so great to see these players take that moment to take it all in and be prepared for these quarterfinals.
That's it, the quarterfinals as we get a recap of the brackets. You do love to see this sold out on that Siva Battle Mistress Aurora against CTG Allen's Q, that previous RQ winner in that top matchup there.
Yes, we did have, of course, TSS sold out as that #1 seed. Going into that next matchup is going to be between Ghoster Driver Irelia and Eep Bonk Repeat Vex. Eep Bonk Repeat, one of our representatives from New Zealand. Love to see that here in our first ever Southern Hemisphere regional qualifier.
Yeah, that's it. Such an international matchup as well. Ghoster Driver from Sweden. I was talking to him on the floor a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
He has traveled far to be here. This is his second top 8 at regional qualifiers as well, so he will be absolutely looking for that win here. He did get that on Victor previously, so quite the switch up to go to Aurelia. But EDG Rico 1997 into Ashen Osh on that Timo and Aurelia duo, both with that Chaos Domain, but a small difference, Calm versus Mind.
Got to shout out Ashen Osi as well, being our only Australian player in this top 8. All the hopes and dreams of us Australian fans are riding on Ashen Osi's shoulders. But not just us Australians, all the Timo fans out there too. I don't know how many people predicted that Timo was going to make top 8. I don't think even Ashen predicted he was going to make top 8. So great to see this Timo here.
I actually did have a chat with Ashen Osh on the way back to the hotel on Saturday night, and he was saying he was just stoked to already have such fantastic results.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, but I don't think I'll get there. And I said, make believe. And here he is. It was definitely the caster buff that got him here.
Of course.
But I would say it's all the pilot's skill. But we take a look at that last matchup there. It is Nice Boy on that Diana into CTGG Zidane's LeBlanc Deceiver.
We love to see that LeBlanc. We were just talking about, of course, his tech mechanics that he is bringing into this top 8. He is running that baited hook that, I mean, we know Pacer Time absolutely loves, but I think DZN also loves that baited hook, especially on that LeBlanc. And you know what else you and I both, Logan, like about these top 8? The variety. 6 different legends.
Oh, please, I could wax lyrical about this all day. 6 different legends, Ricey, from each set so far.
True.
Teemo from Origins, Aurelia from Spirit Forge, LeBlanc and others from Unleashed. It's such a diverse range of legends. It's such a spectacular representation, and it just goes to show that every single legend can compete with the best.
I think another thing you pointed out earlier, and I'd like to bring it up again because I think it's a fantastic point, is there are no Fury domains in that top 8, but of course Chaos is well and truly represented. Only one of those decks don't have Chaos.
That's it. That is that LeBlanc Deceiver. She is in that Mind Order domain combination, and Daniel will be showing us how it is done, what tech he has brought. We do know it is that baited hook. We have seen him switch up that champion unit before from the yellow to the blue, vice versa. So it's those sideboard techs that are starting to really matter here, I see. We did see earlier as well, a deck came with 3 Vex Apathetics. I believe it was Diwali's Diana, and then sideboarded in 3 Vex Cheerless.
Yeah, it was really exciting to see those Cheerless come out because Vex isn't just one champion unit. She has so many options as well, and the sideboarding I thought was a really surprise to us as well as the opponent as well. And I think it's also really interesting the fact that LeBlanc isn't Chaos Domain, but when you play her, she seems very chaotic as well with the playstyle, bringing out all those temporary tokens, those reflection units.
Yeah, that all-important reflection unit there as well, and Mirror Image being such a powerful, powerful signature spell, and it does play fantastically into the Elder Dragon. You're able to copy it, and then it's readied and swing in with basically your own Elder, able to clear out that board and remove those big threats that Aurora will be looking to put down onto the base.
Yes, enough talk about LeBlanc. Let's talk about Aurora, because our featured match is going to be Alan ZQ playing the Diana versus Sold Out on the Sivir Aurora.
Yeah, that's it. We were talking about that Aurora. We were talking about the Elder Dragons and the tech from the Mirror Image here. But as you say, that Diana here as well in the hands of Alan ZQ. Now, I feel like this has to be comfort for him as well. He's very familiar with that Chaos Mind combo. We did see him on that Ezreal winning that regional. And we did actually have an interview with Alan earlier where he said Diana is at least the second best deck in format. And he will be out here to show that it is in fact the best.
Yeah, I think we can see that Diana being 2 of them in the top 8 is quite a strong contender for being the best legend here at the regional qualifier Sydney. Let's have a look at TSS Sold Out's deck list.
Yeah, I really love this deck. My wife plays Aurora, so I'm kind of familiar with this one. We've got the triple Flurry of Blades and triple Elder Dragon. They'll be looking to clear the entire board. That effectively becomes a fantastic sweeper here. That Mobilize for that ramp and card draw. That Catalyst of Aeons for that ramp and card draw. Sabotage to pull apart your opposition's hand here, and that big, scary monster that I called meta-changing, the Elder Dragon.
Elder Dragon does feel quite meta-changing because when you play Elder, any amount of your damage is enough to kill enemy units. And on top of that, when you play the Elder Dragon, you can choose a unit at each location, including the base, including any amount of battlefields on the play at the moment, and you may deal 1 damage to them.
I do want to talk about the other Unleashed tech here, though. Disposal Order as a 1-drop, though. Able to draw 1 at reaction speed for 2 energy is a good call, but it has a second mode. We can choose up to 3 cards from your opponent's trash and then recycle them to the bottom of the deck. So really nice to mess with other opponents' trash there. That Lunar Boon, discard 1, draw 2 at reaction speed, able to filter through, draw the cards you need, and triple Scryer's Blooms. So much card draw here from this new Unleashed tech.
I don't remember if you mentioned the stack deck too. I mean, it is such a beloved card for Chaos. It has existed for so long, and it feels like it's not quite a must card, but I mean, it's one of the most played cards. Stack deck, 3 of them for Sold Out, but of course, Sold Out is not the only player playing in this matchup. We're going to have a look at Alan ZQ's deck list in a bit, but that, in fact, is Sold Out, our Sivir Aurora, our Sivir Best Of.
That's it. And we did take a quick peek at their battlefields. Aspirin's Climb, such a classic Aurora. It extends that game by that one critical point here. We got the Sigil of the Storm. When you conquer here, recycle one of your runes. So that's meant to be a deterrent for your opposition. But here is a peek at Alan ZQ's Diana list.
Well, Diana is, of course, one of the strongest, but I mean, Alan says second strongest, but we sometimes think, like you and of course Steph, think this is the strongest deck right now in the meta. We of course see the Vex. Oh, that's Vex Cheerless over there, and Vex Apathetic, 3 Apathetics, 2 Cheerless. We of course see the Hui. You have to play Hui with Diana, and 2 Starcross as well. We can see how this deck is building.
Look, I definitely feel vindicated putting the Vex Cheerless in my own Diana decks, because when I see multiple pros playing it, surely I'm onto a good thing here. That Vex Apathetic, as we know, so oppressive, stunning those units so they can't enter readied and they're stunned as well. Vex Cheerless turns those fights around in combat, reducing your own costs, increasing your opponents here. But we do take a quick look at those battlefields. Star-Tipped Peak, Targon's Peak, and Abandoned Hall. We're very peaky here with these battlefields.
Yeah, Star-Tipped Peak and Targon's Peak, but of course Abandoned Hole is quite commonly played in spell-heavy decks like Diana. We can see, of course, with the Vex Cheerless, those spells will become cheaper when Cheerless is in a combat at the time. And of course we see Eclipse, we see Starcross, we see Abandon, we see so many spells in this deck as well, and Ride the Wind becomes nearly free with only 1 energy cost.
For sure, but also that staple Hui, that 5 energy, 1 power, that even Nice Boy in the interview was saying. He was like, I just started testing with Hui, and I was like, oh my god, this deck works. He went as far to say that Hui is significantly better than Stellarcorn Herder here as well. But my favorite card is that Moonfall, that new signature spell for Diana, Scorn of the Moon, able to sort of turn these fights around, drag the opposition into combats, into fights they do not want to have. But interestingly, 1 Thousand Tail Watcher, that powerful closer, not having a strong presence here.
Yeah, just 1. Alan ZQ doesn't seem to want to end this game in the late game, opting for only 1. But if they do get to the late games, Alan ZQ does have that option. That Thousand-Tailed Watcher is in the deck if he needs it. And I'm wondering whether or not it shows to how Alan ZQ is going to be playing Diana. Maybe not going late game, maybe aiming for that mid game.
Yeah, I really do like the Star-Tipped Peak pick up here for these battlefields. When you hold here, you may channel 1 rune Exhausted, which is exactly the opposite of that Sigil of the Storms that Aurora player is going to be wanting to play, which is when you hold here, you recycle 1 rune, right? So 1 is a ramp, 1 is a counter ramp. So that could be an interesting matchup if both of those battlefields are drawn. As we get some quick cuts back and forth, the judges just checking out that these notes are all legal, as we fantastic work there by the production team to bring us into this game 1 of our best of 3 matchup for our quarterfinals here, Icy.
I just realized they're not their own notes. They are looking at, of course, each other's deck list. That is what we see as RQ Sydney's Sivir deck list there that Sold Out is playing. I'm trying to have a little sneak peek, but we already saw the deck list.
Yeah, we saw the deck list, we know the tech, but both of these players, you know, typically they'll have some people out there who are kind of, you know, you've played them before. We've seen the deck list before on the broadcast as well, so there shouldn't be any sort of surprises. These pros, they've been practicing, they've been playing, they've been scrimming for days, for weeks at a time. They've certainly come up with solutions. They certainly know what to expect at what point breaks here as well, at what runes you're holding up. And I frankly love, though, that we're getting this particular insight. As you say, they've swapped those deck lists, so both of them have a good idea of what they can expect to play into here, I see.
I must also say that these two legends are not uncommon legends. There are a lot of Dianas, so I'm sure Sold Out is used to versing Dianas. Maybe not this particular Alan ZQ Diana with this deck list, but knows how Dianas love to play. On the other hand, I'm sure Alan ZQ has definitely played against Sivas before as well. And Siva has been around for a while with now that Aurora's getting really strong, though, it has a new gameplay.
Yeah, so Siva, a Spirit Forge legend into Diana being that Unleashed legend. So Diana is more of that unknown, but still has a lot of that Mind Chaos playstyle, has a lot of that. We saw the tech earlier there. We've got the Ride the Winds, we've got the stacked decks, the Tide Turners. Critically, there are 3 flashes in here. And we were saying before in the interview with Sold Out, he's expecting all of this. He's played into all of this before, and at 12-1, he's beaten pretty much all of it as well.
Yeah, only losing one matchup, and it looks like they're nearly happy with the deck list. They've had a look, they've understood what is in the opponent's hand, well, potentially in their hand.
They've definitely had a look at the deck lists that are being presented here, and this is so critical. This is so important, right? Every little thing here could mean victory or loss, so it is important that these players take their time. Alan's been here before. Sold Out is looking to repeat his performance here in the top 8 at minimum in Vancouver, which we did again cover in that interview. He was like, yep, I'm flying out immediately. I'm going to try and start scrimming and practicing there for the RQ in Vancouver, which is in 2 weeks' time. We're just writing some notes down as well, some thoughts here from both of the players going, what's this deck? What should be some critical breakpoints, some critical plays that I need to worry myself with concern and have answers into here, I see.
Yeah, this is, of course, a very pivotal moment for both of these two players. They have to understand what's going on in their deck. How am I going to counter it, especially when they go into the next game when they want to sideboard? It's a lot of tech. These are the top 8 players here in Regional Qualifier Sydney, so there's a lot of thought that comes into it. There's a lot on the line as well.
Yeah, Sold Out is our #1 seed, so he is definitely coming into this as the favored into this matchup. We do get the fist bumps, so that fist bump sort of unofficially they're confirming that, yep, we're happy, we're ready to play. We do see that Abandoned Hall and Sigil of the Storms here in this game 1, which is a bit of a surprise. Typically you would see that Aspirant's Climb for a game 1 on that Aurora.
Sigil of the Storm, when you conquer here, recycle one of your runes. As you mentioned earlier, it is a de-ramping battlefield. Maybe Sold Out is trying to force Alan ZQ onto that battlefield and force him to use less of his heavy-hitting spells. Less runes means less options.
Yeah, but Ricey, we are on the play. Sold Out has channeled his 2 runes. He is ready to go here and plays out a quick stack deck.
Stack deck, first one on the board. I mean, you want to do these types of actions or these spells, of course, to be able to get your best hand.
Yeah, your options, right? So this deck filtering that Stack Deck provides is so important. It's so critical. You look at the 3 and you put 1 into your hand and recycle the rest. So you can shuffle the bad cards. You can shuffle the big units in an Aurora deck down to the bottom. And as we see that Diana Lunari played, signed by Diana D'Amico, the global influencer manager for Riftbound, you love to see that sort of embellishment, that flair, because it's also on that overnumber Diana.
It is. That Diana is also out now in play. When the showdown begins, don't forget, this Diana has Predict and, of course, able to draw if it is a spell. So it's a very, very strong card for that card draw as well, and is the first unit to be played by Alan.
This is a really good start here from Sold Out as well. He hit that stack deck. He's got that Scry's Bloom out. It enters Exhausted, but he values that more over a stack deck, and then hitting that Mobilize. So he's channeling those extra runes as well. Sold Out is finding the cards he needs. He is ramping up and should be playing that Aurora very, very soon. Alan, though.
Alan is going in onto Abandoned Hole, getting himself up to that 1 point. I don't think Sold Out is going to answer this, but 3 Might presenting. Actually, he does. I like. The gust comes out. Alan CQ not able to get that point.
Yeah, really great gust there from Sold Out, and that is why it is in these decks. It is the early tempo. It wants to keep Alan from scoring points in this early game to buy more time for this Aurora deck to come online and to start playing those oppressive units. Like we saw in that main deck, there are 3 Elder Dragons and 1 Mind Splitter in main. However, we didn't get a peek at the side. There could be some more splitters. There might even be that Baron, but we have to wait for that Aurora to be able to see those options in front of us.
Yeah, that Aurora is still not available just yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 runes in Sold Out's hands. While Alan CQ, it's his turn right now. He wants to, of course, conquer. Hasn't got that 1 point just yet. Out goes that Vex onto Abandoned Hole. 4 Might. Will Sold Out be able to do anything about that? This is, of course, Vex Apathetic, which if Alan CQ is able to stay on this battlefield, that means every unit Sold Out comes out with will be stunned on play.
Yeah, right now that Vex Apathetic will be safe on that battlefield. Gust only able to target units of 3 Might or less as a cheeky overnumbered Plundering Poro comes out there.
I love those overnumbered Poros. They're absolutely gorgeous, but we're not done just yet. Also going to be playing that Tide Turner, which is not going to be using the play effect just yet.
Yeah, but being on 7 runes as well for Sold Out here, he's now on Aurora with that 9. It's whether he has it in his hand. It's whether he wants to play it right here, right now. He does have that Sabotage, so he will be able to remove any answers before... Oh, he's just ripping the Aurora!
He does, in fact, have that Aurora. Out it comes. Going to have to use, of course, all the runes. Going to be able to get that gold as well. And... looking through the deck, let's see what the first unit is going to be played.
With 3 Elders and 1 Mind Splitter, I have to imagine it's an Elder. He's digging deep here, Icy. He's gone through more than half of his... There it is, Elder Dragon.
Elder Dragon does get used, which means Vex Apathetic is going to be likely targeted by that damage.
However, Alan is getting some information there on the cards in Sold Out's deck. Having a quick look, because you have to reveal these cards, right?
Yeah.
So this is public information, and Alan is allowed to write and take notes. He'll doubtlessly be counting out how many of what has kind of been cycled and gone to the bottom there, and has a better understanding of the top half of what's left of Sold Out's deck. So I really like this play from Alan, just getting as much information as he possibly can before he has to deal with this Elder Dragon and the Aurora on board.
It feels like Sold Out went through half of his deck, though, trying to find that Elder Dragon. So I am very curious to see what is going to be at that top half of the deck for the next trigger of Aurora, unless Alan has something to answer with this Aurora.
Well, we know the 2 Elders and the Mind Splitter will be in that top half. Unless there was some sideboard changes that he didn't get through. Sorry, they'll be in that bottom half that is now at that top half, just for that point of clarity. So that Elder Dragon is very imminent here off the next Aurora trigger, and it's up to Alan, who's now on the play, has held to 2 victory points to find some response, and the Starcross does land on the Elder.
It does land on the Elder, of course. Had to Starcross one of his own units in return to, but that was the Tide Turner, which does have that on-play effect. Getting to that 2 conquer points is going to be worth it for him as well. And getting rid of that Elder, absolutely important.
Absolutely worth at 12 and 4. An Elder is not something that you want to be hard casting, and I really like the choice of star-crossing that Tide Turner. As you say, it has that play effect, so being back in the hand means Alan can play that again at a later point in the game and potentially turn one of these combats around here, Icy. He's just considering his options. There is that flash. He will be able to save. He has that star-crossed, and there's an Abandon in hand as well. I really like the options that Alan has in hand with all of those runes up as well.
Plundering Paro will go on to Sigil of the Storm. Now remember, when you conquer, also when you hold, when you're on Sigil of the Storm, you have to recycle one of your runes.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a D ramp, but he has the Plundering Poro, which generates that gold gear token exhausted. So Sigil of the Storm, when you conquer here, recycle one of your runes.
So So Alan will have to, of course, recycle one of those runes, but out comes that Diana on to Sigil of the Storm as well. As you mentioned, does have that gold as well, so it's not the worst play for Alan. He has quite a lot of runes to work with now that it's mid of the game.
Yeah, can definitely afford to sacrifice one of those runes, just recycle that one away. He does have that gold gear token, as we were talking about, Exhausted, which will be able to prevent that D-ramp, if you will. Alan finds himself on 3 victory points to Sold Out 0, but this is an Aurora game. Aurora has been here before. It can be 7-0 and still come back. So Alan knows he's got it ahead of him. He needs to stay ahead here, but the turn of play is back over to Sold Out right now, Ricey.
Important thing to know, Alan ZQ is going to be ending his turn with 2 runes up.
A lot more than 2 up, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry, I looked the wrong ones. 2 exhausted. 5 up.
Here comes that Sabotage.
We saw that in Sold Out's hand before, so Alan ZQ is going to have to present his hand to Sold Out, and Sold Out is going to be able to remove 1 non-unit card from it. There is a lot of spells that I am seeing, and I saw, of course, Ride the Wind, and what else do we see?
There's also an Eclipse, there's an Abandon here as well. Sold Out has made his choice, there's a Flash, so we're just taking the information that we're allowed to take when the hand is revealed. These players, they're writing every single card down on their notepad, as Alan is going to take a look at the trash of Sold Out, which is also publicly available information. But Sabotage is such an all-star card here, Ricey. It's from Origins, and it is such a powerful piece to pull apart your opponent's hands that every order deck, I dare say, body deck runs that one.
Yeah, I ran it as well on Master Yi, and I loved using it too. Maybe not as effectively as Sold Out user right here, able to get so much information from Alan ZQ, but it is still Sold Out's turn right now, and we know he has that 1 Aurora gear out, and not sure yet what he's going to be doing now for the rest of the turn.
We do see that the Siva is unexhausted, the Aurora is there, the trigger. There it is, the Mind Splitter.
Mind Splitter means Alan ZQ has to show his hand once more. And he did also use that Mobilize earlier to try and get some more ramping going on. Mind Splitter, when you play Mind Splitter, choose an opponent, they reveal their hand and choose a card from it, and they discard it. There is no restriction on this Mind Splitter. Can choose a unit, but will in fact be choosing, I think, the Flash.
That's what happens, because I do believe that Alan, when he revealed that information, didn't actually have any units in there. So that Vex, Apathetic, Diana, Lunarium, Plundering Poro, extremely valuable to Alan right now. He is at 5 victory points. He is closing in on that win, but Aurora is able to kind of go the distance here. So it's not over just yet. Alan considering his options. He knows now that Elder has been hit, star-crossed. That Mind Splitter has been hit, so that means there's 2 Elders minimum to go.
That is true. There are 2 more Elders in that deck that Aurora could bring out. Alan ZQ, you mentioned, doesn't have many units, but is going to be using Stupefy to try and get more card draw and see what he can cook up.
Yep, Sold Out, let that one go. He just went, yep, not a problem. Gets that card draw, and the Abandoned Hall attributes that 1 additional might to Vex Apathetic, and he's going to recall to base here. I think, and plays out another Vex Apathetic.
Vex Apathetic, we know what she does. If she is at a battlefield, all units will enter stunned and cannot move that turn. Doesn't matter for that Mind Splitter. Matters for a few other units as well, but not this Mind Splitter. He's just chilling in base right now. He's not trying to move. He's not trying to do any damage on play. But it is once again Sold Out's turn. Up goes all the runes. There's a card draw. Not sure yet what he's going to do, because he hasn't got any points just yet. Alan ZQ on 5, Sold Out on 0.
Yeah, absolutely. Alan's with that 5 victory points. Does have those 4 runes up here as well. 5 tapped with that gold gear token tapped here. But does have that sort of board presence with 4 there. When the Elder lands, it can only take 1 of them out.
Yep.
And presenting multiple options for Vex, Sold Out's going to have a tough choice. And there's another Sabotage.
Another Sabotage, trying to limit the plays that Alan ZQ can have. He knows what was in his hand, except for 1 previously. Cannot remove that Titan, is going to be removing that Ride the Wind, getting rid of as many spells, and as much as possible.
Yeah, Ride the Wind, really that all-star from those previous games we were covering there, Icy, as Mind Splitter moves into Abandoned Hall, a 7-mite unit, and it has conquered. So Sold Out on the board with 1 victory point right now.
Runes are being exhausted and recycled, and out comes Sivir Mercenary herself to be played. Now, of course, Aurora Trigger is going to happen. As you mentioned before, there is potentially an Elder Dragon that was right up the top, is going to be used, and out comes the on-player fate. It's going to be targeting, I believe, Diana.
Yeah, Diana Lunari is the target there for that Elder Dragon that lands. I really like this choice from Sold Out. Diana Lunari, when she goes in, you are able to predict, right? So you can look at the top card of your deck and then you can recycle it to the bottom, or you can reveal it, like once you've finished your predict, you then reveal it if it's a spell you put in the hand. So it allows that extra element of control and card draw for Alan.
Vex goes into the battlefield, Abandoned Hole, and Alan ZQ is going to use the legend Scorn of the Moon and play Eclipse.
Eclipse, a fantastic spell here. -4 might to a unit, as well as predict at reaction speed here, Icy.
That does get rid of the Mind Splitter. Alan ZQ, though, does have to trade that Vex for it, but of course there is another Vex, and the Plundering Paro. Gust is going to be used by Sold Out, returning Plundering Paro to hand. So Alan ZQ not yet able to get that conquer point, still sitting at 5, does let that Gust go through, and in goes that Vex now.
Sold Out might have another answer to this.
Is it another? It's
Flurry.
Flurry of Blades, and with that combo from Elder Dragon, completely takes Vex off the board.
But a new Vex has entered the board on the side of Alan's here. Vex Cheerless.
Cheerless, which does different things to Vex Apathetic, and Plundering Paro also comes out as well. That was the one that got returned to hand earlier, but Vex Cheerless, remember when Vex is in combat, friendly spells cost less. 1 power, 1 energy less to a minimum of 1 energy, and enemy spells cost 1 power and 1 energy more.
Yeah, it could be quite significant in the upcoming contests over these battlefields at Abandoned Hall, that Sigil of the Storms here. But Sold Out is thinking through his turn. He does have that Elder on base. We know he has that Elder in hand as well that was star-crossed a little earlier. So if he wants, he's currently at full runes. He could just let rip with this Elder and start to clear out those units in the base of Alan's.
In goes the Elder Dragon onto Abandoned Hole. Alan has no answer. In goes the Sivir that was taken from the chosen champion section. Gets 2 conquers. Alan ZQ not going to be answering anything just yet. Now on 3 points.
Yeah, a double conquer must feel good as he hard casts that Elder Dragon, Ricey. That is 12 energy and 4 power.
Wait.
The runes?
It looks like they're happy to go to game 2.
There's a scoop. Which way did it go?
I think it was the Sivir. I think Alan ZQ said can't go into this. We'll have to find out.
We're waiting for confirmation. I'm just as surprised as you are here. As that second Elder, it did hit the base and it was able to actually take out one of Alan's units there. So Alan, unable to kind of keep his board going, keep putting units down. I have to imagine that this first game went over to Sold Out there, presenting 2 of these Elder Dragons. And Alan, he just knows when the game is up and concedes this one over, I think, Ricey. But again, we are waiting for confirmation on how this one turned out.
Sold Out did, in fact, win. Alan ZQ knew when the cards were in the hand of Sold Out and is happy to go for game 2. Looking forward to the next game and bringing this potentially his way after getting the sideboard.
What I think was critical there for Sold Out is those early game plays. He had those gusts to be able to bounce Alan's units back to hand, slow him down, prevent him from scoring those early victory points. Alan did get up to those 5, but if those gusts hadn't have been there, Alan's would have likely been on around 7 victory points, which could have been far more contestable. You know, that turn where he flurried and the flurry of blades plus the gust to repel Alan and force him to send even more units in, I think that was the back-breaking moment.
Lots of abilities and cards in particular in the hands of Sold Out. Being able to keep control of the game even when Alan ZQ was on 5 points and he was still on 0. But now, of course, that sideboard tech is coming in play. Alan ZQ is going to be bringing in as much anti-Aurora tech as possible.
Definitely wants to have some answers to the Auroras, or at least the big units that will be coming down here off the back of that Aurora. We did get to see that Mind Splitter. We did get to see 2 of those Elder Dragons, which just do so much damage when they are played, and it prevents you, again, from developing that board state, getting any units to be able to conquer battlefields. And if you have no units and you can't conquer, you cannot win this game.
I also love the fact that he was able to use 2 sabotages as well, diminishing Alan ZQ's hand so much. That Mind Splitter, the 2 sabotage. When you have no cards in hand, you have no cards to play.
Yeah, and he absolutely correctly identified Ride the Wind as that target for one of those sabotages. We've seen it used so effectively before, because if you can ride the wind your unit off of a location, that Elder trigger will miss that particular unit. So it is a nice ability, a spell to save that unit there. As we do see Alan, he's doing a full stack shuffle here just to make sure that the sideboard is fairly shuffled in. That game 1 over pretty quick here, I see.
Yeah, if that timer on the bottom left is correct, it was like a 15-minute game. Very, very quick. Of course, these are professional players. They know when the game is done. Alan ZQ, the Aurora was starting to get away a little bit. Of course, when you're versing Aurora, you want to try and win faster and have things in your deck to deal with the ramp, to deal with the Aurora.
Yeah, it feels like a really hard matchup. When the Sold Out and on this Aurora deck plays these ramp spells, sometimes it's actually very important to counter that ramp, to slow down that Aurora coming online, especially if you see a Catalyst of Aeons. That is definitely a very, very valuable counter target. And we do know that Alan did have in his main board 2 of those Abandons. So if he had have hit that Abandon, he might have been able to slow Sold Out down. But the gusts from Sold Out were, I feel like, the nails in the coffin for that game 1. I feel like slowing Alan down that much just gave him the win. As we see the new battlefields here for game 2, Targon's Peak and Forgotten Monument.
Forgotten Monument is going to be Sold Out's battlefield of choice. Players can't score here until their 3rd turn. This is, of course, very much an Aurora-styled, or at least a late-game styled battlefield. It means there's no point for Alan ZQ to try and conquer that battlefield. And it means Alan ZQ is only going to be able to get 1 conquer point or 1 hold point until his 3rd turn.
That's it. But on the opposite side, Targon's Peak, when you conquer here, ready 2 runes at the end of this turn. So Alan has opted for that one. He wants to play hard, he wants to play fast, he wants to play aggressive, as we see that all-respectful GG's fist bump that I love that the Riftbound community has adopted here.
Going to be mulliganing. Of course, Aurora has many cards that they want to play at first. Going to be mulliganing on 1, though. And now Alan ZQ's first turn. Going to be playing both runes, and it's going to be the Plundering Pearl coming out first turn.
Nice and consistent here, having those 1-drops for Alan as well. That Plundering Poro will be able to sort of start moving towards that Targon Peak. Mobilize, though, played by Sold Out, a great ramp piece.
Great ramp. Sold Out, I'm sure, is very happy that was in his hand, because, I mean, any Aurora deck player will know you want to ramp as fast as possible, but Plundering Poro is going to go in as well onto Targon's Peak. Going to be also using Stacked Deck as well to look at the top 3 cards in his deck. Alan ZQ wants to curate that deck as fast as possible.
And what this play tells me so far...
Yes?
As the stack deck trigger is on and he's having a look at the 3 and we can see a flash, I think potentially a Tide Turner there. It looks like he may have opted for that Tide Turner.
Okay.
But there is the Gust. I was going to say he's holding the 1, he's holding the cards. I'm expecting that Gust to come out. And again, it's slowing Alan down. It's reducing the rate at which he gets these victory points, and it just buys Sold Out more time again and again, consistently hitting those Gusts that I see. He does run 3 in his main deck.
He does, in fact, run 3 Gusts, and that's one of them now used as, well, Planning Power is going to be returned to hand. Stack Deck is going to come out from Sold Out as well. Wanting to, of course, get as many cards as possible. The cards that an Aurora deck needs, which, as we mentioned before, would be Mobilize, would be other ones as well.
Absolutely there, that Forgotten Monument and Targon's Peak being the battlefields, but Catalyst of Aeons played out, Ricey.
And that is another ramp card as well. Out comes even more runes for this Sold Out, for this Sivir, and getting close to that Aurora territory.
We do love a good Aurora here. That has, how many is that? That's 7, that's 8 runes on the side of Sold Out as Tide Turner played.
Tide Turner was played, and now on Alan ZQ's turn, he's going in to try and conquer Targon's Peak once more. Out comes that gold that Plundering Power does get, of course, and Tide Turner now going to the other Forgotten Monument. This does, from memory, this should be after turn 3, so that conquer point does come through.
Yeah, absolutely. It was only a turn 3 sort of, fence there, and as the shields are down, Forgotten Monument can start to be conquered here, and Alan taking full advantage of that, conquers both battlefields, getting those points, and right now you can tell that Sold Out doesn't have that gust, or at least holding it deep reserve here. He could have bounced either of these because they're both under that 3 might threshold, but Alan will finish up playing that way.
Hui comes out and will be able to ready up his runes. Has 3 runes available for this next fight if Sold Out wants to do anything. But if he wants to do anything, it is going to be that Aurora. He has the runes for it. And he also probably searched for it with that Stack Deck too. In hand, in play, and going to be getting a gold.
Sold Out is playing these Auroras fearlessly. He has played Aurora the moment he has had enough runes to play them both times. He's not worried about Alan having that gear removal or taking it away. He wants that first all-important trigger, and he hits the Mind Splitter.
Mind Splitter is going to be fantastic against Alan ZQ because he hasn't seen his hand just yet. We can now see it as well. 4 cards in hand, now going to be 3.
We do see a Sprite Fountain actually over on the side. No, it can't be. Sorry. I was like, is that a Sprite Fountain? We do see Starcrossed.
Well, Starcrossed is going to be a really big card against a Aurora deck, and unfortunately, Alan ZQ is going to have to put that into the trash.
That's it. That's it. Having a look through the cards before he reveals them. We get a look. There's a Last Rites in there. Saw a Lunar Boon as well. So he could be looking to dig through his trash there with that Last Rites, playing from there. He holds up to 4 now.
I would say a bit faster tempo than previous, but we got to be careful of that Mind Splitter because that Mind Splitter is still a unit for Sold Out to push onto next turn. But Alan ZQ, it's his turn right now. Let's see how he can hold, how he can defend going into this next phase.
Yeah, definitely. With that Mind Splitter on the board, we do see Sold Out presenting 7 might that can swing into either of those battlefields and conquer unless Alan is able to do something, and he's going to play that Hui.
When I move, draw 1, then discard 1, then do the following based on the card discarded. Now, looks like Alan ZQ is thinking about what do you want to discard here. I am not surprised it was the spell, so we can draw again. Thousand-Tailed Watcher drawn.
Thousand Tail is definitely one of the most powerful mind finishes here, but Tide Turner played.
That does mean it's another move. So now another draw 1 and discard 1 and then do the following. Not sure if he wants to do that same thing, another spell. It's going to be, I think he did call it Sprite Fountain.
Yeah, there is a Sprite Fountain in that hand. Plundering Poro to base. We're tense with anticipation here as we wait. That Thousand-Tailed Watcher looming ominous in the hand of Alan.
And able to play another Hui. I mean, we love Diana and Hui. That combination is very, very strong. Still has 2 runes up. And of course, not many cards in hand, but one of them is that Thousand-Tailed Watcher, importantly.
Yeah, Thousand-Tailed Watcher and a Sprite Fountain. So he's got some aggressive ability, and he's also got some late game finisher ability. That Thousand-Tail actually able to knock that Elder Dragon down quite significantly into obtainable territory, if you will. It is only 10 might, so that can bring it down to the 7, and a Thousand-Tail can trade with that. So an option there for Alan. Once the Elder lands, he could be holding that in reserve. Sold Out on the play here, though. He does have 10 runes available to him, and considering his options right now, Ricey, I have to think that he's going to be wanting to start to conquer here, moving... There it is.
You kind of called it there, Logan. In it goes that Mind Splitter onto Targon's Peak. Now remember, when you conquer on a Targon's Peak, you do get that benefit of readying runes. So Sold Out could spend a lot of runes here, including one to bring out that Pack of Wonders from memory. I can't read it from here.
Yeah, Pack of Wonders is a fantastic piece of gear, though, as well. It enters, and you're able to exhaust it to return, I believe, a unit or a gear back to your hand. We'll have to double-check that one really quickly.
You are completely correct.
Unit or hidden card to its owner's hand.
Yeah, which means that he could play Mind Splitter again, but out comes that Elder Dragon, which is, of course, a ferocious card.
Yeah, Elder Dragon has been played off of that Aurora trigger. We do see, yep, there it is, the Tide Turner as well being picked up. One of the Tide Turners has been pinged out by that Elder Dragon landing. Bang, bang, 2 units gone. As simple as that here, Icy. The play is on Alan, though.
He does have the Thousand-Tailed Watcher in hand. Maybe that's the play. What does he want to use to try and get this Mind Splitter off the pointer? But that Elder Dragon in base is something you really need to keep your eye on. Because remember, when Elder is in play at any point of the game, it will let any damage that Sold Out deals deal lethal damage.
Yeah, but I kind of want to see Alan playing these Sprite Fountains. I want to see him start to overwhelm his side of the board with these units, right? Because the Sprite Fountains, they're gear, and when you play this, you get a ready 3 Might Sprite unit with Temporary. If you flood the board with too many units and an Elder comes down, it's almost overwhelming. It's a decision analysis paralysis there. So I would be interested to see that one come down. It's that 2 energy, 1 power gear that is so popular in Lilia.
In it goes that way. It looks like he's also potentially floating those 2 runes right now as Hui goes in. Of course, you get to draw a card. Have to discard as well. When you go in, of course, you get those benefits. You could discard the unit, you could discard gear, you could discard a spell. Alan's here considering which options. I don't know what he's choosing.
These moments matter so much, Ricey.
Kha'Zix, +3, trying to compete against that Mind Splitter, 8 to 7.
So that is enough might to go over the top of this Mind Splitter, but Mind Splitter has that effect from the Elder as well. It literally only needs to put 1 point of damage back on that Hui, and that would be enough to kill that Hui.
It's all about whether or not Sold Out is able to stay alive. That Mind Splitter is able to stay alive. How much might can Alan ZQ pump into this Hui?
It doesn't really matter. It's enough to kill the Mind Splitter, though, which is exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to clear that Mind Splitter off of Targon's Peak. He wanted to slow Sold Out's advance.
And in goes those sprites you were talking about to get that conquer onto Targon's Peak. And don't forget, you can also ready after you conquer on Targon's Peak 2 runes.
Yeah, readying those 2 runes is very, very important. It means Alan will have answers.
More answers. That's another sprite found and able to conquer as well. Forgotten Monument. And now Alan ZQ is on 6 points. Only needs 2 more to be able to take this game too.
I'm so glad. I was like, he needs to be playing these Sprite Fountains, and then there it is as the Diana Lunari also enters the base on the side of Alan, and he passes the turn over to Sold Out. Alan, 6 victory points. He's 1 possible turn away from winning this game too here, I see. Sold Out on the 1 victory point. He has to do a lot of work, but we saw that flurry of blades in hand. He may not want to use that though, because these sprites, they only have temporary. They disappear before hold occurs.
I also noticed he does have another Elder Dragon in his actual hand as well, and he's got a lot of runes. If he wants to bite the cost of it, he can afford to do so and bring out that other Elder Dragon. But this Elder Dragon, he's quite mighty and he is ready. He's going to go in and just get rid of that sprite.
Yeah, that 10 might unit easily clears a 3 might sprite, but he gets critically that conquer, so he goes to 2 victory points and will ready those 2 runes at the end of his turn. And hard cast another Elder Dragon, 12 and 4.
Well, that will be able to, of course, trigger that when you play me ability, get to deal 1 damage to everyone at 1 location, which means one unit in that base is going to go into the trash.
Yeah, that sprite will get pinged. One of those base units will also get pinged down. We're waiting to see the selection. It is that Diana Lunari. These Elder Dragons are coming in and clearing up Alan's board. He does still have those 2 sprite fountains though, so next turn he will get those sprites and be able to sort of build that board presence, albeit temporarily. Sold Out though still has an Aurora trigger as well.
Of course, triggering the Targon's Peak first, readying those 2 runes. Now Aurora comes out. Let's see what unit is going to be another Mind Splitter. The cards of Alan ZQ will be revealed. He only has 2. He can choose either of those to get rid of.
I have to imagine the response is going to be that Thousand Tail Watcher. He does not want to let Alan have any answer into anything he's presenting. And there it goes. The Thousand Tail Watcher into the trash. Alan's up against it. Only Flash in hand right now.
He has to top deck something incredible to try and stay in this game. He does have some units in base, of course, but against a Mind Splitter, against an Elder Dragon in Targon's Peak, he's going to have something incredible.
Yeah, he's almost going to have to get his own Elder Dragon to get that sort of effect there. That point of damage is considered lethal. Alan, considering his options, he's got around 9 runes up. Plundering Poro, Tide Turner in the base, 2 sprites as well. There is an open battlefield in Forgotten Monument, but he still has to have an answer for this Elder sitting on Targon's Peak.
Well, he will be able to conquer, of course, Forgotten Monument with that sprite from that second trigger of Sprite Fountain. Able to go into 7, but how is he going to deal with this Elder Dragon? How is he going to be able to conquer Targon's Peak?
That's a really good question there, Icy. With only Flash in hand that we had that information on, and he's top decked something there that we do not know of, he just doesn't have enough might here to be able to move into Targon's Peak and push that Elder off. And even if he did, that Elder still has 10 points of might to be able to allocate to up to 10 different units of Alan's and kill each and every single one of them. So he's either going to have to find one massive unit, which potentially was that Thousand Tail Watcher that's now in the trash, or he's going to have to overwhelm it with a lot of smaller units here, I see. Alan's, he's up against it once again, despite only being 1 victory point away from taking this game too.
He really wants to get that game 2, of course, because right now, Sold Out, he's sitting on 1 win already. If Alan ZQ is not able to close out this game, it does mean that that's it. It's top 8. Once you're out, you're out.
Yeah, there are no more second chances here. This is it. It's all or nothing. It's do or die, as that second sprite did go into that Forgotten Monument. The turn of play has gone over to Sold Out. The action is on him now, Ricey. He's in a commanding position. He's got 2 Elders and the Mind Splitter.
In goes that Mind Splitter into these 3 Might Sprites, and not much Alan ZQ can do about it. So Sold Out able to get that conquer point onto Forgotten Monument as well, bringing him now up to 4.
4 is halfway to 8. He's definitely racing through these victory points. That Catalyst of Aeon's played. He's ramping, but if you can't actually channel the 2, so he gets the 1, he's also able to draw 1 off that. So that's a great value play at this late stage of the game, drawing into, hopefully for him, some answers.
Last Rites comes out, and this is a card that's quite unique. It's very fun to watch in play as well. Recycle 2 cards from your trash.
Yes.
When it's equipped.
Yeah, equipped. So you recycle 1 Chaos Rune, recycle 2 cards from your trash. So you basically pull them out of the trash and you put them back on the bottom of your deck, which gives you that opportunity to be able to get them again with this Aurora. It is a common piece of tech because it works, it's strong. And then when I conquer a hold, you may play a unit from your trash. You do have to pay its full cost though.
But I mean, Sold Out does have a lot of runes to do that. Of course, if he is going to be doing that when he conquers or holds. Out comes the Aurora Trigger. It's once again another Mind Splitter. We see what he top decked. It was a Tide Turner. And there was a flash. And Alan Security knows he has absolutely nothing to play. And it is going to be Sold Out's game.
Sold Out wins game 2 in our best of 3 quarterfinals match against Allen's. Congratulations, a clean 2-0 here. Siva Aurora will move up to the top 4 at the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers in Sydney, Ricey.
Those Aurora believers, I'm sure, are very much still believing that Aurora is very strong, especially in the hands of Siva. We also know that with this, as he said, Sold Out is going to that top 4. He did drop one game in the Swiss, but apart from that, he's still not undefeated, but he's one of the best in this qualifiers.
He is cementing himself in that #1 seed position, Ricey. You are so right. He is 13-1 right now. He must be riding so high. He has beat the previous regional qualifier winner, Allen's, on that Ezreal, if you do recall here. What a tough opponent. And frankly, that Aurora just, if it's left to be able to come online, those gusts providing their value, slowing your victory points down, it almost feels like that Elder is, dare I say, unanswerable for some of these decks that we're seeing.
Sold Out made that deck look so strong, and Alan ZQ just didn't have the answers. We didn't see any gear removal pop up in his hand, and it just felt like, yeah, Alan ZQ was just racing against the clock, trying to get as many points as possible. He got to that 6, but was not able to get to that 8.
Yeah, even in one game, he got to 7. He was 1 victory point away from taking that game 2 there, but unfortunately, that Elder Dragon got 2 of them onto the base and battlefield, a couple of Mind Splitters to tear Alan's hand apart, and sure, he just didn't have any responses. Taking away that 1,000-tail Watcher, I have to imagine, was absolutely critical there.
Yeah, those Mind Splitters were absolutely key. We saw 2 of them in this second game. In the first game, we saw 2 Sabotages and 1 Mind Splitter, and those card removal, those hand removal is so important and so detrimental to the enemy.
Oh, absolutely. To be able to mess with your opponent's game plan is so important, right? Because obviously, you put together this deck, you build these lines into it, and you build it to be able to answer what you expect to come up against. And, you know, a lot of chatter was around Aurora coming into Unleashed and proving its value here, proving its worth, but I had to believe that Alan would have built some answers, and maybe he just didn't hit them, Ricey.
Yeah, and we are going to hear what Sold Out is going to say about his Siva deck and how he felt about that matchup. Let's listen to the interview.
Thank you so much, team. Now, first of all, congratulations on the win. I will have to admit to you, though, you've put me in 2 minds, because on the one hand, you have made my prediction a little less likely, but as an Aurora enjoyer, I'm also really happy to see that this has gone well. How did you feel going into this matchup?
I think the matchup itself is kind of, you know, not any harder than any other matchup. Obviously, you're playing against a good player, you know, and I like to joke around and about how good I am, but I wouldn't consider myself a better player than Alan. My deck sometimes it just wins, you know, and whether or not I had anything to do with that, I really can't say, to be honest.
Yeah, look, it is definitely a little bit more daunting going up against somebody who is so experienced and who is taking those painstaking notes about every single time that you are flipping. Does that add to the pressure in the moment?
Not really. There's part of the reason why I don't take that many notes about my flips is because it doesn't really matter. Like, he's trying to figure out what to play around and what he doesn't have to play around, which is completely fair. But it doesn't, you know, you can only get so much of an idea based on the few flips, you know, and the deck gets shuffled, and so, no, to answer your question, no, it doesn't add pressure.
That's very fair. You did say earlier on today that you were very, very confident, and how much of that is carrying on through as you go through in this top 8?
Well, now that I'm first seed and I get to go first at the beginning of game 1, I feel I mean, that's still true. You know, going first is very, very good. Any Riftbound player will tell you that there is an advantage to going first. And that's true for Aurora as well. I would say that I feel now that I've kind of gotten to top 4, I think that I'm probably just going to win.
Okay, so still very, very confident.
I would say so.
You also said before that you were an unstoppable force against immovable objects. Now, you do still have some immovable objects in your way. How are you feeling about the other potential matchups that you might have?
To be honest with you, I have no idea what the other top 8 decks are. So whatever it is, I'll play into it, I'll win, and then that'll be that. I mean, quite frankly.
Okay, so have you drilled and prepared against all of the decks, or are you just kind of going, I know my engine, I know what I want to do?
Oh, no. Any deck the reason why it's not a big deal what I play into is because I've prepared for all of these matchups, right? I don't think that you will make it to top cut if you just go. That seems very unlikely to me. Even with a deck as high rolly as Aurora, you do need to know how to play into matchups. That's very, very important. I cannot stress that enough.
Absolutely, and you did also say that the luck of the draw sometimes works in your favor, sometimes it doesn't. So far, it seems like you have had a reasonable amount of favor go your way with that.
I would argue I've had an unreasonable amount of favor. I've drawn extremely well every single game. I mean, arguably as well as I need to have won. But any Aurora player that makes top cut will say the same thing, because to make top cut with Aurora, you have to have the exact same experience that I have this tournament, which is that you just have to draw well, and then you have to have Aurora on turn 3, turn 4. Any later than that, and you're dead. You have to have your interaction pieces when. Right after Aurora comes out, you need to have your Sabotage and your Mind Splitter come out to take their hate pieces away from them. And I've been fortunate enough to have all of those things in the sequence that I needed them to happen.
But when it works, it works. The one last thing that I want to just check in on you with is we did see that you were replenishing some energy over the course of that match. How are your endurance levels going at the moment?
I feel great. I drank 6 monsters today. I probably drink 2 more by the end of it, to be honest. Some people say that I'm developing a caffeine addiction, and I would say that I have not developing, I have developed. So yeah, I feel honestly, I feel great. I feel great.
Great to hear that you are feeling so good, so confident. We'll see how this goes for the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Take it back to our wonderful team.
Thank you so much, Steph. It's so wonderful to hear Sold Out's perspective and his inner thoughts. He is so confident, Logan. He thinks he's going to win the entire tournament. But of course, he's not the only one in contention to winning everything. We have 6 other players currently in this top 8. And we get to have a look at another set.
Yeah, that's it. We will be going to another featured matchup. But if you looked in the dictionary, the word confidence, it would be a picture of Sold Out, because that man oozes confidence here, securing himself a position in that top 4. Meanwhile, we do have another featured match to get to, where we will see them vying to secure their spot in the top 4 as well, Ricey.
Exactly. We're going to be having a look at Eep Bonk Repeat versus Ghost Driver, and we're going to be starting right from the beginning. We get to watch the entire match. I think that's a great thing that the first feature match did go quite quickly. I mean, some people will be sure disappointed about that, but now we get to watch the entire of the second feature match.
Yeah, absolutely. And we get to see Vex versus Aurelia. This is Calm and Chaos versus Calm and Chaos.
Ooh.
Both of these players 11-1-1, which is why they are matched up against each other. And it looks like we've seen Eep Bonk Repeat draw his 4. Meanwhile, Ghost Driver still doing a little bit of prep work, but those battlefields, Targon's Peak, we know it, we love it. When you conquer here, ready 2 runes at the end of your turn, and that Star Spring, when you play that first non-token unit to this battlefield, you may move a unit here to base. You control to base.
Yes, exactly. Make sure you gotta clarify those little bits and those little texts, because if you don't, it could be, of course, misplayed. Now, Eep Bonk Repeat is from New Zealand, and Ghost Driver is also from an international place,
Sweden.
I knew you knew. I didn't want to get it wrong. So this is a fantastic match between 2 of our international guests. Eep Bonk Repeat, we see his deck list here. We know he's playing, of course, Vex, and it's great to see Vexes do so well. One of the new legends in Unleashed.
That's it. Set 3 Unleashed introduced Vex, the mid laner from League of Legends, and quickly becoming a fan favorite. That champion unit, Vex Apathetic there too. Very, very high representation in a lot of these Chaos decks, but the game has started here, I see. Game 1 of the best of 3 matchup in this top 8 game.
Ghost Driver did go first and is going to bring that Tide Turner onto Targon's Peak to be able to get that conquer point. Is able to, of course, play some more cards. Remember, Targon's Peak, when you conquer, get to ready 2 runes.
Yeah, very, very valuable, but also...
Oh, that sneaky deckhand. What a sneaky play from Ghost Driver. 3 cost unit, but can be played to an open battlefield, meaning Ghost Driver is already on 2 points in their second turn and gets to ready up those 2 runes. Has 3 ready runes for this, for whatever Eat Bonk Repeat is going to do to him.
Yeah, Eat Bonk Repeat only having Evelyn, but has decided to move that in towards that Targon's Peak, valuing that rune ready.
I love this. Coming out with the Kha'Zix as well, going in with quite a mighty force coming through. Kha'Zix has that ambush tagline. When I attack or defend as well, if the enemy unit is alone, give him +2 and gain 2 experience. So of course Kha'Zix, who is fighting a lonely Tide Turner, will get that +2.
Yep, but over to Ghost Driver to respond.
Defiant Dance is going to be used and is going to be, of course, quite useful here. Defiant Dance is going to give a unit +2 and another unit -2 is going to be that Kha'Zix, so he's back to just being himself.
That's it. So 4 + 2 = 6, and that Tide Turner has gone up to 4. So Eat Bonk Repeat still has more might on this Targon's Peak than that Tide Turner has for Ghost Driver.
I think the Ghost Driver is wanting to potentially trade at least 1 unit here. Probably the Kha'Zix. Pretty happy to get rid of that. And also, Evelyn has backline.
Yeah, so Evelyn obviously is able to drag a unit in, I believe, when it has been revealed from hidden here, but valuing that Kha'Zix. Evelyn Entrancing has hidden and backline, and when you play me from face down on your turn, you may move an enemy unit at a different location to my battlefield, but she's not face down anymore, so she can't even do that.
She can't, but there is a face-down hidden card currently on Target's Peak. Maybe that's another Evelyn. Could be exciting, but Sneaky Deckhand is still on that Star Spring, so Ghost Driver will be able to hold on to that battlefield and get themselves to 3 victory points. Has, of course, readied up the runes, ready for his turn of play.
Yeah, Ghost Driver sitting on 5 runes right now when compared to Eat Bonk Repeat's 3. So he's in a good position from the count of the runes, if you will. Right now, both players just thinking, considering their options. Eat Bonk Repeat taking a look at that hidden card. Ghost Driver, 3 victory points to Eat Bonk Repeat's 1. Just having a quick chat with the judges right now, as we do find ourselves in this top 8 match between the 11-1 Aurelia of Ghost Driver, the 11-1 Vex of Eat Bonk Repeat. Every minute, every decision, every moment matters here, Ricey. No misplays, otherwise you could be knocked out.
Exactly, this is the top cuts, the top 8. It's no longer a Swiss stage, it is single elimination bracket. Once you lose, you are eliminated, but if you win, you head towards that top 4.
If you win, you move towards all of that glory, that $6,000 championship prize for first, that alt art exclusive champion Poppy, the playmats, the works, the invites to the regionals, even more. So there is a lot on the line here for these players. You do love to see it as we're just taking it all in. That Sneaky Deckhand currently sitting on that Star Spring. That Targon's Peak currently held by Evelyn Entrancing with that hidden card too. Just taking a moment. Take it all in. This is important. The crowds are gathering. They're watching from outside as well. And one of my favorite things, actually, about these regional qualifiers is they actually have a viewing platform, too.
Yeah.
So when you're done with your events and you want to watch these guys, you can stand a couple of meters away and watch them live, or you can actually go down to the big screens with all of the seats and watch in comfort as well. As some of the best players in the world, they're here now, competing for that championship. We do see 2 XP here for the Vex. And I can't imagine that there's too much in this Vex list that wants to benefit from XP. We do have that Edge of Night as well, which is the equipment, the Swiftness boots. We see some new Unleash tech here with that back off, as well as the your favorite.
Starcross. I mean, you say my favorite, but I think I want to call it my least favorite. Like, it was my most meta pick, but I wouldn't call it my favorite card. You know what my favorite card is. It's that Lilia Faithorn from Unleashed. She gets to produce a lot of sprites, but of course, this deck has that Starcross and, of course, the Vex Apathetic.
Yeah, one piece of tech that I really do like here, she's kind of been on the resurgence, is that Sona Harmonious as well. So Sona loves to hold battlefields. We do take a quick look. Sona Harmonious, while I'm at a battlefield, ready 4 friendly runes at the end of your turn. So if you're able to get Sona onto a battlefield and hold it, you'll be able to ready up those runes and have more responses into whatever it is your opponent intends to do here, Icy.
I also love, as you mentioned earlier, that both of these legends are both, you know, Chaos and Calm. So they will be very intimate with each other's hands, or potential hands at the very least. You probably have a Starcross in both of these decks, probably have that Vex Apathetic in both of these decks. You might even have maybe other ones. We actually can have a look as well and figure it out ourselves as well. We have some information. We'll double check what it is too.
Yeah, we do love to double check our information and try and make sure we are providing the most accurate information we possibly can here. They do both have that Starcrossed, as you correctly identified there, Icy. So you can expect some of these units to not stick to these battlefields. They're both running one in their main decks here.
One thing I'd like to point out is Ghost Driver only runs one sneaky deckhand, but to be able to get that on turn 1 or turn 2 or so and be able to play that to the open battlefield really set that tempo for Ghost Driver.
Yeah, it's always nice to hit that early sneaky deckhand. He was able to play that out on that turn 2 there, I believe, and he has secured 3 of those victory points here as we're just really thinking this one through. I have to think it was maybe a sequencing or a trigger that we're talking about, but as you said, a lot of familiarity here. They're both in that Calm. They're both in those Chaos domains. Calm, a lot of counters. Chaos, no stranger to counters as well. So I think a lot of control is going to be exerted over this game. I think we'll see some of these Defiant Dancers countered. We might see a couple of these Starcross countered as well. But that Superstar, Ride the Wind, it's still around.
Ride the Wind is still around and of course is still quite popular. There are 2 Ride the Winds in that Irelia deck of Ghost Driver. On the other hand, Epong Repeat, I don't believe he's running any Ride the Winds in his main deck. On the other hand though, Defy is still a mainstay. Irelia is running 3 in the main deck. Bonk Repeat has 2 in the main deck, but still 1 in that sideboard.
That's it. But if you take a second from these games, if you have a look at what's happening here, it all starts at your local Nexus Nights, which you can find using that UVS events tool there. Nexus Nights is where the community begins to build. It's where you start to hone your craft and practice your decks against other players who enjoy Riftbound. And then, Ricey, the next step.
The Summoner Skirmishes. Those are really important, especially if you're striving to get into these regional qualifiers, because if you win your Summoner Skirmish, you'll be able to get a buy-in round 1. And you and I, Logan, we both know how long day 1 is. It's 8 rounds in a row, and technically there's no lunch break, so you have to try and win your games fast so you can have breaks for yourself as well. But if you have that round 1 buy, you get that round 1 buy.
But it also gives you the time, right? You can mingle with the crowns a little bit before you go into your round 2 matchup. But that's one of my favorite things. There's a clearly defined path here within the Riftbound community. You can play at your home, you can play with your friends and your family, you can move to those Nexus Nights, and then you can step up to those Summoner Skirmishes, which start to be in that sort of higher OPL bracket where the rules really matter. You need to understand the game that you're playing and the deck that you are bringing to bear, and then you secure that buy, you go to those regional qualifiers, which, as a reminder, the regional qualifier here in Sydney 2026 is the first in the Southern Hemisphere. And if you are able to secure top 64 at your regional qualifier, you get the invite to the regionals before Worlds.
I'm very excited to see the game as Riftbound develops, with all these leagues being developed as well. These regional qualifiers, we still have many more to go as well.
Oh, so many.
So many. And of course, we've got more sets being released. Very excited to see how everything goes. But here we go. We are heading now into the game, back into the game.
Oh, we're back in the game, and Aurelia Fervent is back in the game. We have seen her time and time again. Ghoster Driver has exhausted all runes to get her straight out onto that Void Spring, taking full advantage of what that, Star Spring has to offer, bouncing that sneaky deckhand back to base.
Yeah, that sneaky deckhand is in fact back in base and saved by that Aurelia. The Queen is in play now on the Star Spring, which is a really good, strong battlefield, of course, for Aurelia's.
Yeah, definitely wanting to move in, conquer, and bounce the other units, because really, Aurelia is, as we've said before, and we'll say a million times more, all about protecting the Queen. That said, Ghoster Driver did play Aurelia with the only runes he had up, so he will have no response here for what it is Eep, Bonk, Repeat wants to do against her. If he does have that answer, he opts for the Vex Apathetic.
Vex Apathetic gets played onto Targon's Peak, and we know how Vex Apathetic works because this unit, if Vex is on a battlefield, every unit that Ghoster Driver will play will arrive in stunned and cannot move. Full stop. Very strong against Aurelia's Legend.
What I really like here, though, is Eep, Bonk, Repeat is really shoring up this Targon's Peak. He does not want to let Ghoster Driver get onto it. That Vex Apathetic, that Evelyn, that Edge of Night also equipped to Vex, and by flipping that hidden card, lets himself put another hidden card onto that. So I have to imagine that we are going to see that Evelyn revealed from hidden and drag that Aurelia over to Targon's Peak and force her into a fight she does not want, which is how Ghoster Driver lost his only game earlier.
Good point. You definitely want to take favored combats here, especially as Aurelia. You want to keep that Queen safe, but also build her up. She has been rated, of course, on Ghoster Driver's turn and has that +1 because Aurelia has been readied. Now, Ghoster Driver, considering his options, do I go onto Targon's Peak? Are we happy with Star Spring? Not sure what's in his hand. He's not giving us any information.
Yeah, we are lacking in the information department, but he does look like he has 7 ready runes, and he is moving. I can't say recalling because that is also a mechanic. He's moved Aurelia back to base, but
Sneaky Deckhand has gone into Targon's Peak now, contesting it against Eep, Bonk, Repeat. But it is a very, very mighty battlefield right now. And yes, Sneaky Deckhand is going to have to go into the trash.
Interesting. So Sneaky Deckhand moved in. 3 energy, 2 mine. Right, but because of Evelyn's backline, I think Ghoster Driver forgot about the backline mechanic on Evelyn. I must be assigned combat damage last. So he had to put it into the Vex. Nothing happened. Sneaky Deckhand is just sent to the trash.
Now out comes that Ride the Wind, which does, of course, target Aurelia, giving her a bit more might. Zhonya's has also been used as well, so at the very least, Aurelia will stay alive, but can deal a lot of damage, can get through this Vex. I mean, it's quite a mighty Vex. 4, 5, 6 might on that Vex and 2 on the Aurelia. Oh, sorry, 2 on the Evelyn. But of course, Aurelia will have to come back, use that Zhonya's. And now still, Eep, Bonk, Repeat has control of Targon's Peak.
It's still Ghoster Driver's turn, though. That Aurelia is currently 7 might. Ride the Wind, Ricey!
Once more, and that's going to be a very mighty Aurelia because once again being targeted, going to be ready now on 5 might. Additionally, meaning 9 in total. Evelyn is just 2. Out comes the Existential Dread.
Love a good Existential Dread that will stun Aurelia, preventing that combat damage being applied to those units that Eep, Bonk, Repeat has on Targon's Peak, repelling Aurelia, unfortunately able to have that impact and knock Eep, Bonk, Repeat off of Targon's Peak. I really do like that Existential Dread. That is a fantastic stun card.
Did he repeat it? No, he didn't repeat it. Okay, I wasn't sure if he repeated it because if you repeat Existential Dread, it will stun it twice, which means it will return to hand. He chose not to repeat it, and so Aurelia is back in base. Still safe, but of course so is that Evelyn.
Yeah, but look at that Aurelia currently with that 8 might, and Eat Bonk Repeat finds himself on 2 runes only, having to pay that deflect cost to target that Aurelia. So that was a 1 energy, 2 power existential dread here, and Ghost Driver just going to send her in to the Star Spring here. We will see if Eat Bonk Repeat has any responses to this.
Doesn't look like Eat Bonk Repeat does have any responses to it, so now going to be his turn of play. Gets to draw 1 from the, of course, Vex Legend. Gloomist holding, gets to draw, has to, of course, exhaust the Legend for it, and now gets to draw again for turn. Out comes that mutated Mauser. He is getting quite defensive here on this Targon's Peak, but that was another Evelyn hidden, which does drag the Aurelia over onto Targon's Peak.
As I predicted, that Evelyn hidden revealed drags the Aurelia in, and there goes Aurelia Fervent Ricey. No response coming out of Ghost Driver, even though he had that rune up.
And that Mauser is tank and shield, so a very chunky little kitty cat on that point. On that battlefield, which means Ghost Driver is not able to respond and take anything out, but now it's his turn, and he has a lot of runes, a lot more than Eat Bonk Repeat, which means Mind Splitter comes out. Eat Bonk Repeat is going to show all his cards.
Yeah, we do see an Emperor's Divide, a Discipline, a Teemo, and a... What's that? That's the...
Switcheroo.
Switcheroo. Why was I thinking Side Splitter? Because we've got the Mind Splitter and a side. That's Switcheroo, which was so very popular in that Draven from Spirit Forged. What do you rip out here? Because obviously Mind Splitter is able to take anything.
Yeah.
So it could be the Teemo, it could be that Switcheroo, the pump spell of the Discipline and the card draw advantage it provides. Emperor's Divide, though, quite tempting, and he goes for the Switcheroo.
That kind of makes sense considering the Mind Splitter is out and currently Coaster Driver's only unit. You don't want that Switcheroo being targeting that Mind Splitter. And so now it's going to be Eat Bonk Repeat's turn. Though he's still only on 3 victory points right now. Ghost Driver does have more, but with no units on the board except that Mind Splitter, Eat Bonk Repeat feels like they somewhat have a bit of the tempo, except for the runes.
That's it. Being a big dragon of 7 might, interestingly scared of this little cat, that mutated Mouser with that shield 2 and tank, as you said, Ricey.
Sona does come out to play on Targon's Peak, and you were talking about Sona earlier about how she's coming into play and the benefits that Sona has.
Yeah, Sona brings a lot of benefit when you are a whole deck, which this Vex absolutely is. While I'm at a battlefield, ready for friendly runes at the end of your turn there. So he's going to have a full hand of runes ready to... I keep saying full hand. He's going to have all of his runes ready to go.
Which is just 2.
To be able to respond to Ghost Drive. That is true. It is still only 2 runes on the side of Eat Bonk Repeat. But it doesn't feel like this deck is falling behind on tempo anyway.
Eat Bonk Repeat has quite a lot of low cost spells. You can see some of them in hand at the moment. I think I saw Discipline flashed by, but Ghost Driver is of course going to go and contest Star Spring, try and get that extra conquer point on the board. Not sure if anything else is going to happen. Looks like that maybe happy and it for Ghost Driver. Has all the runes up he wants to hold.
Yep, happy to hold here. Channels the 2 runes, goes to 4, but Eat Bonk Repeat, if we do take a quick look, the most expensive card that he has in his deck is 4 energy.
Wow.
So he's really happy to be playing low to the ground. He only needs these 4 to be able to play the game. How do you compete against that though, Ricey? Obviously, Ghost Driver, even the Aurelia immediately is 5. The Mind Splitter is 7 and 2. So you can't afford to throw your runes around as much as Eat Bonk Repeat can.
Looking to cast one of the units on the board and actually going to be choosing Evelyn, his own unit, which means, of course, if you play Evelyn from Hidden, you can bring that Mind Splitter over to Target's Peak, which looks incredibly scary, incredibly mighty. And there is that hidden card. I wonder what that is.
Well, that one was a Teemo, and we know what the other hidden one is. That will be Evelyn. So he is bulking up that battlefield. He is ready to drag any big unit that Ghost Driver presents onto that battlefield and wipe it out. Currently only having that Mind Splitter on that Star Spring does Ghost Driver. But we take a look at his runes. He has those 7 runes ready, and Eat Bonk Repeat, he's playing even more.
He plays that Pike, but don't forget that Sonic gets already those 3 runes back up for this next round. So he has 3 runes ready for Ghost Driver if he's going to try and contest Targon's Peak. I'm trying to count how many units are on that board. That is, I believe, the Edge of Night, so that isn't a unit. So 1, 2, 3, 4 units. I mean, Evelyn, potentially, could be something else.
I mean, we all know it's an Evelyn. I think we all know it's an Evelyn. I'm going to call it right now that is an Evelyn. But that Pike returned is also an unleashed card here. Hidden backline. Once each turn, when an enemy unit dies while I'm at a battlefield, play a Gold Gear token exhausted. So I really love this play because we know that Evelyn is going to be flipped. It's going to drag the Mind Splitter or potentially a second Aurelia Fervent into that battlefield here. I see as Ghost Driver on the play.
Going to be playing that Stellarcorn Hoarder and, of course, using that Legend Blade Dancer to ready that unit to potentially go in. I don't know where the Stellarcorn unit Hoarder's going to go, Herder's going to go in. It's just going to go into Starspring, instead of course, that really scary Targon's Peak.
Yeah, we also did see that Discipline played by Ghost Driver as well, targeting that Stellarcorn Herder with that +2 might and that extra card draw. So really valuing that card draw, really digging to find these answers into this monstrous battlefield that Eat Bonk Repeat has developed down here on Targon's Peak. Critically though, by developing this battlefield, he is denying Targon's Peak from Ghost Driver. He's unable to conquer and ready those 2 runes at the end of his turn, and it's Ghost Driver's turn to play a hidden card onto the Starspring right now. You do love to see that. Double hidden tricks, and Eat Bonk Repeat, it's gonna start his turn. 6 victory points for Ghost Driver right now. He is closer to winning. However, Eat Bonk Repeat holds to 6. It's now 6 apiece, right? See, this is a close game.
Able to use Gloomers to get that extra card draw, so Eat Bonk Repeat has lots of options. Teemo is going to be pulled back, and now we get the reveal. Whoa, it's an Evelyn! We're so surprised by this. But I'm curious to see what unit Eat Bonk Repeat is going to target, to pull, to entice, to entrance over to Targon's Peak.
Yeah, we do see Ghost Driver has those 3 runes up, so he might have some responses to this. I almost feel like now is the time to play them if he has them. However, Eat Bonk Repeat, a lot more cards in hand, and Edge of Night is flipped on that Starspring, equipping to the Mind Splitter before it is dragged down to that Targon's Peak and forced into a fight here.
Edge of Night does make that Mind Splitter a little bit mighty, but is it going to be mighty enough? It's sitting at 9 versus the 14. It's not the best, but I mean, Ghost Driver is going to be able to... I lie. I was going to say it's going to be able to do a lot of damage, but that existential dread, of course, exists. It is a Vex, and Vex loves stunning.
Yeah, immediately stunning that Mind Splitter. Obviously, it means no combat damage can be dealt. Eat Bonk Repeat, currently, as it stands, will win this one. We're seeing options here from Ghost Driver, though.
Flash being considered. I wasn't sure if Ghost Driver wanted to use a Defy. He does have 3, but maybe not in hand, and it's going to be, of course, that Flash has to save that Mind Splitter. You don't want to lose your units. You only have 2 right now.
And Mind Splitter, being the most powerful, mighty unit, is actually able to contest these battlefields, so it feels like it's worth it to save it with this Flash, even if it is only targeting that one. But he could actually use the Flash to also target that Stellarcorn Herder, move it, and get that card draw here.
I wonder if Eat Bonk Repeat was considering the Defy. Unsure if he has it in hand right now, but decided to let that Flash through. Let that Mind Splitter live. And Ghost Driver, I'm sure, is very happy to keep that unit alive.
Yeah, leaving that Stellarcorn Herder to contest that Starspring does not want to give Eat Bonk Repeat an easy conquer on that northernmost battlefield here, I see. We do see Eat Bonk Repeat looking at his options, and again, only 4 runes, but is very capably, very competently able to play this deck. Again, the most expensive unit only being 4 energy. He's loving the use of all of these hidden cards. He's forcing Ghost Driver to have to play around them.
Empress Divide will get played, and that card is pretty good at, well, look at that, taking all of the units away into base. Move any number of friendly units at a battlefield to their base, which means that doesn't exhaust them.
Yeah, they are all ready. So he could be recalling back to base here to go for that double conquer play next turn. Still has 2 runes up. Ghost Driver, though, on 6 victory points. Does have that Mind Splitter sitting in his base.
Yeah, which means Ghost Drive on his turn will go to that 7 hold and could go and conquer target's peak. So Eat Bonk Repeat has to try and wants to try and do something, going in with lots and lots of units to try and get rid of this herder. Evelyn being considered, Mouser being considered, so is Pike as well. And of course, we have to decide. Currently looking at potentially 10 might, as Ipong Repeat is still thinking and calculating himself.
Yeah, he's got to make this work, right? He has to consider the options. If Ghost Driver does have a Defiant Dance, that could swing this one around. So Ipong Repeat is sending in enough might that and there's the Discipline too, Ricey.
Yeah, I did see that Discipline in hand. Discipline is such a good card, especially in Calm, to be able to make your units even more mighty. And I believe he pointed at that Mauser, which is, of course, a tank as well. He's going to be tanking a lot of the damage.
Yeah, has the Edge of Night equipped to him. There is that Defiant Dance.
Going to be +2 onto that Stellarcon Herder, and of course going to be also targeting one of Ipong Repeat, so that Discipline does mostly get cancelled out.
We do see this combat resolve. It takes out a couple of units there, though.
Backline tag on both Pike and Evelyn. So Ghost Driver finally had a choice of who to target. Going to be taking down Evelyn and that Mauser. Sona does go in. Remember, when Sona holds, does get benefits.
Yeah, Sona, when she's on a battlefield, you are able to ready up to 4 friendly units. And sorry, I say up to, it's ready 4 friendly units straight up, which is critical to what Ipong Repeat is doing. He's playing with 4 runes the entire game. He's happy to be hiding units. He's happy to be recycling runes to expend them for that power to hide on these battlefields. Right now, Ipong Repeat on 7 victory points, holding Star Spring. Ghost Driver on 6 moves in.
Moves in onto Star Spring with that pretty mighty Mind Splitter. 7 + 2, 9. Maths is great. Out comes, though, of course, the Kha'Zix. It has Ambush, which is at reaction speed.
Yeah, we do love a good ambush, and when a unit is alone, gets that extra 2 might and 2 XP. Has a lot of might on that Star Spring. It is 13 might into the 9 that this Mind Splitter is putting forward. Ghost Driver, all of his runes are up and available,
but doesn't have the answers. I don't know if he has any of those calm spells, that pump spells that, of course, Irelia does like, but looks like he doesn't have anything. Down goes that Mind Splitter, and Ipong Repeat, it's his turn.
I find it difficult for Ghost Driver to come back into this one. He doesn't have any units at the moment. It looks like that's another Stellarcorn Herder, though. He does exhaust those 4 runes. He has to develop some kind of response here, Ricey, because if he's not able to prevent Ipong Repeat from holding here, he's going to lose this game 1.
Of course, going to be using that legend ability of Blade Dancer. When you choose a friendly unit, you may pay... you may exhaust me and pay a power to ready it. It is a bit costly, but being able to ready a unit and go straight into a fight is very important. So let's see what happens now as Ghost Driver is forced to start the showdown.
Ghost Rider goes in onto that Star Spring, as you called there, Ricey.
5 to 7 right now, but Ghost Driver is playing Irelia. Does potentially have those pump spells. We didn't see it with Mind Splitter, but maybe further on.
Yeah, with that Stellar Herder, there it is. There's the fist bump. Eep, Bonk, Repeat takes game 1 of our best of 3 match here in this top 8 series. And my goodness, what an excellent game it was.
What an amazing game it was indeed. We do see, of course, such a wonderful play coming out from Ipong Repeat. Fortunately, we can't show game 2, but the final result is going to be a 2-0 in favor of Ipong Repeat, the Vex.
Yeah, on that Vex, the Gloomist, it was just able to hold and dominate and prevent Irelia from ever able to building up to that massive might total we know that she can do. And this is how we saw Ghost Driver lose the first game that he lost. He just wasn't able to pick the fights that Irelia wanted to win. He wasn't able to protect that queen because these Evelyns kept dragging them in. These Pikes kept forcing the fight at getting the gold as well, and just presented overwhelming might that Ghost Driver was unable to overcome.
Yeah, amazing play coming out from that Vex, and being one of our new Unleashed Legends, it's fantastic to see Vex in play. I'm sure I myself, I want to play Vex. I'm very much studying how Epunk Repeats, our New Zealander friend, has been playing Vex. Now, we, of course, have more Riftbound to show you guys. Let's go to a short break and prepare you for it.
We are here at the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers in Sydney 2026, and I have Attack on Cardboard with me here, content creator. How do you feel about the regional so far?
It's freaking awesome. I can't believe how massive the space is and so many awesome people are here today. It's going great.
Oh, sorry. I also think it's going great. We've seen so many events and there's a lot of vendors here. But what's an event that you're looking forward to playing this coming weekend?
Super excited for the Nexus event tonight, the Super Nexus night. Hopefully meet some riders, play some good games of Riftbound. Looking forward to that.
And if I can ask you one more question, what is your favorite legend from Unleashed?
Definitely Vex. Vex is awesome. I really enjoy the game plan. Really enjoy the artwork of the signature which I opened. So yeah, Vex.
Very nice. Congratulations on that signature. It is a beautiful card and I'm very jealous. That was Attack on Cardboard. I'm here at the Riftbound Regional Qualifier Sydney 2026 with Diwali, who actually won the Houston Regional Qualifier on Annie, which is pretty good. Yeah, you've been having fun so far this weekend.
Yeah. I think this new set's like super powerful, probably the most powerful that they've printed, and there's a lot of like stuff to explore. I main Jhin, and then my second favorite champion in League is Pyke, so it's a big set for me. Yeah. So it's fun.
Also plays League of Legends, which we love to see. Now, doubtlessly you're here for the main event. That's what you're most excited for, yeah?
Yeah, main event for sure. I decided to come to try to win, even though I was tempted to go for best of Jhin or best of Pyke. I think the first set, the first regional of the new set is somewhere where you can like come with things that are unexpected and do really well and maybe win the whole thing.
Yeah, less known sort of answers into certain archetypes and builds, stuff like that. So yeah, take advantage of it. Really, really nice. And do you have a favorite set 3 legend from Unleashed without hopefully giving away your champion, your legend here?
I'm playing Diana. Yeah, I'm playing Diana. My favorite one, like I said, is Jhin, but like power-wise, I like Diana. She's really good. Obviously, Alan's also on Diana, so I'm contesting him, which isn't all, it's not the greatest thing ever, but you know what? Maybe I'll pair into him and we'll fight for the best of Diana, and that'll be sick.
You mean you'll beat him again like you did at Houston?
Possible, exactly. Yeah, it's possible. He's strong. He's a strong opponent, but yeah, possible.
Exactly. Thank you so much for your time, Diwali, and good luck here at the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers in Sydney 2026. I'm here at the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers Sydney 2026, and I'm joined by Draghu. How are you, mate?
I'm good, bro. Happy to be here.
Oh yeah, that's it. So ex-pro LoL player turned hopefully Riftbound pro.
Yeah, I think so. It's definitely, I think a lot of the skills that I've learned from League have actually came back here. I think practice has been going pretty good, but there's a lot of strong set players here. So, I'm just trying to do my best, actually.
That's the one. And have you been having fun here today on the first day of the regional qualifiers?
Yes, I think the burger was actually really nice at the cafeteria. So yeah, that was a big highlight.
Sounds good. Burger comes strongly recommended. Now, you're here to play the main event. Are you willing to reveal what legend you're playing?
Yep, I'm playing Set. I'm also a big fan of Colin, so if you're listening to this interview, hi. Please don't play Set so I can have a chance. Or you can just rate my deck list, maybe it's the same thing. But yeah, no, very excited. I want to play Set. Everyone in Sydney knows me as the Set guy, probably because I'm probably the only one. But I've been playing since the start of Origins with Set, so yeah.
Very nice, very committed, and yeah, Colin did win that best of Set at Atlanta in that RQ there, very inspirational. And now, if I can ask you, do you have a favorite legend from Unleashed?
Ooh. Honestly, my favorite legend, okay, this is gonna be like kind of funny, but I actually really like Ivan. Yeah. That's funny, yeah. Oh, and Pyke, actually, Pyke. Yeah. Yep.
I really like the Pyke mechanics, being able to return those units back to hand with that legend ability. Well, thank you very much for your time here today, Draco. Have a fantastic regional qualifier and hope to see you on the featured tables.
Hello, Riftbounders. Are you wondering how the game developed with Unleashed? Let me give you a little introduction. The Calm domain has reinvented its defensive capabilities. With powerful pump spells and counter spells, Calm decks were already good at contesting their battlefields, but with Unleashed, holding the fields becomes a whole lot stronger. A standout example for this is Back Off. 3 energy, no power. This card on action speed stuns a unit and draws a card if played from hand. Incredible! But leaving 3 runes open isn't always an option. Luckily, you can also hide this card if your runes are exhausted, or you want to keep them open for another card. Fury, on the other hand, brings plenty of new ways to assert pressure onto your opponent. Emry Jungler's dream is coming true with Smite, finding a new way to remove units. It simply deals 3 damage to a unit at a battlefield for 2 energy and 1 power. While those stats are not too impressive, the unit will also be banished when it would die. This takes powerful death knell effects out of the equation and can also remove follow-up if your opponent relies on resources from their trash, like Fiora Worthy that can't be played through Spectral Matron anymore. Order has been known for its hard removal and kill spells. Now what if I told you that you can remove your opponent's hand as well? Ash Focus gives you full information about your opponent's hand and lets you banish a card of choice for 5 energy and 1 power. They will get it back as soon as they hold a battlefield, but with full information and 1 card less in the opponent's hand, it's now on you to not let that happen. Chaos has been chaotically bouncing cards left and right, pushing them front and center. And now you will also be able to reach the opponent's units in base. Starcross's reaction speed removal is revolutionary, especially when it hits the base as well. For 3 energy and 1 power, you can return a friendly and an opposing unit back to the owner's hand. While this can give you an incredible advantage with play effects, it also disturbs your opponent. It slows them down massively and can sometimes deny powerful effects, like Elder Dragon's passive kill ability. While this domain has already been good at controlling the opponent's units, the mind is now finally greater than the sword. The mind domain receives a fantastic gear removal card. Turn to Dust will turn any gear into a temporary problem for 2 energy and no power cost. While it does not immediately help you remove units that are boosted by equipment gear, you can easily take care of Seals, Dazzling Aurora, or other great gear that stands in your way. Now what's scarier than body units that are standing on your opponent's side of the field just waiting to overwhelm you with their physical prowess? The ones you didn't see coming! Rengar Trophy Hunter has to be on your opponent's mind at all times. Every time your opponent feels secure about the board states, the Apex Predator could be played on a battlefield where they have units for 5 energy and 1 power, either as an ambush or reaction speed to support your other attacking or defending units, or as a lonely attacker straight from hand with its powerful 6 might. What cards do you think are going to see the most play, and which domain do you like the most after Unleashed? Show us at your next tournament.
Hello and welcome back to coverage of Regional Qualifier Sydney. We are in top 4 right now. Our semi-finals, trying to figure out who's going to make it all the way to top 2.
It is a very, very interesting few matches that we have had so far in this top 8, and my goodness, this one coming up, I'm very intrigued.
Yeah, decks that we haven't seen too much of recently, although I guess we have seen at least one of them on stream. But I suppose 2 legends that were quite popular coming into this weekend.
Very much so. I believe, actually, we do have the best ofs for both of these legends. So we are going to see, arguably, what would be described as the best of the best for these 2. So we have ahead of us, we have Diana versus Irelia.
Diana versus Irelia, kind of, it's interesting to me because these decks do feel somewhat similar, obviously not in the same domains, but do want to do a lot of things in Showdown, do want to try and twist the tides of combat. Kind of on the chain. And we know what Irelia does. We've seen a lot of Irelia in general throughout Spiritforge, but Diana, kind of a whole new beast.
I do feel like it is going to come down to tempo a little bit on this one, especially because Irelia does take that little bit longer to develop and build up that hold.
All right, so here we are in terms of bracket. I can see a bunch of 2-0s actually in our quarterfinals, so kind of a swift affair in some cases. We'll be following the bottom side of the bracket for our first feature match, EDG Rico at 1997, up against Nice Boy Irelia Aurelia versus Diana. But on the other side of the bracket, which we will likely get to some of, I believe, in our top 4, it is sold out, obviously, through versus Alan on Aurora Siva versus Eep Bonk Repeat, the only thing close to a hometown hero on Vex Duelist.
Close. Good to see the Vex make it that far as well for that one too.
Yeah, definitely cool to see Unleashed Legends still fighting it out. 2 different ones, obviously sporting some chaos, which has been kind of a consistent thing across RQs in recent memory.
Yeah, there's a lot of purple happening around.
Yeah, it's a nice color, my favorite color, so it makes sense to see a bunch of it. Kind of glad to see that, I suppose. But yeah, we'll bring you a bunch of different, we'll bring you at least some of both of these. I can certainly guarantee that, unless, I don't know, something catastrophic would have to happen. For that not to happen, but don't worry about that. Pretend I even said that. Don't even think that for a minute I suggested that isn't going to be the case. But Aurelia versus Diana, thank you. Aurelia versus Diana, very curious matchup, and I think one we're going to learn a lot about in the 3 games we get between these two. I'm going to say it now. I think we're going to get 3 games.
Oh, look, I think given that all of the other ones have gone 2-0, it would be nice to see 3. And also, I mean, just from a personal perspective, I mean, my prediction was Diana.
It was.
So we shall see if I turn out to be right. I also did say that one of the MVPs of the set is Hui, and I imagine we will probably see a little bit of Hui through this as well.
Yeah, it's actually interesting because Niceway, who did play an Aurelia on camera in the Swiss, actually did win that matchup, but said in his interview that it was kind of a tough one. Like, there's a lot to think about. Aurelia just has a lot of different powerful things, but he was an Aurelia player before the set, and then saw Diana and said, I don't know how good this is, I'm playing it. And so far so good. Best of Diana, the first best of Diana ever in Unleashed season in Riftbound history. So he's going to have some reps, but up against a fearsome opponent all the way from China, EDT Rico 1997, making the way not only as the best Aurelia in the room, but all the way to top 4.
Oof. And it is going to be a very interesting top 4. But yes, absolutely. Being the best of Diana means beating people like Alan, which is a huge feat in and of itself, who obviously is just knocked out before, but wow.
Would have been more fun if they played each other.
Oh,
but
can you imagine?
Instead, we simply just have to win your matchup. So I'm going to have a look at the deck list here. The mains here, Nice Boy. This is Diana, and I think for the most part, things are kind of as you expect. Things that jump out to me in this matchup are the single hard bargain. That is the only kind of chain interaction, spell interaction, counter spell really anyway in the list. I have looked at the sideboard, but 3 Frigid Jewel is definitely a piece of technology I didn't expect to see, which is funny because Rico came prepared for Aurora and has a main deck Adaptatron, which I wouldn't expect to do anything in this matchup generally, except for the fact that his opponent has 3 Frigid Jewels.
That'd do it, yeah. It's just luck of the draw at that point, honestly. But it's good to see those Scuttle Crabs in there too.
Yeah, Seymour may be one of the breakout stars of this set. Certainly a card that I did not think would see nearly as much play. It's fun to imagine a Zero Might unit having so much impact on the metagame, and yet, here we are. It's still a 2-drop that is pretty good. Turns out 2-drops to draw cards are things that players are welcome. So we spin on down to our feature match area to kick things off. Now, highest seed, I believe, actually, that is a question I wish I had the answer to. I do not know who the highest seed is, but I can tell you, whoever it is going to be the player that starts first in this game, in this match. Shakes hands.
There we go.
All right, off we go. Aurelia versus Diana, the kind of the Mrs. Consistent of the last metagame, and maybe of this metagame too, versus the new hotness, we can say, Diana.
I mean, a lot of people came into this really, really excited by Diana. I spoke to a lot of people who were adamant that Diana was going to be one of the best decks in the set, but also across the board, and goes to show that is at least partly correct because it has made it all the way here to top 4.
Yeah, also great to see just a lot of different people from around the world traveling to Sydney and still battling. It is Texas versus China, which is not something I'd expect to see all the way down here in Australia, but
anything can happen down under is all I'm saying.
Certainly can. Maybe Aurelia can win something. Only one in China as a result.
Maybe.
So perhaps Rico will be the first. As Frigid Jewel gets deployed on turn 1, that means my assumption that Diana is the highest seed is, I think, correct. The 3 runes channeled already, and we'll see what happens here on turn number 1.
We have an abandoned hall here and a sunken temple, which will be interesting as we have established in previous games. Abandoned hall pretty good for Aurelia if she can get it too.
Yeah, the Battlefield matchup's actually fascinating in this one. Both players have both Abandoned Hall and Targon's Peak. Battlefield's obviously happy to play on. The differences are Sunken Temple on the Aurelia side and Ravenloom Conservatory for the Diana side. So going to be a lot of kind of splash damage, if you will. Battlefields are, of course, symmetrical, so bringing ones that they each like, which to me kind of indicates that they do want to do somewhat similar things. Is Diana going to be the play on turn 2, following up that Frigid Jewel, which if we didn't give it a read just yet, we maybe should. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, give a unit you control +2.
And we also see that Guardian Angel out there very, very early. You obviously want to protect the Queen as much as possible. Seeing how this will go.
So pretty straightforward stuff here. Did have an extra rune, thanks to going second. So GA into the 5 runes available for Aurelia, and she immediately gets equipped up. There isn't very many ways. Oh, that's one of them. Fading Memories, I believe, targeting the Aurelia instead of the gear. Rico trying to get confirmation. Oh, I think realized that... No, it doesn't hit the GA. Okay. Not sure if there was something else happening there, but obviously the GA would have protected the Aurelia from going down, so it makes sense to take out the piece of gear. One of the few, like, removal spells that Nice Boy can use. There aren't that many in Diana. It's usually a lot of things like Bounce, like Starcrossed. But that is one of the ways to get rid of some of the permanents on EDG Rico's side. Unfortunately, it does leave the Queen herself alive for now.
That also brings up the point that we did see in Rico's main deck. There were 3 Guardian Angels there, so managed to get one out there. We shall see how the other 2 come up.
Yeah, pretty common opener for Aurelia here, and this is the only Aurelia in this deck. We've seen, I feel like through Spirit Forge, especially with Aurelia becoming such a powerful unit, we did see more decks across the different Calm Chaos combinations utilizing multiple Aurelias, even Aurelia herself, just saying, you know what, I kind of need a backup of this unit sometimes, because sometimes the best thing you can do when your opponent is struggling to deal with your first Aurelia is to simply play another one. But this is the only one available to EDG Rico, which has been kind of a common thing in Aurelia's lifespan in Riftbound. So the princess must be protected, because if she ever goes away, your powers in combat get reduced significantly. It certainly doesn't mean you can't win the game from there, but your ability to do the really silly stuff goes down a lot.
Absolutely. It is kind of ironic that over the course of this weekend, we have seen a Vex deck with more Aurelias than this Aurelia deck.
Yep, certainly have. All 3 in that Vex deck we had on stream a couple times. It was a delight, as has been all of the weekend, really. Playing a monumental amount of Riftbound as first big think here comes out from Nice Boy. Or maybe actually no, it must be on Rico's turn, because all those runes are awakened. Aurelia is ready. She has been pumped. So just trying to make a decision. Where do we want to go? Sunken Temple looking attractive, given that there's a card draw lying in wait for that Conquer. Well, we'll see if Rico wants to go there. Just having a think about other options here. Getting a quick peek at the hand. Discipline at the front of that one.
I do believe that I saw a Starcrossed in there before.
Yep, Starcrossed, Gust. Adaptatron is actually in the hand, and there's a Charm, I have to imagine, or a Defy. Sorry, the costs of those 2 cards are the same. I got tripped up earlier by that one. So I wonder if that Frigid Jewel is kind of getting eyed here. It would be pretty nice to have your 1 Adaptatron in this spot, given that it doesn't do all that much in all the other matchups. And of course, Aurelia is very good at readying units, so Adaptatron could be ready to go as soon as right now.
And there we go.
And pass, interestingly. Aurelia going to stay at home. Didn't want to risk the card draw when she couldn't get home.
Sometimes a little bit of caution, and it's understandable.
I think this is something you see in general from a lot of top players. They know when to hold back.
Absolutely.
When to leave units at home, when they really want to start scoring, when that actually matters. I saw this actually in Atlanta, Prismaticism holding back units a lot when the point tempo wasn't in evens, and even Nice Boy kind of developing a bit before moving on.
And obviously, because Diana is so showdown focused, you really don't want to just leave them out there lingering before you have had the opportunity to build her up just a little bit more. Maybe if the Guardian Angel was still around, possibly a little bit of a different choice there, but obviously given that it is in the trash, little more cautious, understandably so.
Yeah, so Frigid Jewel, I believe, going off there on Diana after the card draw from the predicted find a spell using that Scorn of the Moon legend text to activate Diana's When I Defend or Attack ability, which is extremely good. And now Moonfall, going to try and get Aurelia involved. This is one of the things we certainly expected. Sometimes you get your unit charmed at an inopportune time. I'd have a feeling that card I saw earlier was indeed Defy, and it will indeed cut off the Moonfall. But the one hard bargain here again for Nice Boy. This happened the last time we played Aurelia. Also trying to think, I think there is a abandoned hall trigger. It did not happen. Yeah, you draw the spell when you reveal the top card of your deck if it's a spell. So that's where the +2 from that jewel is coming from, but there should be one more thanks to Hall. Looks like we're now correcting for the first one. Ravenbloom Student also going to get a bit bigger, but... Oh no, never mind. It wasn't draw, you just draw the card, that's how it works. You didn't play anything. All right, we're back. I recalibrated my brain. Understandably, the players are better than me, and Aurelia is in a precarious situation. I may have mentioned it already, but this is the only Aurelia in this Aurelia deck. Ravenbloom Student going to go in for point number 2, and all of a sudden it feels like the swing in tempo has happened in one direction.
Yeah, look, as I said at the top of this, if Diana can get off much faster here, it's going to make it a lot harder for Aurelia to have the time to build, make sure that she's defensible, and actually go in and make that hold.
Yeah, kind of reasonable to think that Aurelia was going to be safe there. Moonfall, the obvious thing you're worried about, but you have the Defy that covers it, and there's only one hard bargain in the list, and now you know that, because deck lists have been noted by each player. That's certainly not something that a player would miss looking through the deck list, especially for game 1. So an unfortunate mishap perhaps for the Princess, but Adaptron's going to roll on in and keep it going as Stupefy going to turn the tide there. Ravenbloom Student going to get bigger. Oh, Frigid Jewel is only when you draw your second card each turn. So on your turn, that usually means just one, because you already drew for your turn. But Stupefy has to do a little bit of extra work to get the Frigid Jewel trigger. But Ravenbloom Student still going to get bigger. So it's going to be 3 might versus 4. Oh, sorry, 2 might versus 3, effectively.
Yeah.
So a 2 might swing was what I was trying to get at. Discipline. I would like to get a little bit bigger. Up we go to 1 more. Now 4 plays 3, and no spells left, so Ravenbloom Student gonna lose the battle. Sunken Temple gonna happen. Not gonna be mighty enough to get that Sunken Temple draw, unfortunately. Is gonna be a 5 at the end of this, but you must be a 5 when you get there. One of the changes that happened relatively recently is you must meet the condition when the trigger would happen, even if you meet it after from conquering and getting a buff. But that buff does mean the Frigid Jewel does get eaten away, and Adaptron gets a point for EDG Rico, still fighting back despite losing that Aurelia early on. Alrighty, so considering the rest of the options, I see...
There's Boots of Swiftness there. We've got... Ooh.
1 second. Let me just look through this deck again.
Let's have a quick look.
Yeah, I do not know. Boots of Swiftness is what I saw. I saw a full art card that looked very expensive in terms of energy cost. I don't know what it is. But that's okay. We'll find out in a moment. Looks like some runes being corrected here. Play 2 for the Discipline. Oh, trying to pay for Temple, but I believe you cannot pay for Temple. Yeah, I think that's what's being explained. So again, it's relatively recent rules change, but you cannot fulfill the condition for Temple when you conquer it by conquering, by killing a gear. It's kind of the same change that made Set slightly worse at the Monastery, because you can no longer move in and get the buff and then spend it because you didn't have the buff when that condition was checking. And if you don't meet the condition, you don't get to draw the card. I'm pretty confident this is what the players are talking about at the table, but from my current understanding,
that makes sense.
Should not draw the card here. The unit is not mighty at the time it needed to be mighty. And you know what? Let's have a read of Sunken Temple while the players deliberate. Because it's been a minute, I suppose. When you conquer here with 1 or more mighty units, that means 5 might or more, you may pay 1 to draw 1. So even though the unit has fulfilled the, is the sufficient size, it was the sufficient size at the insufficient time. Is Boots of Swiftness going to get played? Equipped, now that unit's going to be mighty for sure next time. And Aurelia even going to ready it up. So it is time to gank on over to the Abandoned Hall, and Diana is certainly going to lose that fight. 2 points now to Aurelia, and a very swift cleanup of the battlefield despite not having the signature unit.
Yeah, look, if you had told me at the start of this that instead of Aurelia being the one to be rocking those Boots of Swiftness and being almighty, that it would be the Adaptatron, I would not have believed you for a single moment. There we have Hui coming out as well. That's my boy.
It's the thing about Aurelia. Doesn't matter sometimes what the unit is. Every now and then, Lonely Poro gets to be the hero of the story. Units just big enough usually when Aurelia has enough time and resources to pump them up. But Hui, certainly the Stellarcorn of this deck. I even asked Niceboy, who was a previous Aurelia player, what he thought of Hui. And it's basically like, yeah, I feel like it's Stellarcorn times 100 or something like that.
There is so much versatility to it. For anybody who hasn't had a closer look, I will give you a little read of Hui. It reads, when I move, draw 1, then discard 1, then do the following based on the discarded card's type. If it's a spell, draw 1. If it's gear, ready up to 2 runes. And if it's a unit, give it 3 might this turn.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense why Frigid Jewel is such a key card for this Diana build.
Absolutely.
Obviously, Hui triggers that very easily on your own turn just with a single move. And it might not seem like there's that much movement in this deck versus something like, I don't know, Aurelia, for example, but seen a couple flashes, and all 3 Ride the Winds are actually in this Diana list as well. So clearly valuing that mobility for lots of different reasons, but likely to power up Hui is one of the big ones. As a little Starcrossed action happened, bounced Hui back to hand, so not going to be Hui time just yet. But a little additional action of returning the Scuttlecrab that already drew a card to your hand, because you do have to return one of your friendly units as well. So a little double dip of old Seymour.
Got Hui back in.
And Tide Turner. Just a little 2-might unit. Going to pass it on back and kind of give the tempo back to Aurelia, who's certainly retaken, despite losing her key unit earlier. Dabstrong going to score up to 5. Boots of Swiftness going to make it 6. Going to end up at the Abandoned Hall, which tends to be the place you want to be at for both of these decks. And 6 points to 2 is going to be the lead that EDG Rico finds himself with. Counting out the runes.
We've discussed that Abandoned Hall quite a few times over the course of the weekend. When a player plays a spell, they may give a unit they control here +1 might this turn. Very, very good for Aurelia for a lot of reasons.
Oh, yes. For sadly, we won't get to talk about the other thing that we like to talk about the other time, because there's no more Aurelias in this game. Perhaps next game, though, is Abandoned Hall is going to get visited by Adaptatron. The old Robo Fries just rolling on in. Point number 6 now for EDG Rico. Recycles a rune. Got something to play? Yeah, let's charm this Hui. We'll get a Hui trigger, though.
Absolutely.
4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is how big Adaptatron currently is, including the buff of Abandoned Hall. But Hui can get to 8 very easily. As long as you discard a unit from your hand. And there is an extra copy of Hui. The question is it worth the potential risk? And it is.
Does seem
to Niceboy.
so.
Wants to save his Brooding Painter. Now an 8-might unit, as the expected pump's going to come through on the other side. Discipline, going to make it bigger. And that's going to be enough for Adaptatron to win this fight. Going to be +3 thanks to the Hall, effectively. And now the giant Adaptatron's going to beat the very giant Hui, but there's a bit more to come from as Stupefy. Going to shrink it. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Shrunk to 9. And Hui's at 8, going to go to 9 himself. So it's going to be a trade at the end of the day, by the looks of things. Although there are more spells for Aurelia if she wants to keep committing here. And typically, once you're in, you stay in. Here's Defy. Going to counter that Stupefy. And there's Hui going down.
After you've already lost that Aurelia, you really don't want to lose this Adaptatron at this point. Obviously, there would still be maybe some other options. I know that we do have the Stellarcorns in there as well, but for now, we've already started building it up. You don't want to lose it.
Yeah, I think just keeping tempo when you can, kind of Aurelia's credo. Not bad at holding, she's much better at conquering, but every now and then you get in this spot where you're holding up a bunch of runes, your opponent doesn't really have any units you can contend with. Your Robo Fries are giant, and Diana seems to be out of tricks here, woefully behind on points, and the win is on board for Aurelia. Score 1 for holding, and score the other battlefield by ganking. Don't even need the Scuttlecrab to do the dirty work for you. Very meticulous graveyard layout here. On the right-hand side of our screen. Tide Turner rolls in. Switcheroo. Moonfall. See one of those in hand. Not a fight that it feels like Tide Turner can win all that easily. Gonna activate Diana for a resource and stack some decks.
See what comes through.
Yeah, stack deck, of course, in action. Can be played in Showdown. Can be played on your turn as well. But if you want the resource out of your Diana, you must find a Showdown. Whether it's open or closed. But now that we're going to the battlefield that has something at it, does seem like there's a plan here for Niceboy, because could have done this at the Sunken Temple if you wanted to. So here's Moonfall.
I love the art on Moonfall. It is one of the coolest cards, I think, from this set. It reads, choose a battlefield where you have units. You may move up to one enemy unit to that battlefield, then give enemy units their -2 this turn.
A nice bit of extra value here as the Scuttle Crab is going to get involved. Notably, the Scuttle Crab does actually have to take a damage to go down. So if you don't have, you'll need like N+1, where N is the Adaptatron's might, to kill all the units at the battlefield. Even though the crab can't hurt you, it certainly can stay conquering if you don't have enough damage to get it done. So shrinkage there on the Adaptatron, -2 means it's base 1.
That's stupid.
-1 again makes it effectively 0. So we'll add up the rest of it. 1 from the buff and 2 from the boots. Only 3 might right now versus the 4 of the Tide Turner. About to be 5 thanks to Abandoned Hall. But as we know, Aurelia's always got something up her sleeve.
Absolutely, and there are still runes open there over on that side.
Already spied the Defiant Dance that I think is going to be the blowout in this situation. And again, EDG Rico can play knowing that there's no more hard bargains to interfere with the potential pump, so just tapping the table, doing the math.
You can see not so fast, another star-crossed.
Looks like only 1 card you can reasonably pump with.
It's very difficult to tell. Deep in thought there. Very, very, very important to make sure you're thinking through all of your choices. We often will see at this stage of the day quite decisive play, but it is also equally important to make sure that you are thinking everything through. We are all here after a very long weekend, and sometimes that mental acuity, your endurance maybe doesn't linger quite so much, so here we go.
So Gusts the Crab makes the bigger, actually wins the fight against the Adaptatron. I think Rico might have missed an Abandoned Hall trigger after not so fast, but I don't think it mattered. So Tide Turner wins the combat, kills the Adaptatron, and stops the bleeding.
Oof.
As the Scuttle Crab gets gusted. Not ideal, because that does draw a card every time you play it.
That being said, I don't think I saw any other units in hand there for Rico, so you're gonna want to figure out something to be able to build up.
All right, Scuttle Crab goes again. Draws another card.
Oh.
There's Aurelia.
There's Aurelia.
Did I misunderstand what happened with that Moonfall? I'm trying to remember. Moonfall? Guess we'll just pack it up. Nothing else a nice bit to do. I am so confused. So Moonfall moved her into that battlefield, played a pump, and then got it countered by Hard Bargain. Huh, okay. Well, game 1 goes to EDG Rico. I must have missed something. But kind of a tough position for Dana. Again, you kind of saw that once really got her hooks into a battlefield, it was very tough to get anything done after that. And we'll shuffle up for game number 2.
Comes the difficult task of sideboarding.
Yeah, sideboarding is a fun one. And we'll have a quick look. We actually do have the sideboards, not for you on our screens, we have them on our paper here, so we can read them through. Which one shall we read first?
Well, let's go with the Diana sideboard first, shall we? So here we have 1 Angler Beast, 1 Downwell, 1 Moonfall, 1 Rebuke, 1 Singularity, a Turn to Dust, Unchecked Power, and, believe it or not, Yasuo Windrider.
Little Chaos Yasuo. A little bit of extra mobility. Clearly valuing the movement in kind of Chaos's suite of tools. On the other side here for EDG Rico, Adaptatron, another one.
Another one.
I don't know if we'll need it for this matchup, but probably for the Auroras that are moving around. Angler Beast as well, which again must be for, I think, decks with smaller units. That one, when you play it, does return units with 2 mana or less to their owner's hands. Kind of eats them all up. Very fun little card.
Big fan of the art. I love the team.
It's terrifying. Disarming Rake, another kind of anti-gear card likely for Aurora. 2 Gust, 1 Star-Crossed to make the 3rd in the deck. 1 Vex, apathetic, of course.
Naturally.
And 1 Zonya's Hourglass.
It's nice to see the consistency that in almost every single matchup we have seen a Vex show up at some point.
certainly have.
We do know as well that in the Diana main deck, there is a Vex Apathetic and a Vex Chillis as well.
And I can let you all know what I did actually miss.
Oh, you did?
I did, and I would like to thank John Riftbound, Dave Guskin himself, who personally DM'd me to answer my question. I did miss, there was a gust. Returned Irreliant in the hand.
See, this is what happens. They move so quickly at this level, and it is very, very tricky sometimes to keep up.
I'm sorry, chat. That's on me. I cannot believe I missed that. Because as soon as I saw the card, I was like, that's Aurelia. I saw the graveyard, I was like, where'd you go? And then I was like, I missed something, clearly. Turns out when Moonfall shrinks the unit under 3, you can actually gust your own Aurelia to save it, which doesn't come up very often.
No.
But Moonfall's advantage of giving -2 actually being an advantage in that very specific situation to keep the Aurelia. Turns out, didn't really need it. Adaption did all of the beatdown.
Yeah. Goodness me. Yeah,
But thank you, Dave Guskin, for saving the stream.
That one to
All right.
the way that it goes.
I'll refocus my eyes for the next one here. Because, again, these are decks, if we didn't say it already, they both want to interact in showdowns on the chain a lot. And certainly got to keep your senses and your wits about you. As players will fist bump for game number 2, and very, very well managed here by Rico as we move ourselves to game number 2. Diana is going to be on the play here as well as we go to the Ravenbloom Conservatory up against the other abandoned hole.
All right, having a look here at what is in hand. Obviously, we can see that Scuttlecrab again for Rico.
Yeah, stack deck, not so fast, and one more card. And we'll get a little peek in just a moment. Tide Turner going to be the first play though. As Nice Boy passes on back, EDG Rico channels 3 runes and has something in store here on turn number 1. Maybe start with the stack deck, see if there's a 2-drop you maybe like. Nestled among them. Defiant Dance, that last card in hand after the draw for turn was Star-Crossed. But of course we already have the perfect 2-drop, so don't even need anything else. Scuttlecrab back down on turn number 1. Perhaps an aggressive gust is coming here because it did leave a rune open. Didn't want to use the stack deck. Can use it now in showdown, but instead, no, it is a gust. Back to hand is keeping that tempo despite going second. As Diana Lunari going to hit the field.
That was a gust that we definitely saw.
I'm keeping my eyes on every single one. I will say both these players have a lot of gusts in their deck.
They really do. In the Diana side, we have 3.
And it is up to 3 after sideboard possible for Rico. 1 in the main, which was very good in game number 1, it turned out. But 2 in the board if he wants it for this matchup. I don't know how often you're expecting to have Gust do something, and obviously Diana has the ability to shrink units with things like Stupefy, things like Moonfall, so it can be a little bit easier for Diana to use Gusts offensively, but if it is something that saves your units, and I already have an answer, EDG Rico has at least 1 more, because I just saw one off stack deck. Clearly valuing it here in the matchup. I think especially going second, that makes a lot of sense to me, trying to, again, kind of push your opponent off the early point so you can be the one to get on kind of on the battlefield first, because this is a matchup where the race kind of breaks out in a way where the player that kind of can start the point lead can try and put pressure on their opponent to make plays when they're not maybe ready or set up to, and try and snowball off from there.
Absolutely. As I said, once again, comes down to tempo. There is that Vex.
Another one out of the board. Makes a decent amount of sense. There's plenty of Ride the Wind and Ride the Wind adjacent things happening in this Diana list. So Vex Apathetic sitting on the battlefield seems like a pretty good card to have. Also just a very nicely sized unit, we can say. 4 energy for 4 might feels like pretty good value. Diana going to do the thing. If you haven't seen this one before, Diana Lunari. Whenever a showdown begins, you may pay 1. If you do predict, and reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a spell, draw it. Otherwise, recycle it.
And we have my boy once more play.
Sad they didn't make Vex a mind unit, right? Because then Vex and I guess they can be in the same deck. There's a bunch of purple Vexes, but
absolutely,
you know, you can have an apathetic Vex and a brooding painter in the same deck, I suppose. Really collecting the early 2000s.
There's a lot of
scene kids.
Yeah, a lot of brooding on this board state right now. I'm here for it, honestly.
Kind of makes sense, I suppose, given Diana's kind of nighttime thematic as Vex Apathetic. Feeling maybe not too indifferent about this incoming showdown. Ravenbloom Conservatory going to trigger, goes for that one first, gets the hit, finds a flash, and now going to pay for the predict, perhaps? Draw more cards, wouldn't be bad, given that the unit's probably going away here. No Diana to use for the resource, but good enough to pay 1 here when Diana's likely going out anyway. Not sure what it is. Having a quick peek. Back to the hand we go.
Vex again there.
That one's certainly good in this matchup. Again, this is something that got played a lot in the Aurelia mirror. So when you're against actual Aurelia as Diana, and these two decks do have some similarities as far as what they want to do in showdowns. Makes sense that if players have access to this, they would play it. There is no access to this card in Rico's deck. But there's actually some just hanging out in the main. 1, in fact, here for Nice Boy. Ride the Wind, going to be found after that little predict, recycled 1. So Diana getting a lot of value despite perishing here, but it is 1 point apiece now. As the Scuttle Crab does what Scuttle Crab does. Off to the abandoned hall for point number 2. All right, recycle.
And that's Starcross.
And that Hui just never gets to play. Consistently kind of slow speed, if you will, despite it being a very powerful reaction. Just bouncing Hui back to hand to prevent any advantage from kind of mounting, rolling on for Diana.
We have seen so many Starcross over the past couple of days. It's been one of the most popular spells at the Riftbound regional qualifiers here in Sydney.
Yeah, might miss Gus. Don't miss that one. As thinking once again, the value of the Scuttle Crab being returned to hand is not lost on me because I do love drawing cards. But just going to be Boots of Swiftness and go by the looks of things. Yep, go ahead. And with Vex Apathetic on the board, there is really not a lot you have to worry about. A lot of units, a lot of Ride the Winding. In fact, you saw a Ride the Wind off of the reveal from Ravenbloom. So you know there's one around there, and you know Vex Apathetic is going to put a stop to any shenanigans that may be in play. This Nice Boy gives a little chuckle and just redeploys Hui once again, hoping this time it's going to stay on the battlefield.
Brooding evermore.
All right, so Awaken, point number 3. And Vex is going to, I assume, park herself on one of these battlefields for a decent amount of time. Although boots are there, so I guess you could go park at the other one. Get Vex a little ganking.
Looks like there was a not so fast in there. Obviously the Defying Dance, Scuttle Crab.
And Charm as well, which seems like a pretty... Ooh, that seems like bad news for Hui. There's a lot of cards, though, in Diana's hand. I mean, look, that's like a, what, 10 or so? Just at a glance?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay.
That was a complete guess. Just it was a nice round number that seemed close. And you know that Diana has tricks. Not as many as you, as the Aurelia player. We'll start with Scuttle Crab. Draw an extra card. Get a little look. Get information before we decide to commit to a line here. Because I think, again, Hui is a problem you do want to deal with pretty consistently, but we're going to start with the boots. Vex is going to suit on up and walk on over to the abandoned hall. And perhaps pick a fight with Hui, although Hui does trigger on move. And it is often 8 might in spots like this, so perhaps the charm would be a little misplaced unless more resources want to get committed. So the question, I guess, becomes how much do you dislike this Hui? How important do you think it is to Diana's game plan? I would say pretty important.
I would agree with you on that one. Just purely for that level of versatility. And I mean, you've got a hand size that big, discarding doesn't feel quite so painful.
Oh, here's the charm. Hui's going to move on in to the abandoned hall where Vex does get a bonus buff to kick things off thanks to the charm. Of course, Hui's going to trigger, draw a card. Now discard 1, you get 1 of 3 effects. If it's a unit plus 2 might, if it's a spell, draw a card. If it's a gear, ready 2 runes, and we are going to ready 2 runes. Not the choice I thought I was going to see when you kick things off, but it's time for a flash.
There we go.
No nonsense. I don't want to deal with any of your pumps at this showdown. I just want to get on out of here, get my trigger, and save my precious, precious boy. All right.
There we go.
AJ Rico says, you got it. Not so fast. Does not stop that one because it's not targeting your units or gear. It's targeting their units. So Defy would work. Not so fast does not. And Hui triggers once again, thanks to flashing back to base, flashing back to safety. Up against this Vex.
You can still see that hard bargain in there. You want to hold on to that until exactly the right moment, given that you do only have the 1 in there.
All right, well, Vex Chill is going to hit the bin. And that pump is probably not doing something this turn. I think that's more just I like the rest of the cards in my hand and I want to keep them. But it could be a potential move for Ride the Wind, but I think if you were willing to flash out of there, you're probably not willing to pick a fight.
No.
But again...
Getting that move trigger, though.
Yeah, this unit does present a problem. It's kind of the other thing. Every unit really gets to keep a hold of, especially when she has a point lead, is just frustrating.
Yes, very much so.
I mean, look, I know the Scotto Crab's not like particularly scary, but it's not nothing as Guardian Angel.
Still got a little something, something.
It's, look, the day I see a Defiant Dance Scotto Crab win a game, I'll be something. I guess I'll be excited for the most part. Guardian Angel going to be equipped to Vex, apathetic, just hunkering on down and passing it on back, not even bothering to try and take another point. I guess I already did it because I did realize that those moves happened on Rico's turn thanks to that charm. It's a little confusing sometimes where we are in the turn. Sway is going to go back in for seconds, but with all the runes awakened, feels like a bit of an easier time here to try and beat up this Vex. And there's Hui discarded to give this one +3. 8 might, plays 4, 5, 6, 7 for Vex right now.
Having those runes open, though, does make it a little bit more of a risk.
Oh yeah, we're at Abandoned Hall. This is going to be something.
There's always something coming around.
And again, we did already clock the Defiant Dance, so that is +5 at Abandoned Hall effectively. +2, -2, and one more for fun. Gives you effectively 5. It's kind of the easy heuristic to use with Defiant Dance. Works the same way with Aurelia, thanks to choosing her, making her a little bit bigger. There is also a Discipline that could be deployed if we want to save our precious pump for later. But again, an unbelievable number of cards you have to consider here in this exchange.
I think you would also think at 4 points, you're probably going to continue trying to just hold on with this Vex. I don't know necessarily that you'd want to pump up another unit.
Yeah, just kind of, I mean, you still have your chosen champion, and you're kind of running a little low on runes just from the natural power cost that Calm as a domain has to pay, and that Aurelia as a deck often utilizes in order to use her legend ability. It doesn't mean there's that much of that, but because Hui's been replayed so many times and we did a couple runes, I feel like the resource game right now is in favor of Diana. You can see it's 5 runes to whatever that number is, 8, I think. We're just going to let it go. There's the GA. There is the GA there as well.
Feeling that when it comes to just flash counting those.
I missed one thing and now I'm locked in. As Guardian Angel going to be stripped off that Vex, of course, makes the fight feel a little bit easier to tank. Rico just going to be bounced back off the Abandoned Hall. This way, he does get a point. 2nd point now on the board for Nice Boy, but quite the mountain to climb at this stage. But if there's a unit that's going to make some magic happen in Diana, it is going to be a unit like Hui.
I
Pass on back.
mean, one of the MVPs for sure.
Yeah, there was a ton of chatter about this unit. You can kind of see why. Curious if there's any other shells that might fancy this card. But certainly in Diana seems to be at its best. As we pass on back, 7 runes now. As Rico considers what the next course of action is. Has been pretty aggressive about trying to fight Hui whenever possible, or at least keep it off the board with something like Starcross. So can't win without scoring the points, as it turns out, at least for the most part. So likely wants to look to conquer twice here and put that pressure on. Stellarcorn, though, going to maybe signal a turn off. Indeed, it does. Passing it on back, feeling like the point parity is fine. And that's even if Diana can get on the other side to the Ravenloom Conservatory. Once the draw power, kind of bank a couple resources and build up for a bigger turn. I kind of like this. I feel like you're putting yourself in a position to navigate to a really powerful endgame. And again, there are just so many cards in Diana's hand. You can only fight through so many at a time. So looks like we're building up a little bit of an arms race here. Is Hui going to move on back thanks to Tide Turner? Switch on back, get a Hui trigger, and of course Hui stays ready. So Ravenloom Conservatory, yet another option with all those moves. So you filter through so much of your deck. Frigid Jewel going to ready 2 runes. Hui going to move again, draw a card, discard 1 more. What's it going to be?
You really do feel spoiled for choice, not only with that many cards in hand, but that many runes available.
Well, Ride the Wind goes to the bin, which is a pretty clear signal that there's more than one in Nice Boy's hand. And Rico has already seen one off of an earlier reveal from Conservatory. So pass it back as the points are equal, 4 apiece. But Aurelia the first to awaken and look to score the next 2 as we are moving ourselves towards the final stages of this game. Not quite the end game just yet, but we're right near the end of the mid game.
Yeah.
All right, Dance, Boots, Not So Fast, and Charm. Is that the last? No, it's Discipline that we saw already in hand. But Stellacorn can make some moves, we can say. Draw a ton of cards for Aurelia. It really is kind of the standout card. I know there are Aurelia players that say, despite how powerful Fervent is, that they would happily play Stellacorn as their chosen champion if they were allowed to. And given the games I've seen with that card from Aurelia, I do not blame them, as Ride the Wind going to try and interfere with Vex Apathetic waltzing into the Abandoned Hall. So Ride the Wind, ready my way, move it on over, trigger. Units ready. Because, yep, turn that one this way. Doesn't really matter. No meditation to speak of. That's a calm card. That would be one of the few reasons that you would care about this. Aurelia Fervent does care about it, because when she's ready, she gets a little bit bigger, but mostly just for the move here is Fading Memories. Going to go to the bin, draw another card, and Abandoned Hall going to trigger.
So we got 8 to 6 there now, is it?
Oh, that's fascinating, because you choose on resolution, you can choose Hui. I did not know that. So now 6 might for this Hui up against the 6 of Vex. So I imagine Nicewo is going to want to make this unit a little bit bigger, and this Moonfall looking real nice. Not so fast though. Still available. Pretty sure that one can counter Moonfall, should be able to. Don't think it's like Repulse. There's that new body spell that cares about a single unit. This one is just that chooses a friendly unit or gear. Certainly one of those is being chosen here. So Not So Fast going to come out, counter that Moonfall. Pretty much all of the counters work in that situation, whether it was Defy or Not So Fast. So the hard bargain is not enough with how many runes are available for either side. So despite it being in the hand for Nice Boy, once again, looks like we are going to have to keep on trucking here if we want to do something else. So tapping Diana and paying for a Stupefy. Going to look to shrink this Vex a little bit more, get the Abandoned Hall buff, as effectively that one Might Die that was on there just goes away to represent where Vex is currently at, but there's more where that came from. It's time for Discipline. Pumping up that Vex. Going to be for +3 effectively here at Abandoned Hall. So currently 5, 6, 7, 9 plays.
9-9.
It is 9-9. Don't think where either player wants it to be, so we'll go again. Here's Smokescreen. Has to pay Deflect, of course. It's the other brutal thing about Vex.
Yep.
So -4, +1 for Hui, effective +5 in the exchange. So just 1 right now. Oh, all the whole buff's gone. Sorry, still the base might count. So 3, 4, 5. 5 plays, 8 + 2 is 10.
Yeah, look, ordinarily, I think if you were facing down having to add on that deflect cost, it would be a little bit of a bother. I feel like the best person positioned for this is Diana, though, obviously because of her little extra help on those showdowns.
Yep, does a little energy discount. So even though it can't help you, unlike Kai'Sa with deflect, can certainly take the sting out of it, if you will. So Rico, considering what else is going on here, how much do I want to save this Vex? Or maybe more accurately, how much do I want to deal with this Hui?
Yeah, that's very fair. I feel like if it was just a question of saving the Vex and not necessarily thinking so much about the Hui, you would feel reasonably okay still having that Stellacorn there as well. But Hui can make some moves, you know?
Yeah, I mean, clearly the key unit in this deck, and again, in the same way that Stellacorn and I guess Aurelia are the key units for the Aurelia deck, does kind of make sense to me that this is the fight you want to pick. But I do think that if there's a turn that's going to potentially determine the outcome of this game, it does feel like this one.
10 to 5 there.
Yeah, Defiant Dance time.
Oh, yeah. Don't think there's really any other alternative.
Oh, on guard. Actually,
Rico. Oh, was there?
I thought there was one, but I may have already passed us by. We'll do a quick check. Not in the graveyard, not in the trash. And Rico currently leaning very far over his cards. And I think they're also on the table, so I really can't see them right now. So we'll just wait with bated breath to see what do you want to do here. Need to find yourself 5 might. Get a little help with the Abandoned Hall.
Just a little.
Every spell gives a little bump up, so you don't need quite as much as you might expect, but still an unbelievable number of cards fanning out across the battlefield, back and forth, as Rico decides to commit even more to this showdown. On guard. Going to be +3, effectively. That's going to be up to 8.
Still not quite enough there.
is enough to kill the Hui, though. Because that 2 extra might making 10 is coming from the Tide Turner. So feels like Nice Boy is going to go again. Stack deck, very cute.
Ooh.
Getting the pump up Abandoned Hall for a little bit of an extra bump as Star-Crossed Ravenbloom Student and I believe another stack deck of the 3 cards quickly seen and sent to the bottom. Hui now up 1 more. Big enough to survive against Vex, and Itajiriko doesn't want to do anything with that. Defiant Dance finally going to be committed on the chain. Oh yeah, little random recycle. Everyone's got to choose.
And here it comes. Yep, there we go.
All right, so 8 plays 11, and again, you can basically shortcut this to +5. So that is going to be more at the end of it all. Shrink by 2, down to 9, up by 3, up to 14. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5, 9, 11. Oh, it is 11 total. 11 plays less, and now Flash at the end of it all. He's getting out of dodge.
Oh, look, at this point, you've done your best to maintain the units there. I can understand why you want to hold on, even though it does mean you technically had to make that move there. But Quay did move.
If I recall correctly, did this start from a charm? Is that how we got here? Stelicon going to move on over, get point number 5. And, sorry, point number 6, excuse me, because of course the point for holding, I believe, was already gotten, or at least Vex conquering one or the other is good enough to get it. Draw a card, play some boots, equip them up to our Stelicon, and use Aurelia to retreat Stelicon back for an extra card draw. Well worth the power you have to pay. Draw another card, refuel for next turn, and now we're in the end game, at least for Itajiriko.
Yep. Gotta hope that for this wonderful Diana player, you can think of something to figure out how to address these growing issues over here.
We'll turn to dust on a bad draw, but that unfortunately deals with the gear next turn. Doesn't help you with the boots that Vex is wearing right now. And you do need to keep these units at bay off these battlefields. Moonfall would have been a great way to do that, but the last one did get foiled. There is another one, though, lurking in the hand. You can see that beautiful full art just peeking out between the middle of those cards.
Yeah.
Mind
a Mind Splitter.
Feels like it's not quite time for Mind Splitter. Hui draws a card, looking to discard, rolling on in. It is 6 might at the battlefield for Vex. Discard the Mind Splitter, make it 8. And Vex Empathetic says, I'm good. You got me. Gonna get point number 5 now for Nice Boy. Itajiriko has a different plan as Tide Turner claims point number 6. So Diana poised to win next turn potentially, but obviously has to deal with whatever torrent is just about to come out of this Aurelia deck.
Not having seen that Mind Splitter in the hand before, I love that as a way to turn things around just a little bit.
Yeah, if you have the time, have the resources, really good to get a look at Aurelia's hand, because if you know what you're up against and take a key part away, can be easier to play around all of the tricks she can potentially have. And that hand is not all that hot right now for Itajiriko. Stelicon can make it different in an instant, though.
It was looking pretty good before, but yes, having that draw would come in handy.
Yeah, it's a Scuttle Crab, I believe. Scuttle Crab, stack deck, Ride the Wind. Not the cards you're looking for when you go and make a big play with something like, I don't know, Aurelia? In fact, there's, apart from Boots, not that many ways to choose her. Is Scuttle Crab going to roll on in, get the information? This is the other thing that makes this card so powerful. When you run it in, you get to look at the hand. And finally, we're going to see 10 cards written down, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Goodness.
Get a good look.
Okay, so we do have quite a lot here on that side of the board to have the perusal of.
It's funny, I was talking about how this is one of the things that Mind Splitter lets you do on the other side. And turns out you just do it for 2. Don't even need to pay the full 7 and 2 Chaos Power. Little old crab just rolls on in there. Which again, it's one of the more understated things about the card, but I think one of the reasons it's been such a mainstay of our Calm decks and kind of a staple from Unleashed that, at least for me, was a little bit unexpected Does a lot of little things, but all the little things add up to some pretty powerful packages at times. All for the low, low price of 2 little energy.
I do believe as well it was the 3rd most popular unit of the weekend. Lot of decks running this little crab.
Yep. Makes sense given the quality of the local seafood here in Sydney. Crabs everywhere. As Rico says, you got it, pick him up. Stelicorn's going to go over here, draw a card, pick a fight, 5 might to 2 against this Tide Turner. And again, if Rico can find a way to score both battlefields this turn, that will be a win and moving on to the finals in a clean sweep. But this game has been a little bit more... I'd say bogged down, but a little bit more deliberate than the first. A lot of back and forth, a lot of jostling for position here.
As I said earlier, you really do have to make sure you have considered every single option at this juncture of the competition here.
Here comes Hui. Rolling in again. Gets a move. Is ready technically again. Yep, going to be turned right side up here by EDG Rico. I appreciate keeping the game nice and clean. Unit going to get discarded, I have to imagine, because Hui is looking to win a fight and needs might to do that. Now at 8, thanks to that Raven Bloom being discarded, and Rico packs it up. We're going to game 3.
There we go. Well, that was your hope at the start
Certainly
of
was.
the game, that we would see 3 here now, given that the other matches over the course of this top 8 have gone 2-0.
Despite the Stelicorn, nothing left in the tank to get it done there. As Nice Boy picks up a game here and is poised to make the finals himself. Diana versus Aurelia, what a fascinating matchup. I mean, I think if you wanted the log line of what happened in that game, one player had 10 cards in their hand for most of the game, and the other player didn't.
Yep, that pretty much sums it up. Not to mention all of those runes and the additional support of having Diana.
Yeah.
Those showdowns giving you that extra.
Yeah, just at a certain point, I felt like, okay, Aurelia used a bunch of her stuff to try and win a combat, which is kind of something she does a lot, but couldn't find a way to refill. And when it wasn't enough to tip the game back in your favor, Hui value train just kept on going. I can see why Nice Boy in his interview after his Swiss round feature match said that he thought this card was better than Stelicorn.
Absolutely. And it's interesting to see both of these players seeming reasonably unshaken by the turn of events here. Very poised, very focused.
I appreciate that as a Diana player, in fact, our best Diana player, winning the best of here in our top 4, is kind of embracing the nighttime vibes, despite it being inside quite late-ish now in Sydney, 9 p.m.
Wearing those shades.
Just got to keep it, just got to keep the vibes nice and immaculate.
Absolutely. Well, it kind of goes with the energy of having, the Vex apathetic. And Hui, it's a more, a solemn vibe sometimes.
Looking cozy, I have to say. See, both players looking very comfortable. And a little fist bump to kick off our final game of this semi-final. We're going to have one more, and then top 4 will conclude on this side of the bracket, but we have more to come, I have to imagine. Don't know how the other one's doing. We'll check in when we get there, shall we? But now game 3 between Aurelia and Diana is off to the races, and it's 2 peaks.
Wow.
It's peak.
It's peak time.
Well, should be in for a good game then if this is already peak. Looks like Aurelia going... Nope. Diana... Nope, Aurelia going first. Did lose the other game.
Yep.
Scuttle Crab already on the board. Looking good so far as Rico passes it on back. 3 runes channel, Diana played. Must be nice to have a champion that only costs 3 energy. Lucian players everywhere start to rejoice. All right, Scuttle Crab going to do some conquering. Here we go, to the peak. Oh, not yet.
Well, Rico was a little bit at a rune deficit after casting all of those spells earlier in the last match there. So maybe Targon's Peak will come in handy, giving that little bit of replenishment of readying those 2 runes at the end of the turn.
Yeah, you kind of saw how valuable both players having access to runes to play spells in Showdown was. So Targon's Peak makes a lot of sense for both these decks. Again, the battlefields are eerily similar. There's only one different one between them. So inevitably, we're maybe going to get a mirror match as far as battlefields go, and that apparently is this game, is Vex Apathetic going to get deployed as Rico passes on back, respecting the rule of 2s in Riftbound. No reason to take a stray point when I have to win in 2s anyway. Leave the Scuttle Crab at home and let Diana get the first point. Get that predict and perhaps get a card draw out of the deal. Oh my goodness, that's a hit.
Gotta be happy with a Moonfall there.
Well, it feels good to predict and not have to put it on the bottom. Just know straight up that you're drawing quite the card. We're moonfalling already?
Really?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
There we go.
Pays the deflect.
Well, as
And the Vex is already in the bin.
it's gone, yeah. Already anticipating there.
No Gust this time, with no runes up, as Ravenbloom's student. Gonna get played, and Peak, of course, readies 2 runes, so it looks like that unit didn't cost anything. They just got a little rebate at the end of the turn as Rico. Awakening, 6 runes now available, and wealth of options in the hand, I imagine. Aurelia has a possibility. Scuttlecrab can get involved, and it's not that big a unit.
Both players really making a concerted effort to get out there quite early this time around. Really, really quick on the uptake.
I think you can consider like Charm and Moonfall as pretty similar cards in this matchup. Obviously, there's differences. Moonfall is quite a bit more powerful, but costs a bit more energy. Scuttlecrab is going to walk to the peak. Again, if you conquer, you do get the opportunity to reset 2 runes, and that is pretty valuable alongside the point you're going to get. Looks like Aurelia going to be deployed here right now. And the gauntlet has been laid, if you will. Doesn't have to pay a power, because that's how Aurelia works. And does ready 2 runes to maybe keep her safe, because there is no Guardian Angel right now. Usually you see Aurelia deployed with some level of protection. But Rico deciding that whatever cards are in my hand, that's good enough.
For a Protect the Princess deck, she's looking a little less protected than I would have normally expected to see her on the field.
All right, here comes Scuttlecrab. XP gained, hand seen. One of those things is significantly more relevant than the other. Moonfall, Ride the Wind, Flash, Fading Memories, Turn to Dust, and Stacked Deck. As Rico asked to see the cards a little closer, going to write them down. And
having to lean over the deck once again.
And read them upside down, makes sense. Despite being in Australia, it can be tough when the cards are not the right way up. Looks like Fading Memory is the card that kind of jumps out to me. Would be a way to actually take out Aurelia by giving her temporary, but a lot of resources to commit for something that may not work. Can't be defied for what it's worth, but can be hit by not so fast. I have bad news for Nice Boy if that's the line he takes. I know, there's a not so fast in Rico's hand. In fact, in the deck, there's 2 total. So a little bit more likely than not versus that singular copy, but might be the play you want to make. Stack deck and a kick off the festivities, though.
See what we get off the deck there.
There's Jewel. Take the Jewel. Seems to be a pretty key card for this deck, at least this build of Diana. Certainly something that Nice Boy values very highly.
Running 3
how
of
the
them.
deck is constructed. Yeah, exactly.
You'd absolutely think so.
I don't know how many Frigid Jewels have been running other Diana decks, but certainly the best finishing one is running the maximum number of copies of that card, as it is going to be Frigid Jewel played, turn passed back, and Targon's Peak once again makes the gear look free. It is not, but the refund you get certainly can make it seem that way sometimes. As Aurelia Fervent gonna ready, get herself a might, and perhaps be ready to fight at these battlefields. That's usually her thing.
Seeing a couple of things in hand. That Defiant Dance, again, because it is such striking art, very, very difficult not to see as they're shuffling through there.
All right, starting at this battlefield, Flash time. You can move up to 2 units here. Going to move both. So respecting that Aurelia is likely having a turn where she's going to want to be pretty aggressive and take these battlefields. Nice Boy wants to protect both his units. Feel like that somewhat foils the plans that Rico might have had here, despite Aurelia having free reign of these locations. Probably wanted to take out a unit or 2 in the process.
Ideally, you'd expect at the very least to get the Ravenbloom student there.
I feel like if tanking this long, especially if he passes, get a little bit of a tell that you don't have Defy. Could be a bluff. Could be a double bluff if he does have it. But that is the only card that would have worked in that spot. So, not necessarily a card he wants to counter, but if he considered it and passed it, I guess either way. You could read it either way.
There's that Scuttlecrab again.
Oh, and guess what he drew? The card he may or may not have tried to bluff just a moment ago. Defy off the top, thanks to Scuttlecrab, joining this very big grip of cards.
Seen a lot of trying to bait that one out over the course of the weekend. Sometimes successfully, sometimes not so much. In this case, obviously, having the draw the very next turn and having it come up, that's just very good fortune.
All right, well, 2 points to 3. no way to get to the other battlefield. No Boots of Swiftness have made their way into Rico's hand just yet. So Aurelia going to be parked at the peak. Does reset the runes as Diana once again going to do the thing. Use her resource, predict, and find a spell. One on bottom, flip one up. There it is. Singularity. In from the sideboard. Deal 6 damage to 2 units. Get a point for holding. Oh, sorry, get a point for conquering. Diana, of course, flash back to base.
There.
And again, 4 points is fine. Don't have to necessarily fight for 5. Interesting to see Singularity here. It can be tough to pop Aurelia. 6 damage might seem like a lot for a 4-might unit, but Aurelia gets above 6 very swiftly.
Absolutely. Although much more unprotected than usual, as we said before, without having a Guardian Angel, given that I believe there are 3 in that deck.
Yep. So gonna go for it here. Oh, has to play Deflect as well. 3 runes recycled. Hits the crab, hits the Aurelia. Gonna try and make a point of it here. But all this going to be stopped by a number of different things. I think the most simple is going to be EG Rico's answer. Not so fast.
Not so fast indeed.
So your 6 energy and 3 runes for my 2 and 1 rune. Seems like a good trade for the Aurelia player. Pass it on back. Aurelia Fervent lives. Readies for a might. Holds for a point. Up to 3 we go. The not so fast baited out might leave some room for that fading memories on the following turn. Tide Turner.
Turner coming in.
Aurelia has been chosen, so she moves on back, and that does leave her free to explore the other Targon's Peak in the north. All right, Diana is going to have a showdown. Oh, never mind. We're out of there. Ride the wind, Bullseye. I would like to go over the other side. The South Peak seems much prettier than the North Peak. Oh, is he going to fall over there? Oh, gosh. All right.
Yeah,
keep it simple. Did not opt for the Diana showdown trigger. I'm pretty confident that works both ways. Have a quick read of Diana Lunari once again. When a showdown begins here, you may pay 1. If you do predict, then reveal the top card. Yes, so had the option, but wanted to save the rune perhaps. And awaken we are.
With only 5 there, and a decent-sized hand. We'll see.
Yeah, I think that time is going to be part of the problem here. A lot of decisions you could make. Even if you deal with Aurelia, which you can do as your hand stands. Assuming your opponent doesn't have an answer for it.
Yeah.
Stupefy going to be the first thing. Looking for a redraw here, so it does not like the texture of the hand as it is. Will make Student better as well. Frigid Jewel also triggering. That's a very big student. And all of a sudden, 5 might. Feels like a lot to play with. This Tide Turner has been shrunk by 1.
That student has definitely grown significantly bigger there.
Awful lot of books being read. Is Tide Turner going to be assaulted at the south by Raven Bloom Student?
Big brain energy.
Brain energy. So not wanting to tangle with the Aurelia just yet. Star-Crossed here.
Star-Crossed coming in clutch there. We've seen it a number of times.
Every time they point at the Scuttlecrab with the Star-Crossed, I'm like, God, that's so smart. Why didn't I think of that? I mean, there's 3 Star-Crossed in the 48 and 3 Scuttles in the main for this Aurelia deck, and it's looking real good.
Any opportunity to get that draw trigger, I'm taking it.
All right, so Tide Turner currently holding onto this battlefield. Only 4 points apiece, but again, at this juncture, Rico is going to be the player to have the next opportunity to grab points. So I think the question becomes, do you want to just play this Fading Memories and try and get rid of the Aurelia? Because I think Aurelia is going to be a problem for you all game long. And when you give a unit temporary, it deals with it pretty straight up. Can't be defied, can be not so fast, but it's really tough to save Aurelia from this point if she's temporary. Because everything else you try is like kind of going to get foiled by a pump. You kind of saw with Singularity that, yes, it got countered, but there are other ways for that Singularity to be dodged by Aurelia.
It is a little less, comfortable to make those sort of moves, though, when there are 5 runes up over on Rico's side there. Whether or not you want to try and bait something out again, get them to use the runes up before you try it, who's to say?
So Starcross could save Aurelia, and he's going to be Fading Memories. Kind of narrowing them down to not that many answers, has to pay Deflect, so this is very costly. And again, I don't even know how good this is, because there's still pressure as Defy, but it does cost 3. Wait, that doesn't work. right? Did I misread something? Oh no, it's Wimbledon's 4. Wow, Defy is a real good spell. Holy. I thought Defy was 3 or less. No, it is 4 or less. And Fading Memory is unfortunately very defiable, which cuts the number of appropriate outs down by a lot. And all of a sudden, that was a very comfortable spot for EDG Rico. And I feel like that is going to spell the beginning of the end. 6 points now for Rico. Huge board, huge rune advantage, huge amount of cards in hand. And kind of had to go for it. A little bit of a Hail Mary, but just one little counterspell undid all that hard work.
It's what you have to contend with, dealing with Aurelia a lot of the time here.
All right, well, everything goes back, and that's going to be game. Nice Play knows there's nothing to do. Rico's going to be in our finals. It'll be Aurelia versus someone.
Well, if nothing else, I can very humbly admit that my prediction this time around was wrong, but it was really cool to see Diana this far in to the day. Not just this time, but also having seen 2 in the top 8. I say that's pretty good still. As a prediction, it may not be #1 on the day, but it's still making a presence.
I think it's funny to consider that we maybe on the weekend, we didn't have Aurelia predicted, but it might just be Aurelia's time.
Look,
at an RQ, not in China.
I'm still very much feeling a little bit of regret there because it was my gut instinct. I even had it written down, crossed it out, and decided, no, I think Diana. So, look, if this is the time that I have been proven wrong and I should have gone with my gut instinct, look, Sydney changes things up.
Look, almost all the legends we had predicted as potential winners did make the top 8.
That is
and
true.
The one that missed did not miss by much.
Exactly right. It was very good to see so many different legends in the top 8. Obviously, we did see quite a lot of purple, but a lot of variety with the legends themselves.
All right, well, big smile there for EDG Rico 1997. And a winner's interview on the way, I have to imagine. But you know what? We can wax poetic about the matchup before we get there, I suppose.
It feels very Diana, actually. Waxing moon, waxing poetic, you know? It kind of works.
I feel like I watched a pretty high-level version of this matchup on stream, and I feel like I still don't understand exactly what's supposed to happen. Yeah. Clearly, Hui is a very key unit. Clearly, Aurelia's tricks are, I think, better on average than Diana's, and she has more of them. So even though both of them want to win in showdowns, Aurelia is just kind of the queen of that, and kind of always has been. There are definitely moments where you can, moonfall in, be tricksy, use all the different tools available as Diana to try and win some combats, but kind of as is often the case in these games, when you start losing traction in showdowns, you tend not to get it back.
It is tricky to turn that tide around. And also, I know that I keep yapping about it, but seeing Vex Apathetic do some really solid work there. Every single time we've seen it come up on stream, it has made a presence, whether or not it's in addition to those scuttle crabs or otherwise.
Yeah, funny in this matchup because it kind of just felt like it was just a full might unit that was like, that was it.
Yeah.
That turned out to be kind of enough in a lot of cases because again, like Aurelia just needs unit. But we're going to go on down to the lounge because there's an interview waiting with our winner.
Thank you so much, Pastry. We are here, of course, with the winner, EDG Rico 1997. Congratulations, firstly. You are making it to the grand finals.
Thanks everyone.
Now we were playing Irelia, of course. This is not your first time playing Irelia, as we all know. In China, you did get the Unleashed a bit earlier than the rest of the world.
Yeah.
How have you been finding Irelia in this Unleashed meta?
I think Irelia is a bit weak into Aurora, but very good against every other decks because the Irelia champion is very strong. The deflect is annoying, and no one is bigger than her, and yeah.
Yeah, no, I can definitely see how that deflect was annoying and how big Irelia was getting in those games.
Yeah.
And another question I have, considering you are coming over, you flew over from China to play in this regional qualifier, Sydney. How do you feel the difference between the metas in China versus in the Western world?
Okay, I think China has more Wuji Bladesman, the Master Yi.
Yeah.
And well, there's many Yi around here too. I think the top 4 legend is almost the same, but some small difference of the order. So almost the same, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, so not too many differences between the meta in China versus Australia so far? basically the same except for just a bit of change?
Yeah, just the order. Yeah, almost the same.
Another question I have for you concerning your Irelia deck is your cards you're running in your main deck at the very least. I noticed you're only running Star-Crossed and Scuttle in that main deck from Unleashed. Is there other Irelia decks have been running a few more of those new Unleashed cards? Is there a reason why you only chose those 2 cards from Unleashed?
I mean, I have to have some weapons against Aurora, and the Star-Crossed is the best weapon. Yeah, so I have to put this card into my deck. Yeah, that's the reason.
Yeah, that makes complete sense. I mean, Star-Crossed is one of the most commonly used spells across this entire weekend, so no surprises on that Scuttle Crab. Now, your match in the grand final, you will be versing an Aurora Sivir. How do you feel about that?
Well, I just hate that matchup. Also, I'm on the draw, I guess, because he is the first seed. So, should be very tough, but I'll fight for it.
Yeah, do you think you'll be able to win out the entire day today?
Well, one match left, and I think I'm confident. Yeah.
Well, I'm not surprised you're confident. You have made it here all the way to the grand finals, and if you aren't like it, you definitely want to be confident in of yourself because this is the final match of the day. You've been grinding through these last 2 days, of course. 8 hours each. 12 hours each day, and it's a very long day. You said earlier in our chat before, your brain's a little bit mush after the day is coming through. Is there anything you're going to do before you go into your grand finals to revive yourself?
Well, maybe eat some snacks, drink some water.
Yep.
Yeah, keep me in a good shape and go to the finals.
Yeah, well, that sounds great. We won't have to wait long because we will be seeing, of course, Rico in the grand finals shortly. We'll head over back to the castle to break the game down more.
Well, thank you so much. That concludes our top 4 coverage for now because the finals are actually ready relatively shortly after this. And we can reveal to the people what it is going to be. We already know one side of the matchup is, of course, going to be Aurelia. But the other side, it was Vex versus Sivir. And who triumphed but Sivir?
Yep, 2-1 on that one. Very, very interesting to see that Sold Out's confidence clearly is still continuing there. Wonder how that will go coming into the grand final there.
There is a long-running phrase in card games that many people live by, and it is better to be lucky than good. But the thing they don't tell you is that if not to win a tournament, you must be both lucky and good.
That is true, and they've had favorable draws on that Aurora all tournament, so when does that run out? The question is, will it last through to the end of the grand final or not, or will Aurelia actually make it to #1 in Sydney?
We'll see how much work that main deck adaptation can do, because we're going to a break, and when we return, it is time for RQ Sydney's grand finals.
Here at the Sydney RQ, I am joined by the wonderful base deck department. Now, you are known for being very good at deck building. How are you taking that into Riftbound?
I'm trying really hard and failing really badly because the deck building is quite different, but I'm learning a lot. So it's good. It's helping me in other things that I do because I'm learning a lot, and I haven't learned a lot in a whole long time. So it's good.
So the deck that you're currently running, how are you feeling about your chances for the weekend?
It's the only deck I've played, so I've only played Azir. I built him because I saw he did quite well in China. I'm feeling okay, but I'm still pretty new to Riftbound, so I'm expecting to maybe get like middling results, probably crash out and burn and then quit early, but I'm hoping I do well.
Okay, so obviously the Unleashed set only just released. Did that change how you approached this weekend?
Yeah, a lot. Some decks got a lot stronger, Aurora. There's a lot of cards for my deck, a lot more card draw that Unleashed brings to Azir, which is really cool because that was a big weakness. So I'm really happy with what Unleashed brought to the meta as a whole.
So basically what I'm hearing is that even if you crash and burn, you're feeling pretty good about it anyway and you're having a good time.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Awesome. Well, best of luck for the weekend. We'll see how it goes. We are down here at the Sydney RQ. I am joined by Briefcase. You have flown here for the event. How are you feeling about your chances?
I'm playing against a friend, Zach, and I think it's really good so far because I'm not competing in the main event. However, I think I can beat him.
Well, I have some insider knowledge that he is very new, so I feel like you maybe are taking advantage a little bit.
Quite possibly. I did also try to rope him into the draft itself, so I did have ulterior motives here.
So obviously the Unleashed set only just came out. How are you feeling about the new champions?
3 of my favorite champions in League of Legends actually came out this set. Jhin, Lilia, and Pyke. I actually really love them in the game itself. So great so far. I just haven't been able to play them that much yet. I'm like looking to do some more in their decks.
Which one do you reckon you'll build first?
I've already made Lilia. That's what Jess is playing. I want to put my hands on it a bit more, but I think I really like the tokens.
Well, we'll see how the rest of the weekend goes. We are here down at the Sydney RQ. I am joined by Fasfi, and we are currently in the midst of a draft. Is that correct?
It absolutely is. You were playing draft.
And how is that going for you so far? Is this the first time you've drafted?
It's not the first time I've drafted, but it is. We're just playing a very special trios version, so it's something that's never really been played before. But we're still in the draft phase.
Okay, so what are you kind of gravitating towards at the moment?
I'm playing a predominantly yellow deck at the moment with a lot of soldiers. I've got Azir, and yeah, I'm looking forward to just getting a lot of units out.
So do you like your chances so far, given the rest of the people at the table?
Absolutely not. No, I'm definitely one of the beginners, but every game that I get to play, I learn something new, and it's just actually really, really fun.
So maybe next time we're in Sydney, you'll be in the main event then?
I mean, I'd love to have that experience at least once, yeah. Let's see what I can take.
Fingers crossed. We'll see how you go. Thank you so much.
Have you been feeling moody lately? Are you also tired of conquering for your points all the time? Do you not want to play a normie deck like the others? Then we got the deck just for you. Vex Gloomist appears in Unleashed, a legend that massively profits from holding battlefields. Stop your opponent from ambushing or accelerating consistently as early as turn 2 with Vex Apathetic as your chosen champion unit. Tell your opponents to back off by stunning their units when they try to conquer. Play your Shadow ready into battlefields to immediately use its ability on the opposing turn. Vex can rely on so many different defensive tools that the Calm and Chaos domain already have. Use Guardian Angel and Zhonya's Hourglass to protect your units from dying. Not So Fast and Defy to counter opposing spells and deny their tempo. But also new defensive cards can be found in Unleashed, like Existential Dread or the Mutated Mouser. But in the Shadow Isles, a monster lurks supporting Vex, giving her near unlimited defensive and offensive possibilities. Enter Viamore. The Spider God has Ambush, meaning it can be played offensive and defensively. With this powerful 8 might, it jumps into a battlefield that you are attacking and crushes any unit smaller than it without taking a single hit. If your opponent doesn't manage to push it out of a battlefield, an additional draw for holding is a free bonus. With these cards in your deck, you're going to be able to keep all the others away from your battlefields. Keep holding, Riftbounders.
We're here at the Sydney Riftbound Regional Qualifier. I'm Pastry. I'm here with Randy, one of the members of the legendary team of traveling players that seems to keep doing pretty well at RQs, but although haven't had maybe the best luck lately.
Hey, it's okay. My friend won last week, 3 weeks ago, so that's pretty good already. Happy about that.
So when did you get in?
Got in yesterday morning. Flew in from Shanghai, so not too jet lagged, that's a good thing.
So you're not playing the pre-queue, but you already have a buy, you've been farming tickets with your friends. How are you feeling about tomorrow?
I'm feeling pretty good, pretty solid. Bring a spicy deck for tomorrow, so we'll see.
Said this last time, bring a spicy deck, and it maybe worked out not how you intended. Is this better than your last spicy brew?
Yeah, it is.
What? Are you playing domains you've never registered before at an RQ?
I think I registered every single domain except green so far, like Calm. So no, I'm not. I can be, but I haven't topped with either in EU or NA. So I'll say that.
Is it a legend you've played before?
I have not played that legend before either.
Is it a new legend?
It's not a new legend. It's a set to 1. So.
How are you feeling about Unleashed in general, especially given how close it's been since the release of the set?
I'm feeling pretty good. Been testing Unleashed since before Atlanta. Was like since it's released in since the spoiler got out. So I'm feeling pretty good about that. We'll see how it goes, but I'm feeling pretty. This weekend is looking pretty good for us.
And of course, you have lots of different teammates. You guys usually register different decks. Is that happening again?
So I have 2 other friends who are on the same deck as I am, but Alan and Priest are also registering different decks. So all 3 of us are going to be on different decks, yeah.
What a surprise. All right, well, good luck. Hope you have a good tournament.
Thank you. Have a good weekend as well.
I'm here at the Sydney RQ with the one and only Billionaire. You got into Sydney on Wednesday. How's your trip to Australia been so far?
I'm loving it so far. It's my first time in Sydney. Been having good food. I like the weather. And yeah, everything's upside down, but that's kind of weird, I guess. Yeah.
Did you do anything fun?
Yeah, we went to the zoo. We met up with Ali Eldrazi too, so that was fun. He was just randomly there. But yeah, so all of the team went to the zoo and the Taronga, I think that's how you say it. Yeah, that was really cool. One of the best zoos I've ever been to. So that was sweet. And other than that, just jamming.
So Challenger TCG has done pretty well at the regional qualifier level, I would say. How many of you traveled here for this event?
It's just 3 of us this time. Australia is very far, obviously. So we've got Colin, me, and Daniel. Obviously, Colin and Daniel, some of our best performers. And then me, you know, the best of guy. So the Aurora guy, yeah.
All right, so what's the plan this event? Are we going back for best of, or are we playing something else?
I will be playing Volibear tomorrow in the main again. I think he got a lot of really good tools in set 3. Not just Elder Dragon. I actually think Rengar 5 is insane for that deck, so yeah.
And obviously, you played a lot of Aurora, and there's a lot of chatter about Aurora. Yeah. How are you feeling about its position in this metagame?
I think it's positioned pretty well. I do think Purple Aurora is a little bit too all-in still. I think you have some really bad matchups because of that, but obviously when the deck does what it's supposed to do, it can still be really oppressive, can still crush almost any deck. But I do think like some of the other decks that play a little bit better without Aurora, like Poppy, Master Yi, and Volibear are actually really well positioned.
We've had pretty good tournaments so far, winning some best-ofs. How do you feel about your chances this weekend?
I feel like I'm going to take it home again.
Well, best of luck. Have a good tournament.
Thanks, brother.
The regional qualifiers Sydney Grand Finals is finally upon us. It is the moment, the final match of the day, the final match of this qualifier. Whoever wins this match will become the champions.
After 2 grueling days of the main event, we are finally here with the best of the best at the first regional qualifier in the Southern Hemisphere, Ricey. I'm excited for this one.
I'm super excited as well, Logan, because this is a matchup that I'm sure many people will be talking about once it's concluded. It's going to be Sivir Aurora in the hands of Sold Out versus an Irelia in the hands of Rico.
Yeah, both very capable, very competent pilots of both of these decks here. And no matter which legend wins here tonight, they will be a first-time winner for that legend at an RQ.
That's actually pretty exciting. I also love, as we've been talking about it multiple times already, the versatility, the variety that Riftbound has in the meta. We saw 6 different legends in the top 8. And now, as you mentioned, Irelia and Sivir potentially could be taking it all out. But let's have a look at the players. They are coming out on stage, showing up here in the Grand Finals.
Here we see Sold Out making his way to the stage. The Sivir Aurora player, Ricey, fighting his way through a very contested field, coming into this top 8 as the #1 seed.
#1 seed. Wasn't undefeated though, did drop 1 game, so 12-1. But as you said, Keely, the #1 seed.
Yeah, he did beat a Vex in that semi-final to earn that position here in the grand final.
Now, of course, we have EDG Rico coming all the way from China. So we get to see this East versus West sort of situation in this Grand Finals here in Sydney.
Yeah, the different metas will be playing out here. Sold Out USA, and then, as you said, Rico from China. So it will be those East versus West meta vibes here tonight as well in this grand final matchup.
Now, of course, coming in on the first seed, Sold Out will get to choose whether he wants to go first or second. Now, remember, key point, of course, this is an Aurora Sivir.
Yeah, we do love a good Aurora Sivir, proving to be the better Aurora deck here at the RQ in Sydney. Obviously, we did see Misfortune, we saw some Fiora, we saw some Poppy, but they did not go the distance. And this is the best Aurelia at the Sydney RQ here on your screen right now with EDG Rico, Ricey.
I mean, yeah, these are the best of their legends right now. Aurelia, of course, bettering out from the other Irelia that did make that top 8. But let's have a look at their deck list. This is Sold Out's deck list running that Sivir and of course Keely. We gotta note those 3 Dazzling Auroras.
Always the 3 set of those Dazzling Auroras, but the tech that Sold Out has worked with here, it's all of that card draw, that filtering, getting him that advantage, getting him that consistency, able to find those answers into that early tempo that opposing decks want to bring, able to gust away and preventing those Conkers, Sabotage to remove those critical components into his Aurora, and the Lunaboon to draw even more.
One thing he was mentioning in that interview is he says he's gotten pretty decent card draws, which is one reason why he's gotten here, but also just, I think the tech, as you mentioned, really help get into that card draw as well. Lots of his spells here do help with that card draw. Of course, you've got Stacked Deck, and you mentioned so many others as well. Luna Boom, it really helps bring this Sivir the cards that they need.
Yeah, that synergy is there for that consistency, and as our fellow caster said, Pastry Time goes, you need to be lucky, you need to be good, but this guy is also confident. True. He has mentioned so many times that his confidence is very, very high, and he has every reason to be. He's obviously found himself in this grand final matchup against EDG Rico 1997, to use his full handle.
Full handle that it is. And when we were talking to Rico just before, he was also talking about his confidence levels. He is confident, he thinks he could win, but he's actually not as confident versing into an Aurora. And unfortunately, in this grand finals, he is versing an Aurora, so this may be a matchup where it might be difficult for the Sivir.
Yeah, but here's something you pointed out as well, that Adaptatron in the main board. When I conquer, you may kill a gear if you do buff me. So he is ready for these Aurora matchups, and I have to imagine that there's some sideboard tech, those not so fast, able to answer that playability from the Elder Dragon when it inevitably arrives.
He did mention as well in the interview that Starcrossed is needed with all the Aurora decks. So as he said, it might be really good against that Elder Dragon and preventing the Elder Dragon from wreaking too much havoc on the Aurelias.
Yeah, wreaking havoc is exactly what an Elder Dragon wants to do, both here in Riftbound and on the Rift, but that not so fast a fantastic answer. That Star-Crossed even better, able to bounce it back to hand, and you really don't want to have to pay that 12 energy for power for an Elder Dragon being hard cast from hand, Ricey.
You don't want to do it, but we did see Sold Out do it in both games we saw earlier in the quarterfinals. So it can be done, especially in the late game, but as you said, it's not the most desired play. You want to rely on the Aurora, of course, and getting the best card draw possible.
Yeah, we did get a look, obviously, at their battlefields here too. That traditional Aspirant's Climb being featured with Sold Out. Every Aurora player worth their salt runs that one. It buys them that extra victory point condition, a little bit more time in the game. It removes the importance of even-numbered victory points and places it instead on those odds. As Ricey, we are into game 1 of our grand final best of 3 match here to decide who will take the regional qualifier Sydney 2026.
It's going to be a good match. It's going to be a big match between these two absolute legends. Of course, looking at those battlefields, Abandoned Hole is the battlefield of choice for Rico. No surprises there with how strong this battlefield is for an Irelia. Sigil of the Storm, I'm not too surprised about either being the first one picked, because Sigil of the Storm will be great against this Irelia.
Yeah, it definitely is a fantastic deterrent. It reads, when you conquer here, recycle one of your runes, so it's not something you want to be doing. And Sold Out off to a great start here, playing that Mobilize, getting that extra ramp, really putting the pressure onto Rico early.
I really want to see what's in Sold Out's hands, because then we can see how well he drew so far in that first draw. But Rico, it's his turn. Out comes that Scuttle Crab. He was talking about how important this Scuttle Crab is. It feels really meta, and maybe even a must-have card in Carl.
Yeah, for all of our meta predictions, I don't think any of us actually put down the Scuttle Crab, but it has proven an all-star. It's in almost every single Calm deck, able to give you so much intel here.
Out comes the Stack Deck. Rico able to look at those top 3 cards. Can't see them ourselves, but he has picked one. Considering actually, no, he hasn't. He has a lot to think about.
Yeah, he's keeping his cards close to his chest, literally. Discipline, On Guard, not so fast there. Ooh. I just picked up a Tide Turner as well. Appears to be the pick from that Stack Deck, Ricey. I do like this pick.
I do like the Tide Turner. You can play it a couple of different ways. You can play it hidden, you can play it from hand as well. But when you play it, that Tide Turner will allow you to switch places with another unit.
Yeah, offers the shuffle over to Sold Out. Sold Out does decline seeing Rico there do that shuffle. That is his right in these high OPL events. We do see that last rights and stack deck in the hand of Sold Out, though.
I mean, yeah, Sold Out now doing that stacked deck as well. As, of course, everyone knows you want that Aurora by turn 3 or 4. Otherwise, things start getting a little bit too difficult for that Aurora to climb up.
Yeah, Aurora being a really late game deck, you obviously, the catalyst of Aeons here, getting some serious ramp online.
Serious ramp indeed. How many do you need for Aurora, and how much further does Sold Out need to go? Right now, though, Scuttle Crab is going in onto Abandoned Hull, able to get that conquer point quite easily.
Yeah, Aurora is that 9 and 2 power there, so we'll have to recycle a 2-way. Currently sitting on 7 is Sold Out. EDG Rico, though, currently on those 5 runes, considering his options after conquering that battlefield, as you so rightly called there.
Up goes the reins, bringing him now to 7, as you called out. Does he have the Aurora? I do see a Gust in hand. I see a Scryer's Bloom. I also see a Treasure as well. There are lots of options, but it is going to be, of course, the Treasure being played.
Yeah, the treasure trove there being paid. You are able to bounce that one back to your hand. When it leaves the battlefield, you're actually able to draw 1 and channel 1 rune Exhausted 2. You can recycle the rune, exhaust it, and kill this, which is exactly what appears to have happened. There is that exhausted gold token from that Siva legend. And you can see, I'm pretty sure that's either the prize wall or even the best of Siva being flexed here on the table.
Of course it is. I mean, Sold Out is really good at this Siva right now in this tournament as well, but that is a fantastic, of course, Siva on the board, and using that legend to get that extra gold means that Treasure Trove didn't feel that painful at all.
I really do like the Scryer's Bloom. This is a card that Sold Out called out as potentially even more valuable than that stacked deck. It does enter exhausted, but you're able to predict 2 and draw off the back of it, which is fantastic filtering. It's excellent control. And this is how Sold Out is able to have more answers often than not into all of his opponents. It's how he's found himself here at 14 and 1.
He didn't play the Aurora, which in my mind means maybe he doesn't have it in hand. He's still trying to search for it, find it. And for Aurora players, they need to find that Aurora as soon as they can. Now it's Rico's turn. Irelia is ready. Has that +1, could go in for another conquer onto Sigil of the Storm. But remember, when you conquer...
Yeah, when you conquer on that Sigil of the Storm, you do recycle 1 rune, so it is a little bit punishing Aurelia, as you say, on that 5 might, and we're taking a quick look as that stack deck comes down. I have to imagine Rico, though, has some protection pieces available.
Very, very important unit just got picked up. That was the Adaptatron you were talking about earlier. Not sure how many Rico was running in their sideboard. I do see a second one, so he might have 2 in this deck right now. There's also a Disarming Rake in that sideboard too. So lots of options to deal with the Aurora, which isn't even out yet.
I really do like, though, the indexing heavily into the units that kill gear, because there are less answers available for units than there are spells. You can always counter those. You cannot counter the unit when it enters. Disarming Rake, when you play me, you may kill a gear. So he has the options now. That Adaptatron, that safety net, does Rico. So this is an excellent response. We do see the Discipline. We also have the Adaptatron. Rico does have a full hand. He's doubtlessly going to be trying to double conquer here with this Aurelia, so probably looking for those Boots of Swiftness to get that ganking online.
Ganking online is going to be great for the Irelia, of course, to be able to try and get the other battlefield, the Sigil of the Storm, but you got to be careful. Remember, you will deramp yourself slightly, but it might be worth it. You want to get those the victory points, because otherwise you're not going to be able to win.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to get those victory points to take these games. We do have the Aurora style. As we've mentioned, it's a late game deck. Rico needs to be scoring points hard and fast and early here to put the pressure onto Sold Out. We see the Discipline. That could be that might pump that he'll need with the card draw to find the answers. But like you so rightly called, Ricey, I have to think Sold Out just doesn't have that Aurora right now. He does have a total of 9 runes. Maybe he's waiting waiting to play it next turn when he'll have some extra runes up to maybe sabotage, draw something out of the hand, and play it a little bit safer.
I like that you pointed out the sabotage because Sold Out does love running a lot of sabotages. 3, in fact, we still haven't seen that either. Sabotage, you get to choose your opponent, reveal all the cards, and remove a non-unit card from it. And when you're versing an Irelia, they're going to have a lot of non-unit cards, but Keeley, we talked about the Adaptatron. That Adaptatron is a unit.
Yeah, absolutely. It lands on that base and that threat is on the board. We get a quick little peek there. We do see some mobilizers for Sold Out too, which right now, I don't think he really wants to be ramping. I think he wants to be drawing cards. He wants to be digging for that Aurora. The longer it takes for him to find this Aurora, the longer it takes for him to play it, the better chance Rico stands to win this game 1 here.
I think Rico is taking a gamble here as well, playing it now so that he can maybe conquer on the next turn because he's thinking, if there is an Aurora in their hand, I didn't see it, did you see it?
I did not see an Aurora there. This could be a potential disaster for Sold Out. We do know through his main deck that he runs that triple Elder and that Mind Splitter. Does have some sideboarding options here. He may have needed to get some more Mind Splitters to get that kind of mid-range gameplay going in case he misses the Aurora, but he has been so consistent so far.
1, 2, 3, recycling 1, bringing out the Sivir. Still no Aurora, but gets another gold from recycling that room.
Yeah, that Sivir Legend ability so valuable here to prevent any D-ramp, which is why she is the preferred Legend for Aurora over that Misfortune. We do see several runes up in the hand of Sold Out. I keep saying hand, on the board of Sold Out. Rico readies up. The play is on him, draws his card. He does have a healthy hand and a Ride the Wind here too, Ricey. Definitely has that mobility to be able to save his units, to be able to save that Aurelia Fervent.
Defy in hand as well, I'm pretty sure I saw, which means if the Sabotage does get played, I mean, Defy is available.
Yeah, Defy is such a strong counterspell here, but that Ride the Wind 2 and 1, move a friendly unit and ready it. It gives 2 might over to Aurelia Fervent.
In goes that Scuttle Crab, going in for that conquer point on the Abandoned Hull. I don't know if Sold Out has anything to answer this right now, and Aurelia does move back as well. So into safety, in case something else happens, such as that Sivir.
Right now, though, this is not looking good for Sold Out. Isn't opting to Gust, so doesn't have that in hand either. Does have those 6 runes open, potentially trying to bluff Rico out of these plays here, though, Ricey.
I don't know what those buffs could be. I thought he was potentially going to be using Ride the Wind, but those look like more runes than one would expect. He's still considering his options. He has so many options and so many runes.
Yeah, that appears to be 8 runes up and available for Rico, as he just passed now. 8 runes up. He has confidence here. That speaks to me of the actions on you, Sold Out. You need to make me play into you right now because I have all of the advantage.
I think as well, Rico leaving that Scuttle Crab on the board, on the battlefield. He doesn't care if the poor little Scuttle Crab dies. He gets to see what Sold Out has in hand. Get to see, is that Aurora there? Am I screwed yet?
That public information is so important, and that is what Scuttle Crab does here. Sold Out, there it is. Finally!
Out comes that Aurora, going to be using those 2 gold, of course, which makes things a little bit less D-rampy for this Sivir. 7 runes exhausted to pay for it, of course, but finally, Sold Out has found that Aurora, but we always hear from the Aurora players, they want it on turn 3 or 4. Is this too late?
Well, right now, Rico currently on those 5 victory points, Sold Out yet to even get to the 1. And we know Rico even has an answer on board here with that Adaptatron. Sold Out has to know that Rico's got even more answers available to him, needs to play the slow game.
In goes the Sivir to contest Abandoned Hull, where that Scuttle Crab is trying to get rid of it. We'll have to know that he will reveal his hand in response, of course. But Rico actually wants to respond to this, thinking about using 2 runes.
Definitely considering it here, doing the math, how many runes he has available with all the options in hand. We know he has so many answers. He even has his own Ride the Winds. We think he has that Discipline. We think he has a Defy in hand. Obviously, Defy not able to do anything into the likes of Sivir, but a good Discipline here could force a response, maybe just for that card draw. But dare I say, he'd almost be happy for this Scuttle Crab to die to get the info on what is in Sold Out's hand.
We can see in Rico's hand, a lot of those spells are in fact only just 1 or 2 costs. Really, really cheap. So Rico could pump as much as he wants into the Scuttle Crab, but as he said, is that what he wants? He's thinking about it quite a lot.
What I am seeing here, though, Ricey, is a not so fast. So I almost feel like Sold Out could actually be happy to let this Elder Dragon come out and land and just counter that ability, saving his units here.
Oh, I thought he was about to do it. He's still thinking, oh, okay. He's counting. That's a good way of counting. I like this.
He's calculating his options. He's making sure he holds up enough runes for everything that he wants to do. He's mapping out the plays in his head, and doing this is helping visualize the maths with the runes up and available. And as you said, this is very low to the ground hand. Nothing in here costs more than 2 energy right now, Ricey.
He may be considering, how can I get rid of the Sivir right now? I mean, he has that ride that when he could bring in maybe that Irelia. Is that going to be enough might to be able to take down that Sivir?
Well, I mean, if you just ride the wind that Aurelia in, it gets that +2 might from choosing her and readying her.
Exactly.
So that might will overcome that Sivir as it stands on that battlefield.
Oh. It is. Ride the wind. But wait. Wait, I misunderstood. He's not going after the Sivir. He's riding the wind, the Adaptron honored to Siege of the Storm. He wants to get that conquer point because remember, when Adaptron conquers, it can kill a gear.
Yeah, he is certainly doing his absolute best here to prevent that Aurora from even being able to get one single trigger. So really heads up play here. This is why he was taking so much time to think about what he wanted to do.
Wanted to gust it, but unfortunately the discipline stops it because gust is only usable against smaller might units.
Yeah, 3 might or less, the gust is going to repel that Adaptron, which is why that discipline was forced out. That Scuttle Crab dying, giving that information over to Rico here, and the Aurora in the trash. It never got to fire off.
Never got to fire off, and those 2 gold that he used to pay for the Aurora are out of the game as well. He does have a lot of runes though, so if he manages to find another one, it will be great. He does run 3 Auroras, but I mean, 6 points, EDG. Rico is so close to taking this game.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be it. He's conceded. He just wanted to see the top of his deck, didn't draw the answer, and EDG Rico takes this game 1 of this grand final best of 3 here at the Regional Qualifier Sydney 2026, Ricey.
EDG Rico on that Irelia, who wasn't the most confident going into a Sivir Aurora, does win game 1. That is key. And now that he's won game 1, he does have that sideboard.
Yeah, absolutely. There will be some sideboarding going on here. Obviously, Rico, though, he had the read, he had the play, he knew that he could potentially go into this Aurora matchup. He brought plenty of gear kill, that disarming rake, that Adaptron, as you so rightly called out. I mean, Sold Out, he waited, or he drew that Aurora a little late, and he thought, oh, maybe I can get a trigger here, maybe I can get an Elder down, but Rico, so heads up, riding the wind there to get the Adaptron Conquer and just kill it before it gets the trigger.
It was absolutely fantastic play, and of course that is what makes Ride the Wind so strong. Being able to move a unit, and playing on action means you can play it in your enemy player's turn as well during a showdown. So once that showdown started, he was like, this is my chance. This is my chance to bring Adaptron onto that battlefield to conquer.
And that's exactly it. The Sivir moved in, began that showdown, allowed the opportunity for that Ride the Wind to be played and take out that Aurora. You love to see the strategy going on here. I mean, I was looking at it and I was seeing, oh, the Sivir, the Scuttle Crab maybe moved the Ride the Wind with the Aurelia onto that one. I didn't even see the Adaptron to that top side battlefield.
That's why we're here and not there.
Yeah.
But and also it's been a 12-hour day. We are missing, of course, some of those amazing plays, but that's why these guys, these talented legends are here. They have been grinding nearly 24 hours across this weekend. If they had a buy in round 1, less, but
22 and a half.
22 and a half, but that's still a lot of hours. Reminding, of course, us about Sold Out's main deck. We do see those 3 Elder Dragons, that 1 Mind Splitter, but Keely, that Aurora, the 3 Auroras did not get seen until quite late into the game.
Yeah, from what's gone to a really consistent Aurora deck, I want to say, unfortunately, this game 1, it just took a little too long to come online. It took a little too long to find that Aurora up into this Aurelia of Rico. And he had the tools. He had that Scryer's Bloom. He had the Mobilize, the Catalyst of Aeons to ramp himself into it. So he was forced to sort of play that Sivir Mercenary out. And it will be interesting to see what sort of sideboard tech we see. As you said, that Fading Memories as well, able to remove a unit at battlefield or a gear.
Yeah, I was having a look at Sold Out's sideboard. He has some gear in that sideboard to deal with other gear, but I'm not sure how useful that's going to be against this. I mean, Irelia does run a lot of gear. It is possible. On top of that, though, he has 2 more Mind Splitters in that sideboard. I think that might be potentially what he wants to use as well, because he will be able to reduce Rico's hand.
But he also needs to bring some more mid-range. He needs to be able to actually play some units to get some board presence. So those Mind Splitters could be very good for that. They're 7 energy, 2 power. So you get to shred the hand and have some presence on the battlefield. Akshan is fantastic tech into gear. You are able to steal your opponent's gear and equip it to your own if you do pay that additional cost here. But it wasn't the gear from Aurelia that won that game. It was that Ride the Wind that got him over the line after holding these uncontested battlefields for so long here.
Indeed. It was also feeling like Sold Out just kind of didn't get the right draw, but also Rico played that extremely well with that Adaptatron, with that Ride the Wind. That is exactly how you want to deal with the Aurora when it comes out, and that Aurora just completely nullified.
Yeah, it's not often you see an Aurora played and it doesn't get a single trigger, but that was the case here, as we do see Sunken Temple locked in as the battlefield for Rico. We have seen Sunken Temple a couple of times here this weekend, and it's the one where when you conquer it with 1 or more mighty units, you may pay 1 energy to draw 1. So really indexing into that card advantage that Aurelia is already so good at, especially with those Stellarcorn Herders.
And there is a lot in an Aurelia deck to be able to make units mighty. And so, of course, being able to conquer with mighty is going to be quite easy to get those card draws.
Yeah, and especially when it's going to be so uncontested in that early game too, Rasi. With that Aurora being that late game deck that we all know it to be before it comes online, Aurelia will be able to take advantage of the absence of these units on the opposing battlefields and conquer up. So it will be a race to the victory here, but I really favor the Aurelia to get off the mark first.
Of course, Sold Out has 2 battlefields to choose from. He's going to be choosing Aspirant's Climb, a very, as we say, typical battlefield that Aurora decks love to play. He is going to be going first still, but has, of course, used that Mobilize immediately.
Yeah, Mobilize helping ramp up. So goes first, mobilizes up to that 3. Rico second with the 3 runes ready there too. Can you already feel the tension, Ricey?
Yes, I can. I can definitely feel it. These 2 players, Rico is 1 up. All he needs to do is just close out this next game, and he is the champion of Sydney Regional Finals.
That's it. Rico plays that Scuttle Crab, draws the 1 card, getting more card advantage, able to have more options, more answers into whatever it is that TSS Sold Out wants to do.
I saw it. That's definitely an Aurora. Did I see 2 Auroras in his hand? Sold Out managed to draw into an Aurora quite quickly. Now all he needs to do is just get the runes for it. Rico, though, that Scuttle Crab going to go for that Aspirant's Climb.
Yep, Aspirant's Climb conquers, getting 1 victory point here. Sold Out, though, sitting with that Dazzling Aurora in hand, must be feeling a little bit more confident. He did pass the turn straight back to Rico.
And before he did, of course, he does play that Stellarcorn Herder, such an important unit for an Irelia. But of course, Sold Out is going to be playing that Scryer's Bloom.
Yeah, so he hit the Lunaboon there onto that
Lunaboon.
Elder Dragon. Elder Dragon is actually a fantastic target for Lunaboon in these Aurora decks, especially if you draw into it early, because you don't want it in hand. You don't want to have to hard cast that. So an excellent target, draws 2 off the back of that. Hopefully he's going to be able to find that last rights to get it back into his deck and hit it with that Aurora. Stack deck getting some extra filtering going on, some more information, and that ideal cards that he wants here. but Sold Out in a much better position already than he was in game one.
There's the Scryer and the Mobilize being used as well. Going to be able to keep Sold Out even ramping up further. Scryer's Bloom enters exhausted, but when you kill it in the next turn, potentially, you get to predict 2 and draw 1 and gain experience, but I don't know how important that is for this deck, which is, he mentioned that, as he said earlier, it's really, really good, potentially more than a stack deck.
Yeah, but being able to use a stack deck into a Scryer's Bloom just speaks of so much control, so much consistency which is built into this deck. Sold Out currently on those 8 runes. Next turn, he will be able to drop that Aurora. Rico, though, starting to pull ahead on victory points.
3 points right now, brings in that Stellar Converter, of course, gets also that point from the hold. And don't forget, when Stellar Converter moves, they can draw 1 card.
Yeah, increasing the card advantage. That is a healthy size hand, and I think I spy that Adaptatron one more time here, Ricey. So he must be considering the timing of the play on this one. Does he want to play it out now? But if that Aurora comes down and an Elder lands and he doesn't have a Ride the Wind, he may not be able to answer it. Timing is everything here.
Seer not so fast, that can counter the Elder Dragon. I did see it Defy, but that does only, of course, counter spells that are a little bit less costly.
Yeah, we also see that Tide Turner able to switch places with units. Sold Out, patiently waiting for Rico to decide on what actions he wants to take here.
A 4 exhaust, 4 cost potentially. Is that Adaptatron? It is indeed. Now remember, when this Adaptatron conquers, it can kill a gear. An absolute nightmare for an Aurora deck.
Yeah, frankly, Rico probably doesn't even worry about the buff me. Obviously, it's a nice little side perk, but putting that pressure on to Sold Out, making him think, do I want to play this Aurora now, or do I have a way to remove that Adaptatron before the Aurora lands? Because we don't have full intel on every card in Rico's, but we saw it before. If there's a Ride the Wind, he can just action speed it onto a battlefield, conquer, and annihilate it. The tension.
Is that 2? Is that 2 Auroras?
There's at least 1.
I feel like that might be 2. I can't tell from this angle easily, but one of them is going to go out. It might have to get sacrificed with that Adaptatron. I don't remember seeing Ride the Winds, though, on Rico, but either way, there is no combat happening just yet, so no Ride the Wind just yet. So potentially we'll be able to get at least one of those units out.
Yeah, Sold Out likely learned from his mistake in game 1. Just goes straight to the end step, gets his trigger here, does not want to let that Adaptatron conquer in. We see the stacks, the Mobilize, the flurries, Sabotage.
Another Aurora. Mind Splitter, though, is the one that is going to be played, which means Rico gets to see, well, okay, he's going to be able to see what got passed on, what got revealed, but Sold Out will also get to see Rico's hand.
Yeah, exactly. This is exactly what Alan was doing as well. He was taking all of that publicly available information from that reveal off of the Aurora and make notes, because that stuff, that's going to go down toward the bottom of the deck, but he does know this information and he maths it out. He works out the percentage chances here of Sold Out hitting those Elders, hitting those Mind Splitters from here on out as well.
Also hitting that other Aurora. I swear I see that second Aurora in hand. So now we know as viewers exactly where those 3 Auroras that Sold Out has. One of them in hand, the other somewhere at the bottom of the deck.
Interestingly, the Mind Splitter trigger now needs to resolve. Rico here does have his hand up, considering his options before revealing it. He can respond, and here is the reveal. Tide Turner, Scuttlecrab not so fast as you called.
Putting ourselves in Sold Out's position right now, which one of these would be the best to get rid of? Maybe the not so fast, potentially later on, but the Adaptatron is already in play. Can't get rid of that one.
Yeah, the Stellarcorn Herder as well, but he goes for the Defy, valuing the ability to play his own spells here, completely safe.
Potentially then, considering, remember, he does run a lot of Sabotages, and the Defy can cancel out that Sabotage, meaning now Sold Out could play a Sabotage and remove another card.
Yeah, it does have that 1 rune up ready and available to him. Mind Splitter getting a little bit of work done here. This is a better game from Sold Out right now, has some board presence.
Board presence, but still no victory points. Stellarcorn Herder moves back, gives Rico that draw, but I'm very curious to see where this Adaptatron is going to go, because once he goes in, bye-bye Aurora, unless
Unless there's an oh no answer. Disaster for Sold Out. That's another Aurora killed by this Adaptatron All-Star.
Only a 4-cost unit, but it is extremely mighty, not in the traditional sense, but in the ability to kill a gear completely. And now Rico able to get that conquer point as well, now on 5 points.
So here's where it gets interesting.
Yes.
We know Sold Out has another Dazzling Aurora.
We do.
But Rico doesn't.
No.
So Rico now, having removed one, has to play with the knowledge he's killed one, but does Sold Out have another one? And currently sitting on 5, 6, 7, 8 runes. We'll go to 10 next turn. Can play it again, but that Adaptatron is still alive for Rico. Could be able to recall it before conquering again and removing the second Dazzling Aurora.
Does he want to try and protect it? I do see the Titan is going to be played. He is going to be protecting it. He has red ahead. There is potentially another Aurora. You got to keep that Adaptatron alive because you want to conquer with that Adaptatron to kill more gears. So out comes the Titan, switching that location, keeping the Adaptatron safe. You thought the Queen was Irelia? No, it's the Adaptatron.
You are 2-2 right. That buffed Adaptatron is absolutely the MVP here for Rico. He needs to keep this thing alive. And frankly, Sold Out doesn't actually have too much targeted removal, so it should be a relatively easy thing to do here. Rico, though, 5 victory points.
In goes that Mind Splitter. Of course, it's a very mighty unit. It's a little bit more mighty than that Titan, whose only use was to keep the Adaptatron alive. And there is that second Aurora. We know it was in his hand. It's going to be played immediately here. But how are you going to be able to protect this Aurora this time?
We haven't actually had a good look at Sold Out's hand in a while. He's not going to be able to leave up enough runes for Ride the Wind. He could have potentially Aurora'd, but he's going to put that one to base or on that Aspirant's Climb.
Aurora'd is a word now.
Yeah, get Aurora'd. The double gust, the last rites. There's the Elder.
That could be the answer that Sold Out needs, potentially to be able to get rid of that Adaptatron. Did we see that not so fast, though, in Rico's hand?
We did, and he didn't pick it out. He instead went for that Defy. So he could, not so fast, the Elder playability. When you play me, choose up to 1 enemy unit at each location. Deal 1 to them. But critically, any amount of your damage is enough to kill enemy units.
Of course, Sold Out is going to be targeting that Adaptatron, and of course Rico is responding with not so fast, meaning that Adaptatron is still alive and can still kill that Aurora gear if he decides to conquer, and it is now Rico's turn.
Yeah, look, that Sunken Temple is wide open. That Adaptatron moves in, conquers, kills off that Aurora. But he also has other units. He has the Stellarcorn to get more card draw. He has Aurelia Fervent to fight it out if and when needs be. And a Scuttle Crab, he could just send that into the Mind Splitter and get free intel on Sold Out's hand and know how to deal with the rest of this game plan. He knows the second Aurora is here. The chances of the third one, astronomically low right now.
I mean, we could see it.
True. Rico, though, on 5 victory points, Sold Out on the 1 victory point. He has a long way ahead of him. He has to climb like the aspirants.
Has to climb indeed. Adaptatron is going in, but there is an answer. It's the Flurry of Blades. Absolutely fantastic. And with that, I think...
He won. He Flurry of Blades. It was counted. He conceded. Rico is our Sydney Riftbound Regional Championship winner on Aurelia.
Absolutely happy to win that. He is very proud of that Aurelia signature. The counter on that Flurry of Blades was absolutely important. It was pivotal here. The plays that were coming out from Rico here was completely able to shut down the Aurora deck of Sold Out.
Yeah, Rico, our champion here on Championship Sunday, day 2, as they're having a bit of a game debrief here. But that Adaptatron from Rico, absolutely the MVP, able to take out all of these Auroras, and Sold Out left with nothing to do, Ricey.
Second MVP, I would also say, goes to that not so fast, able to keep the units alive. Importantly, keep that Adaptatron alive, the MVP. We can see the amazing award ceremony happening.
congratulations. You are officially the winner of the Sydney Regional Qualifiers. How are you feeling after such a matchup there?
I thought I definitely will lose game 1 because I'm on the draw, and that's the worst matchup for me, maybe. But like, the right wing get it. Yeah, and in game 2, like I have the perfect hand, and also opponent have 2 Aurora, but I have the Titaner, and yeah.
Absolutely right. And you did not only claim the victory here, you got the best of Aurelia, but also you get to claim the fact that this is the first Aurelia win in the West. She's made an attempt in a lot of the top 8s recently, but here in Sydney, Aurelia is on top. How does it feel to have that claim?
I love her. She is beautiful.
Understandable. Look, it has been a really, really wonderful weekend here. I will let you have a wonderful celebration. I'm sure that you have a few people here that will celebrate with you for sure. To everybody who has joined us, whether it is here in Sydney or online, thank you so much for coming here. It has been a huge weekend of Riftbound, and honestly, it is all the more exciting for the fact that there is still going to be more in 2 weeks in Vancouver. So thank you all. It has been such a wonderful time. Congratulations once more to you for your victory, and have a good night.
Thanks.